How we doing? Welcome, one and all, folks, to the K.O.E. Nation. I hope all of you folks are doing wonderfully this evening, folks. It is I, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your King of Extreme Hollywood, Phil K.O.E. Yes, folks, it is true. It is true. I am here for all of you, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation. You can, of course, find me, your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter at K.O.E. Nation, folks. Yes, that's K.O.E. Nation. Welcome, one, welcome all. And without further ado, we're going to get right in to the topic du jour this evening. As many of you may know, I was on a bit of a panel where things got a little interesting, a little heated, with a couple of folks. Destiny, you might have heard of him. I mean, he's no Phil K.O.E. He doesn't have, nearly the quality of content of the K.O.E. Nation, but, nice guy. Brianna was present. Yes. Dylan Burns got in there and tried. Now it's so strange how, despite the fact I am the first ever hippy dippy Royal Rumble champion, and then I ended up having to chuck Dylan Burns over the top rope as well, folks. So it was quite the evening. Let's see. We got Crop Cover. God bless. Thanks for being here, Crop Cover. Nice tunes. I know, amazingly nice tunes. But without further ado, folks, we're going to get into the panel that I was on the other night. Now, most of it will be played for you as it was played for me. But I did not get a chance to respond to some of these opening statements. So, well, you get the joy of Phil K.O.E. giving you my full unadulterated opinion on each opening statement. So without further ado, excuse me, had a little hiccup. Me and the kiddo had some Salisbury steaks. It was awesome. So without further ado, let's get right in to this particular kerfuffle.
So, going back to the rules, strongly inspired by the hippy dippy. So no terms of service, try to minimize the slurs. If someone is offended by an insult or a slur, do try to back off, because we are here to talk about the ideas, not necessarily who's the biggest piece of shit on the panel. Then no brigading or doxing. If you do take stuff outside of this panel where you attack somebody by basically trying to expose their personal identifiable information, then you're not going to be invited back. No interruptions during intros or outros. Depending on how this goes, we're going to have 1 to 2 minute intros from everybody. We will have 1 to 2 minute outros from everybody where they'll be able to shout out their channels. And then raise your hand. We will have a list. We'll be doing the list system. So, I'll write down your names if you feel like you can't get in, if people are, taking a majority of the conversation. Then 10, we have a rule here that started from our first show. We have 10-minute sidebars. If we are talking about something that has nothing to do with the primary topic, we're out in La La Land, but people are engaged with it, we'll let you engage in the sidebar for 10 minutes, but then we're going to wrap it up and move it back to the topic. We want you guys to be able to explore whatever you want to explore, but we also want to make sure that we're giving people the content that they came for. I would say, think of this as a mixed martial arts bout. You guys are contenders. You're going to touch gloves. You're going to fight, but respect your opponents, relatively speaking, and then end the fight, tap gloves, and let's call it a day. So with all of that being said, we're going to get into intros. Again, we're talking about whether or not the Trump indictment is politically motivated, whether or not it's correct, whether or not there's a certain element of hypocrisy from Democrats not being charged, and then how this will affect the electoral outcomes. We'll save the electoral outcomes as the second part of the show. So to kick us off, Miss Brianna Wu.
Thanks for having me here. I want to tell you, as someone whose job it is to work in politics, Trump's indictment is not good news for me. Just being completely straight with you, I would a billion times rather face Trump again in 2024, who is a losing machine for the Republican Party, than Ron DeSantis. This is a situation that is bad for our country. It's bad for democracy. But unfortunately, Trump's wildly stupid actions have put us in a situation where we have to respond to this. I really hope my opponents today actually read this document, because you can just open
Apparently
any
more than you
random
did.
page of it and get some crazy ass, wildly stupid, completely indefensible thing that Trump did. He put us in a situation where our Department of Justice had to act because he is so brazen. This guy, this is your chance, Republicans, to come back to reality and get with the winning team if you're serious about winning, or you can stay with this corrupt loser. Like, this is your chance to just cast him aside, and you're not going to do that because you're children. And I really look forward to winning in 2020.
Wow,
Thank you.
that was really enlightening there, Brianna Wu. So it was basically a collection of ad hominems. Like, I unfortunately I suspect that Brianna Wu might be one of those people that, I forget the writer who said that some people, a majority of what they call thinking is just rearranging the varying biases and prejudices they have in their head. And like I thought Brianna Wu was going to be a big factor in this debate. Turned out to be a complete non-factor. Like I said at the beginning, Brianna Wu was present.
All right, CTV.
It's obviously politically motivated.
Clearly,
The problem is that they don't understand people, and all they're really doing by, trying to drag Trump through an indictment is make sure that he's doing exactly what he did before, which is have media coverage. Hell, I got called out from like left field for an invitation here to talk about Trump tonight, and I hadn't even bothered really keeping up with politics in the last, I don't know, 9 months.
and this was when I got the invite from
Obviously,
Connor,
this is
because like,
working,
oh shit,
right?
there's nobody here that's
So
going to be able to defend Trump.
where do we go from here? Well, we watch it all unfold, because it really is just politically motivated.
Captivating. Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Brianna on this one. That indictment is a pretty tough read. Ordinarily, I can kind of understand how you can spin some things, you can twist some things, but basically the only possible defense you could ever have as a Republican at this point in time is that the DOJ, the investigatory bodies, are literally just making up everything in the indictment, and nothing is true, and they fabricated everything, and there are no recordings and no testimony or whatever. But I mean, assuming even like,
I mean, you could have that perspective if you'd like never read the Durham report or anything like that, which was kind of shocking, is that the folks on the left were woefully uneducated as to what was happening with the Durham report. That was like, wow, like it was just like this blank spot in all of their minds where none of them were even aware of what had happened there or what was said there. And that's the thing, like when being on the left means never having to ever actually apologize for being wrong or being unaware of something. But this one I found fascinating is that the Durham report, they just like, it's kind of like we're at war with Eurasia. We've always been at war with Eurasia. We're at war with East Asia. We've always been at war with East Asia. It was very like the way that they could just Orwellianly turn is fascinating.
a fourth of the
Also, I never got a chance to ask Destiny this, but throughout this, he kept talking about, well, the prosecution says this, and the prosecution says that. I never got the chance because I kept getting cut off in that regard, but I always wondered, I wanted to ask him, why is it that you believe the prosecution unironically and with zero hesitation in this instance, but you didn't believe the prosecution in the instance of Rittenhouse? What changed there? I would have liked to get into that, but I also knew that was going to be a
this document is
bit of a
true.
bird walk.
It is like the most textbook embarrassing thing of like, hey guys, this is secret. I'm not president. I wish I would have declassified this. Come take a look. I know you don't have it's like every single element you would ever need to prove like intent of showing classified material to parties in a way that you're not supposed to, and an intent to hoard. The issues he gave to his attorneys, it's just like the worst combination of things ever. I am very excited tonight to see how Rob Noerr will contort himself in order to try to defend these actions. And I'm very curious tonight if we're going to spend more time talking about Donald Trump in this indictment, or somehow trying to equalize this with Hillary Clinton's email server.
So, and by based, I mean let's throw.
Now, the thing is, Rob spent a lot of time talking about Hillary. And I even said at one point, hey, we don't even need to talk about Hillary. We can talk about Joe and how bad that is. But Rob, now to his credit, we did an amazing job, but he seemed like he still wants to adjudicate the Hillary Clinton issue. And I get why some people don't like it. But the point is, one being prosecuted and the other not, when both are essentially accused of the same thing, is proof of corruption. So that gets a little saucy as we get into it.
So, speaking of Rob Noerr, I'm gonna ask Rob Noerr to speak as well, and then I kind of have a question for the panel in general. If you want to do a show of hands, if the Turk is a little bit more tepid, I don't know his perspective, and it seems like we have a strong, like 3 versus 2 because CTV is kind of coming in a little bit, relaxed, and Turk might not be willing to bite down on every bullet. Would you mind if I brought in a more pro-Trump ringer? That way we could have some aggressive engagement and it's not, a 4v2 or 4v1 on Rob.
I think you would need 100 pro-Trump people to spin this in the correct way. So yeah, bring in whoever you want. Yeah.
Well, that was
Okay.
that was clearly an overinflation of Destiny's ego, right? Thinking there needed to be more than one that could take him down, considering it's already happened.
Okay. Well,
Got you there.
listen. If we'll get everybody's hot takes first, and then I'll see if we need somebody to balance our perspectives and maybe the temperature of the room. But Rob, please.
Took me a few minutes to figure out how to get logged in.
That changes my strategy here because I was going to be a total Trump basher here, but then that would give you more incentive to maybe change your mind. So, yeah, it's clearly politically motivated, right? Now, here's been the game the whole time. Notice that they're ignoring the Durham report. Notice, he brought me up in his opening, Destiny, when he's approaching the crimes of Joe Biden and things like that, Burisma, the Ukrainian impeachment and things like that he supported. He will give any benefit of the doubt to Joe Biden. For example, the last time I was on Connor's show, he said, perhaps the lawyers for Burisma that were emailing Biden's team saying, hey, Hunter Biden works here. We want to talk to you after their assets were frozen. Maybe they just wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. And we can't accept Joe Biden talking about a quid pro quo as truth. Maybe he was just bragging. We can't take Joe Biden's words at face value. So it'll be easy to see how disingenuous people like him and the rest of the lefties will be when it comes to applying the standard equally. We could talk specifically about what's going on with this indictment. I don't have a problem with that, but it's clearly a double standard, and that's the bigger issue. Low brain takes and people that want to be partisan hacks are okay with a corrupt FBI and corrupt DOJ and corrupt media and corrupt social media companies as long as it benefits their side. I'm more concerned about a two-tiered system of these institutions than I am any one specific person like Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, etc. We could clearly see the double standard. There has been nonstop investigations into Trump, as the Durham report showed. Even the initial Russiagate investigation was complete garbage. The FBI's been out to get Trump. Chuck Schumer announced that this would be the case. And so given that, what we see is eventually, I'm surprised it took this long to find anything that's even remotely of substance that you'd be able to criticize Trump for, because I assume that any prominent politician, if you turned over their life for 7 years and revoked their attorney-client privilege, went through personal text message emails and stuff like that, eventually you'd be...
Yeah, like that's the one thing that I can't, they're just ignoring Trump's attorney-client privilege. I'm sorry, there's no one within the sound of my voice that could possibly fucking overcome that. What chance does fucking anybody have if your attorney-client privilege is just fucking null and void? As a former sitting president, what the fuck chance do any of us have if that's the case?
Be able to find some crimes. So no doubt the left will have their heyday and cheer for this. We'll talk about the indictment specifically, but it's clearly a double standard and they're fine with it. And that's why they'll shout, what about us? And because they enjoy the double standard as long as it benefits their side.
True.
Okay, I appreciate it. Then, Mr. Turk, I have not forgotten you, Dylan.
So I actually agree with Brianna and Destiny on the fact that the indictment is not good for Trump, because a lot of the stuff that's in there is pretty cut and dry. Like Destiny said, it's like you can only wave around so many, classified documents when you don't have the authority to declassify them and not get
he did when he took them
at you. I am all in favor of consistent law enforcement when it comes to this regard, but I do have to echo a lot of what Rob said, because double standards are not a good thing when it comes to the political sphere in general. I think the only reason they're going to be able to get away with it this time is because they can rightfully prove that Trump in a court of law did the things he did. Whereas with Hillary, it was like some of the stuff was like connecting dots and stuff. So it wasn't as clear cut of a case, even if they said, no sane prosecutor would be willing to take this to court. So, I'm not as pro the double standard in this instance as Rob is, but I do observe that. But I'm really a lot more interested in the downstream effects, right? So what happens if we prosecute Trump? What happens if he does go to jail? What happens with the Republicans? What happens with the political landscape in general? I think that would be a really cool conversation. But I think they should throw the book at him, and he either gets acquitted or he goes to jail. So yeah.
Yes. The idea that it just throw the book at him. Like, what's going to happen from this? Democrats, turnabout's fair play. And what's funny is when it happens, you're going to have no right to complain. You're going to anyways, but you'll have no right to, and no one will listen to you or take you seriously.
And then Dylan, and then I will have one more rule I want to add before we get into it.
I think most of what has already been said is basically my position by all the lefty lip cuck people. I mean, CTV's argument is very convincing. But one thing I will add is that Trump doesn't really speak from a position of ignorance on the campaign trail. He constantly railed against Hillary Clinton for the email scandal. Once he got into office, he said he wanted to, increase the penalties for the Presidential Records Act, which he did in office. He made it so it could come with bigger penalties. He championed this increase of penalties. Then once he leaves office, he immediately violates the law that he increased the penalty for. He doesn't really have a claim of ignorance here. That's all I want to add.
Okay.
Just to add on that really quick, it was really funny. I don't know if they needed it in the indictment, but including like the 4 or 5 statements that Trump made about how important classified information was a really funny touch. But
fair. All right, so we're going to get into it. We're going to open it up. I will have another gentleman. Actually, he's right here, so I'll let him introduce himself in a second. Phil K.O.E. last night was very passionate on being pro-Trump on the panel that I was on. He was having a little bit of technical issues, but I believe he stole somebody's microphone, so he should be able to, hear us. Uh-oh. Is up. There we go. There we go. Video's loading. Can you speak so we can hear you clearly?
Can you hear me?
Oh, and you sound beautiful, by the way.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I want to say one.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound great. Can you hear us?
Beautiful, beautiful. Sinatra himself would be jealous. So thank you for having me this evening, Connor. God bless.
Okay. And can you hear me okay?
Shit. Hang on one moment.
What?
One moment. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
I know what I did.
What a boomer.
He's resetting his
Now.
mic there, but for the grace of God, go I. Everybody be kind.
No, I do apologize. I had all of Discord muted. I know. Great content. I do. So now I'm back. I'm in full fucking gear and in full fucking swing. And folks, I'm just going to let you enjoy the full flavor of this introduction. It truly, it's really something. Apologize, sir. I do apologize.
No, can you hear me okay now?
As clear as a blue sky.
Beautiful. Okay, so one more rule before I let you do your introduction, and then we're going to get into it. So basically, the last rule is I'm going to do Dylan Burns. I'm only going to raise my hand and hold up little numbers or try to get you guys to wrap up stuff when I feel like we need to interject in order to get the conversation flowing in a different direction. I am not going to be injecting my opinion for the next 2 hours. We are going to run until 11 EST. After that, from 11 to 12, if you want to chill, hang out, have a more chill conversation, we can do that. But we're just basically debating for the next hour and 40 minutes. And then if you see me doing this 3, 2, 1 thing on your screen, I'm counting down minutes that I am allowing you to talk. We have a lot of rhetorically gifted people here. I don't want to, basically feel like we're listening to 5 to 10 minute rants from one person and then shifting to a 5 to 10 minute rant from another person. But without further ado, Phil K.O.E., we were talking about whether or not the Trump indictment was politically motivated, whether or not it has a basis in reality that is worthy of prosecution and conviction. And then finally, as a second topic, if we feel like we're stalling on those contentions, then we'll move into whether or not this hurts or helps Trump during the primary and the election season. So go ahead and introduce yourself and give us your thoughts.
Well, folks, of course, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast coward, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter as well, folks. My kingdom ever grows. So find me at K.O.E Nation at all of those beautiful places. Now, to answer your first question, to be frank, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. If you don't think this is politically motivated at this point, you're not a smart person. I'm sorry. You might have had some smart sounding noises come out of your mouth and formulate in your head, but if you truly don't think that this is politically motivated at this point with everything we've seen post Durham report, you're not a smart person. I'm so sorry. And in terms of is this justified, to be frank, if you think that these charges are justified, you have to. You have no choice but advancing the argument of one of two things. You either have to say that the executive order as a legal idea has no basis in any legal reality and is invalid, which there's some people who believe that, and I'd be fascinating hearing that. Or the other thing you have to argue is that the President of the United States is not the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, because the Commander-in-Chief of the United States has unilateral authority to declassify. All 28 previous presidents before Trump have done exactly and essentially what he has done. And nobody has seen any sort of repercussion. Let's be frank, it's because it's Trump. Now, something you need to realize, because we've heard the invocation of Hillary Clinton's documents. The fact that Donald Trump has been prosecuted for allegedly mishandling classified documents and Hillary has not is actually proof of corruption. And also, one thing I'd like to keep before your minds, everybody on this panel tonight, Joseph R. Biden, while senator, had classified documents he had no clearance to have, he had no ability to even read, he had no ability to declassify, and he was negligent with our national security secrets he had no clearance to ever possess or own, which, whether you like it or not, no matter how you want to look at it, is objectively, measurably worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of. Let me say that again. That makes him objectively, measurably negligent with our national security in a way that is worse than anything Donald J. Trump is even accused of, folks. And so, folks, with all that, if you love these base takes, find me at K.O.E Nation. God bless every last one of you. These lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you, beautiful people.
Okay, I appreciate your passionate introduction. It is open to the floor. Anybody who wants it, take it.
I legitimately don't know if I can take 2 hours of drama kid, but right-winger stuff on here. So I was taking
maybe just address the
I was
arguments
taking
rather than
very
constantly
careful notes as we were doing
like
this.
it's just like Brianna Wu doesn't really bring anything other than insults. It's one of those things, you know, Brianna, if you had better arguments, maybe you wouldn't need the insults. But it's like, you know, maybe just at one point, if at one point throughout the evening, if Brianna would have just like addressed an argument head on but Brianna just kind of like acted like snark would just kind of carry the way through the debate. Like I was really kind of disappointed because I was really hoping for an interesting in-depth discussion with Brianna Wu, but nothing ever came of it. But tis what it is.
I got all the Republican catchphrases, Burisma, Hunter Biden, Hillary Clinton, double stand-up, Durham report, you know, all y'all's greatest hits. The only argument I heard defending this shit show in front of me right here is this idea that Trump can declassify whatever he wants. He wasn't the fucking president here. He wasn't the president. If that is your best idea to defend this shit show, and you've got to go to the Republican
Well, he was the president.
nonsense,
He was elected. None of us
I'm going to
were.
finish.
Yeah, he was actually the president when he left office with all those documents, so he has unilateral authority to do so.
If the only
whether you like it or
you
not.
have is to keep going through this same stuff that's so intellectually dishonest, you've got to just flip it around and turn it and start attacking the Democrats. This is your chance to be an adult. This is your chance to talk about serious stuff here. He
Again, more
had
ad hominem.
classified information,
Just
talking about really serious
try to
stuff.
make an argument,
Other
Brianna.
nation states' ability
just
to
try.
wage war and strike back, nuclear secrets, just out there, Mar-a-Lago, where anyone can come in and look at this. If you care about national security, if you are an adult, if you are an adult, this is your chance to not just start attacking the Democrats over and over. Address with the point. talk about the indictment here. Let's talk about some reality here today.
I mean,
Well,
Sure,
if
it
being
seems like an
sassy
injection.
and if being sassy and condescending was an argument, you'd have that spilled up. But unfortunately, we get all three through your stupid take. But yay, girl power, you did it. Anyways, we know. Don't interrupt me. I'll finish my point. The point is, what you're getting at is that there's a clear there's a clear double standard in the way this applied, and I noticed that you ignored all of that, which was part of the topic that Connor talked about. And this is something that you would have cheered for the whole time. For example, you just started talking about how dangerous it is to leave these super top secret documents. You have no idea what these documents say. None of us have seen them. In fact, even Trump's lawyers haven't been allowed to see them. So we're just taking the word of the very corrupt FBI and DOJ that is, we see from the Durham report and incident after incident, how they've been out to get Trump, as even Chuck Schumer admitted that they would be. So we're just taking their words. For example, a top secret document that has something to do with nuclear weapons could mention nuclear weapons in passing and have nothing to do about our capabilities. But if you are worried, I wonder, where can I find your videos about how dangerous it was for top secret information to be stored on a server that was hacked by the Koreans and the Chinese with Hillary Clinton? Where's your videos that you put out about how dangerous it was for Joe Biden, who, after saying how irresponsible it was for Trump to have classified documents, had classified documents in 3 locations, including an open and unlocked garage? Do you also think that was a danger of national? Is it your turn to stop being childish, and now's the time for you to come and talk about how dangerous that was to our national security secrets?
I think the more pressing question is, Brianna, do you not see that as a double standard at
No.
all?
No, I think
so it is okay for Joe Biden and all these other heads of state to have those types of documents in those types of locations.
Hold on here. I want to be really clear.
It's not negligently. They knew they had them there.
You asked me a question. I'm going to
Biden said he didn't know, which is negligence.
Yeah,
can I answer his question, please?
Brought them there.
Well, I mean, I'll get to that.
There is so I understand that Republicans don't want to talk about big structural issues here. We do have a classification problem.
We can't even agree on what the structure actually is. You came in here talking about
threat to democracy. My goddamn point.
Okay,
debate panel,
guys. I have a small child. We are going to have, this is the absolute invocation of parental authority. So what I would say is I'm partial to Brianna because I'm biased. So I'm going to let her finish, and then we'll let whoever wants to respond.
So this is my point here. We do actually have a classification problem here in this country. So the system that was built to classify these documents, this was built in the 1950s, and it is not scaled with the information age. This is one of the things I learned running for Congress is we have a really big problem. We don't have the personnel to go through, check these documents in and out. They don't have an equivalent of, say, GitHub or something like that. So one of the problems is the reason you see Mike Pence and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, all these different figures having access to classified information when they shouldn't, is we need to go through and massively update this system. This is the kind of boring problem that no one in Congress wants to solve, but it's actually a very important one, which is why there's this problem across the board. That is a separate issue than what Trump has done. No one on this panel on the left, I think, would have a problem with Trump if this was similar to a Hillary Clinton situation where he just incidentally had some classified information and it was not intentional. If you actually read this, and I don't think anyone on the right here has actually read this, you see repeated attempts to lie about what he had, to mislead, to work with his lawyers, to collude and break the law, to hide his like having classified information on his person. It's just night and day. So I don't think it's the same, and I don't think those situations are prosecutable in the same way.
Real quick, you said
go back to my question.
What a coincidence.
You said Hillary Clinton, it was incidental. She didn't know, correct?
For which part?
Now, you said that Trump had classified information intentionally. It was incidental with Hillary Clinton. That's why it's different. If it was just incidental, like that's what you said, correct?
With Hillary Clinton, so I need to know which one you're talking about.
So, to be clear, on the Hillary Clinton, it was the FBI's contention that she didn't know. To be clear,
right?
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Yes, we know the corrupt FBI, that all of their agents were proving and saying in text message that they wanted insurance policies to
That
stop
horrible
Trump.
lifelong Republican
right.
K.O.E. nominated by George
You
W.
get
Bush
it.
that just
You
so
get-
happened
well,
to turn
if
out to be
you
an
think
evil
it's-
leftist. Yes.
Right. If
That
you
one. That
think
is
it's
correct, Rob.
if you think it's Republican versus Democrat, and that's the difference in the corruption, then clearly you haven't been paying attention.
Nah,
I know
it's a
you skipped the Durham
uniparty
report and
corruption.
anything. Nonetheless, you're the one who brought up that it was incidental or classified. So let me give you 2 examples of questions as to why. Do you think that Hillary Clinton, as a career politician, understood that having a server meant that there was likely to be classified information on it?
Nope.
You think that Hillary Clinton, first off, do you think that she went through a training that said that it was inappropriate for her to have a personal server?
Nope. As reported by the FBI, unfortunately for the State Department, there was a longstanding, even Trump has sent emails from his phone doing personal business. And
An email is different than a server.
regardless, email server, whatever. The idea was that there were some people that wanted to be able to send emails quickly. The idea was some people wanted to be able to send emails quickly. They didn't have the ability to get access to classified servers or to State Department servers quick enough, so they sent some emails on their personal emails.
Yep.
But
Did
the
she
idea
delete
that they knew-
33,000 emails after getting a subpoena, though?
The idea that
That's a
she
little illegal.
knew that there were classified emails there was never proved. The classification markings on the emails were suspect at best. I think only 2 had an
There we
actual
go. There we have it.
classification on them. And all of the emails that she was sending was going out to other official people doing official business. There was no attempt to hide or mask or
She
or
deleted the
conspire
emails
anything.
after getting a subpoena. That's an attempt to hide.
We'll get there. Please, we'll get there, Phil. So there you heard it there from Destiny and Brianna, what they're going to send them. Well, the FBI said that when Hillary saw the classified material, this career politician didn't understand what the classified markings was. She thought that they
I
meant
didn't say that.
alphabetical order.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Wait,
Don't,
wait,
wait.
No,
If
go
you
ahead.
want to, I know you like to do Dollar Tree, but please don't misquote me. I didn't say
Okay.
that she saw the classified material and didn't know what it was. My understanding is of like the 200 some, there were only like 200 some classified, half of I think which were retroactively classified. Of those emails that were classified, I believe only 3 even had the markings on them. There were no
Okay.
formal classification markings on 99.5% of these supposedly classified emails that were even on the server. So no, it wasn't like they saw a whole bunch of classified information. The FBI themselves said that it looked like when they were talking about classified topics, they were trying to just use like keywords or whatever, so they weren't intentionally spreading information that they knew they shouldn't. Like for the most part, it seemed like everybody that was conducting business on these servers and emailing to and from each other were doing their best to avoid leaking or having any kind of like improper communications going on. That's why
I
I
get
have
that.
the 30.
I
That's why I have
appreciate
all
that.
the emails.
Rob,
like,
hold on,
I'd
hold
like
on.
to respond, please.
Yep.
Sure.
You,
I just
and
wanna be
you,
clear
you
on the
absolutely
facts.
can. Yeah.
So
you-
basically, it was
hold
okay
on,
when she did it,
Phil,
is what I heard.
Phil. All right, so I'm just pausing right here. I'm going to consider this like a sidebar topic. It is relevant to the main topic, but I also don't think that we necessarily came here specifically to like litigate Hillary Clinton's like email
Oh, they
server.
did.
But
They do.
always
That's
not
the only
emails.
argument
But-
they've got.
well, hold on. We can go through this piece by piece because for instance, like if we're going to appeal to hypocrisy and we're just going to say, Hillary Clinton had security issues with the email server, and then Hunter Biden had issues with his security stuff when he was a senator, and then Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden had issues with the secured information, and then Hunter Biden has corruption issues that have been ignored. Hillary Clinton has corruption issues that have been ignored with the Clinton Foundation. I don't mind walking through each one of those topics, but I think that if we do one of those for 30 minutes, we're not going to litigate the other ones. So I'm going to do 10 minutes for Hillary Clinton's email server, and then we can either move to the next proximate.
I need 20
thing.
seconds.
All right,
Like, all I
so
need is-
Phil 20 seconds, and then Rob.
The fact that Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump have all been accused of mishandling classified documents in one shape, form, figure, or another, and only the people that happen to line up with the uniparty's politics are the ones that do not face prosecution is actually evidence of corruption. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you.
What about
Rob?
Mike Pence? Mike
Rob,
Pence.
Rob, and then Dylan.
He's part of the
Okay,
uniparty.
So there you
Definitively.
have it from Dylan and Brianna. Right? Okay, she saw some of the
Oh, the right
classified
don't want
markings.
Pence. You can have him.
She saw some of the classified markings, but this career politician didn't understand what they were. Now, an FBI agent who they didn't release the name of said that he thought that it defied credulity that Hillary Clinton was actually arguing that the classification markings actually were alphabetical order. And if that defense works for Hillary Clinton, I assume then if Trump says, Well, when I said things looked secret and things like that could have declassified, I didn't know they were classified. I thought that was just alphabetical markings. I assumed then everyone here will say, well, that's perfectly legitimate. If he thought that they weren't classification markings because the subpoena called for things that were marked classified, if Trump didn't think they were classified, he just thought it was alphabetical, then it's cool, right?
Well, Trump said, these are secret. I'm not supposed to show you.
Doesn't mean they were classified.
Wait, what does secret mean?
Wait,
Wait.
I have the quote here from Trump. This is from the indictment. Trump told individuals that the plan, and this was after he was showing aides and like journalists who were visiting him, secret plans to invade a country.
Just to be clear
no
on that.
security clearances. It was a plan to invade a country which is believed to be Iran, but we don't know if it was Iran for sure. This is what the indictment says. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, and this is his words, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't. But this is still a secret. So by the way, one last thing. I do also want to say
That would be a mistrial in a real world.
K.O.E. This means Trump doesn't even agree with your position on how the executive authority.
No, I'm saying that the tape that you
could
just
declassify
cited,
documents.
it's actually been revealed earlier today that's actually been an edited tape. So in any
Yeah, okay.
real world,
Could you tell me the context?
Oh, it's been edited. It's been revealed.
Wait.
It's been revealed.
K.O.E.
Where was this? I must have missed that New York Times article.
Project Veritas has ever revealed
Wow.
them. Brianna will
It's
huge.
all
Hold on. Brianna, you are my favorite condescending woman, but Dylan is my favorite hairy twink. So I am going to let him have a moment. I'm sorry, what's your classification? Is it otter?
Wait, how are we defining twink here?
Okay, bear, fine. Whatever you want.
To say, so.
Whatever classification you want. Dylan, please. You were
You'll
finishing
always
an
be Shawn
idea.
Michaels
Please
to
finish
me.
an idea.
Let me just read this again, okay, for people in the back. Trump told the individuals that the plan was highly confidential and secret. Trump also said, as president, I could have declassified it, and now I can't. But this is still a secret. What he's saying here, I don't know what edit could have been done to make it so what he's actually talking about is a separate document that has to do with ice cream or some unrelated topic. This is directly connected to the documents he was showing them. What was the edit that was done that made it so he was talking about something else and not the plans to invade a country, most likely Iran?
I got this. I can see a very plausible. Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Let's go.
So there's a very plausible situation where you might actually end up with a conversation that's recorded and then allows it to be edited, right? What if you're actually complaining about the fact that you got all this shit laying around your house, and what you really want to do is to come pick it up and take it the fuck off, and you've been complaining for a while for them to come do this, and it hasn't happened yet, and you're like, some other people come around, you're like, fuck it, look, this is how efficient our fucking government is. They can't even come pick up their fucking documents. I was already in office. I had to deal with all this other bullshit. And now I'm left with this fucking paperwork. It's fucking secret, right? But they left it here in my fucking house, and now I have to deal with it. Something along those lines, I can see somebody complaining about, and then you can snip. There's an edit, and that's
That'd
just
be
me.
nice, but there's no evidence of that. In fact, all the
Yeah.
evidence points to the contrary. The Department of Archives literally requested these documents back multiple times. The FBI requested these documents back multiple times. Trump told his attorney, who has now told federal prosecutors, that he instructed his attorneys and employees around Mar-a-Lago to hide these documents and to lie and misrepresent to the FBI what was there. So
is that recorded? Do we have?
It's in the indictments that was voted on by.
We don't.
That kind of sounds like a constitutional crisis that the Supreme Court should decide, not a fucking FBI raid from Merrick Garland, who just happens to be the guy that Donald Trump shafted out of a Supreme Court justice seat. You don't think there's a little bit of sour grapes there?
What is the constitutional crisis?
No, all of this whole problem here should have been decided by the Supreme Court. If we've got this problem, what should be done with these documents? What are the limits of this? All of this should have been decided by the Supreme Court long before the man's house was ever fucking raided.
Trump doesn't even agree with you.
Let's do
I'm sure he would love to. If he was on this panel, he'd be like, Phil, you are the best. Your arguments are incredible. You are my new press secretary.
He says right here, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't,
tape.
But it's still secret.
There's some nuances missing.
What's the edit? What's the edit? What's the nuance?
We don't need the edit. Okay, really simple back and forth.
So you're only believing the adversarial prosecution here. Interesting.
Co-nation.
I'm believing Trump's own words.
What is the crisis?
No, the fact that we had to raid a former sitting president's home over all of this nonsense should have been decided by the Supreme Court before anybody ever fucking knocked on his door.
But
If
he
this
has-
is truly the fucking problem that
Can we do-
everyone wants to
can we do-
pretend it
can we do
is,
actual answers and not like the grandstanding?
Yeah.
no,
I
this
could
is the
talk
answer.
about
You
a
not
lot
liking
of
it
Okay.
is
stuff,
irrelevant. I'm
too.
sorry.
Well, I want to make something clear. This is Phil KOE's actual personality, so you're just going to
Thank
have
you,
to deal
sir.
with that.
Right.
So
Thank you, sir.
What do you think? Here's a simple question. Should a president be able to tell whatever classified information or show whatever classified documents he wants for the rest of his life to anybody that he wants to?
He has the unilateral authority to declassify. Doesn't even have to tell anybody.
Wait, hold on.
And this has been the standard for at least 28 past presidents. The fact that it is only being used against Donald Trump here is, again, proof of corruption.
Okay, what
I
you
mean, that's
just
been
said is
proof that
not
Trump's
true. Hold
really
on,
dumb.
wait. What you just said is not true. The unilateral ability to declassify is something given to the
It
commander
comes from the
in chief.
office of the presidency.
Correct.
The
not
president
not for
sitting.
extra presidents, not in the future, not
When he
indefinitely.
takes them with
It is
him,
for
that is
the-
implicitly
No, it
declassification,
is
which is the
absolute-
argument
no,
his lawyers
no.
are making.
No, that is
And
first of
that's
all,
something the Supreme Court should have decided, not a goddamn raid of the man's house.
Supreme
That's
Court-
banana
right,
republic
Supreme
bullshit.
Court- the
Right.
Supreme
It shouldn't
courts
that
don't
be
need
like
to
a
decide it. The
process
Supreme
that
courts
whenever
don't-
someone's
CTV, hold
leaving
on. Destiny's
office
making
that
a point.
that the
Hold on.
Yeah,
the
I'm making
Supreme-
a point now too, right? Because he needs to combat this one as well. Shouldn't it also be a process that the government has for the exiting executive for them to go around and collect up all this material instead of it being allowed to be then transported into a civilian's fucking hands and property? That right there is the fault of the government.
There
Okay,
is
so
a
the problem-
process,
Destiny
and
was
it
making a
went through- it
response.
happened
Everybody
with
shut up, or
Barack-
I'm going to start muting people. Destiny and then Turk. Let's go.
Okay, there is a process. Barack Obama did the exact same thing. When presidents leave the White House, they take a ton of shit with them. Sometimes there might be classified information that gets taken too. People go through it and they ship back whatever's requested or whatever's found to be missing. The only difference is this time, Trump was adversarial in the process. He misrepresented what he had. He lied to multiple people and he instructed other people to lie to the archive people and to the FBI about the things that he had. There is no problem here. I wouldn't even agree with Brianna. There needs to be an overhaul of the process. The process works fine. If somebody tells you have classified information, you do your best effort to return it, because in order for there to be a criminal statute, for there to be a crime here, there has to be intentionality and intent to withhold classified information or to lie about it or store it in an area that's not allowed to have classified information. And these are things that Donald Trump did. So he did these things clearly. No past president or ex-president has ever done these things. And the idea that any president ever for the rest of their life should be able to unilaterally declassify things and show them to
We
people is
elected them to
ridiculous.
have that
Okay, Phil,
power.
no,
We
we
don't have
never
to like
did.
it.
Hold on.
Phil-
Pause. Everybody, stop. So there are two people that I've seen who are trying to get in, and there are most patient and tactful people. So I'm going to let Turk go, then I'm going to let Dylan go, and then I'm going to open it back to the floor. You guys are very passionate, but we also are kind of like litigating the same points again. So I do want them to add in their insights, and we can reopen it. And then I kind of want to finish up the Phil/Destiny exchange. So Turk, please.
Yeah, so I'm on the same side here as Brianna and Destiny, because the problem is when they leave office, they have a whole bunch of boxes of documents, and the archives don't know every single document that they actually have their hands on. There's not a certificate, there's not a stamp, there's not a signature on all these physical documents that get taken out of the office, which is why you see people like Biden, Pence, all these other people that don't necessarily have these clearances having access to these documents, because we don't thoroughly enforce this type of record keeping from the archives as well as from the people taking the documents. So KOE, it's like, I wish there was a memo.
Okay,
or
hang
some
on,
sort of
folks. I got a deluge of comments that I gotta bring here now. I was reading something really funny with my daughter, so I priorities, folks. Always keep them straight. Bandit, I'm just saying, has anyone seen Brianna and Canadar in the same room at the same time? Interesting idea. The fucking great Nate Down. Phil KOE is here bringing the sexy. Of course. Thanks for being here, Nate. Woo. The sound of their own voice. True. 8 people arguing. Yay. Well, I know. 8-on-1 against Phil KOE. Very unfair odds for the one person. Ironic, the person that made it about party politics cares about party politics. Wu thinks it's because Trump is a Republican and throws out the what about Pence as if that's some sort of own. Figures that Destiny would discern that oh my. So Hey, kiddo. Yeah, my kiddo's doing her dances. It's awesome. But all right, folks, we continue onward and upward.
Blanket thing Trump said that said all the documents that I'm taking with me are now being unclassified, and I can do what I wish with them, because that would make it cut and dry. And that's why, when he was talking about Obama, there's this process, and that's why these archives people have to go through these processes and request feedback, talk to lawyers and stuff. But it goes back to what Destiny says, and it's about intentionality. And that's why, this was my point to begin with, I'm glad this is going to court, because I really want to hear CTV's story being pitched by the defense team and see how that actually holds up with actual record keeping, because it's entirely possible that what Dylan is saying from the indictment is 100% true, but the context is important, and that needs to be litigated rather than saying, oh, he's guilty by just this one blurb. He probably can be, but there is context, and that needs to be vetted out. But I don't agree with K.O.E here, because, he was not the president when he was waving these documents around in front of people. He can't declassify them.
Okay, then we're going to go Dylan, and then it's open to the floor. So if anybody wants to take it, they can take it. But Phil and Destiny, we're having a passionate exchange that I think needs to be resolved. So Dylan, please.
So not only does once he have office, he doesn't have the authority. Let's say that this was the process. Let's say that once he's left office, any documents that he taken with him, even if the National Archives doesn't know he has it, even if they've requested it back and he's hiding it from him, he can just go shamalama bing bang. These are now declassified. This could set up a precedent. If they really wanted to, let's say they got voted out and they didn't want to get voted out, maybe they wanted to make money as they left the office. This could mean that a U.S. president could take records on, say, American spy installations around the world, our nuclear program, any number of issues, leave office, have been out of office for over a year, and then randomly decide, for whatever reason they could have, to say, you know what? Now, these extremely important classified documents that are integral to national security, I'm not even going to talk to anybody about it. They're just, ma'am, declassified. I have that authority. And hello, Twitter. I'm going to tweet out every single piece of this information. Under the system that K.O.E is saying is the current system, which, by the way, it isn't, that would be legal, and he'd be able to do it and put America at immense risk. Imagine a situation where a president was voted out because we thought he was a national security risk, and then he leaves office, but then he could have that much of an impact on our national security. It's just not a good system, and it's not the system we have.
But I'd also have
Be
to
careful
push
how
back.
you vote then.
I'd have to push back, though, because Joe Biden, as a vice president, also had this type of documentation stored in his garage, which is not really a secure place to be storing
Negligently.
things. So it's like, as much as I want to agree with you, Dylan, on this, it's like we also have to hold other people that have access to these types of documents to the same level of scrutiny.
There's two things I got to say to that, but I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, and then that's like, I understand that he's working with the prosecutors, he's working with records, they're working on moving stuff, but it's like, we have to hold everyone to the same account, and we can't just say, Joe Biden, you've got 18,000 boxes, whatever, give them to us when you've got time.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, from what I know, it was the team around Biden that informed the National Archives that he still had these documents in his garage, and then he cooperated with them to return them, which I do think is substantially different than the National Archives coming for you, asking for the documents, then you go out of your way to hide the documents.
Them working together is a much better outcome from
that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, but I also
would say negligence is
has
worse,
these
but,
documents. He doesn't have the authority to
measurably
have
worse.
them.
Destiny,
Yeah,
is
well,
your
yeah,
hand up,
well,
or you
neither did
scratching your head?
My hand is up. Okay.
Rocket.
We need to be clear when we're talking about hold people accountable. Do we mean like we're going to ratio them on Twitter? Or are we talking about like the criminal statutes? Because the statutes for mishandling classified information requires an intent to do so. Somebody accidentally taking a piece of paper home in a folder or whatever, and then when they see it, they report it to the archives, whatever. People come in and they investigate, they take it back. That's not a criminal procedure. You don't get convicted.
And that's
of a
why
crime.
in my opening statement, I was like, as much as I would like to go after Hillary, she might not have had the intent to do it, and she might not have had these other things. So it's like, I'm not.
I understand what you're saying, but
you.
you're saying we need to hold people to the same standard. We are. The National Archives contacted Trump and requested these documents back. If he would have turned them in, we wouldn't be talking about this right now. He would just send them back.
The process, but then,
No,
like I
no,
said,
no.
that's why
Again,
it
sounds like something for the
Hold on,
Supreme
wait,
Court to decide,
wait.
not
No,
fucking Merrick Garland.
Hold on.
Statement, man.
One of the indictments is literally for obstruction of justice. He
And
was
I don't
absolutely
disagree
not on
with you
process.
there.
Wait, but then you can't say he was in the process of doing it. He wasn't. He was hiding them and lying about what he had.
Connor,
They
you
have
heard
I'm
to
me at
sorry
the
to
very
be
beginning
frank,
saying
unless
that I think
somebody
this
can
should be going
advance
through
the
the courts,
argument
right?
that Donald J.
Yes, I
Trump
heard
is
you, Jeff.
not the commander in chief,
He was.
then
He's not the
anything,
commander-in-chief.
if you can make the argument that the president is not the commander in chief,
He's not the
which he was
president.
the fucking president, was he not?
Not when he showed these
was.
documents. No.
No,
You're
but when
wrong.
he took them, he was.
Do you know how
And
time
if you
works?
can make,
Time moves
if
in
you
one
can actually
direction.
make the argument that the president
can't
is
make the
not the
argument.
commander in chief, I will hear some sort of idea that Trump has done something wrong. Otherwise, it's all just I don't like Trump gum flappery and should be taken for the infotainment that it is, folks.
It
Wait,
is
so you wait, are
very-
you saying that like everybody in here, including Turk, all the conservatives who probably vote for Trump over Biden in a head-to-head, they're also just in the anti-Trump flappery, or do you think there's some merit to these arguments?
No, if you think that he doesn't have unilateral authority to declassify because the president is the commander in chief, then everything beyond that is just I don't like Trump gum flappery, to be frank.
That's not true.
Trump was not the commander in chief when he was showing these classified documents.
It wasn't when he
The
took the
commander-in-chief-
documents, though, wasn't he?
The commander
And he has unilateral,
the
and he doesn't even have to
commander-
tell
he
anybody
did
if he
not
wants
have-
to declassify.
He did. He
Sorry.
absolutely needs to. There is a process to doing so. That's why he declassified some
Yeah, how about
documents
it, Tara?
on his way out. Trump is not forever the commander in chief. That's
No,
it.
but when he
It-
left, he
it-
had the
it's
unilateral.
George Bush-
No,
he had
may I
unilateral
speak?
He did
authority
not.
to declassify.
I see you.
The
AOE.
commander-in-chief
AOE.
has that authority. All authority to classify.
All right, let's
comes
pause.
from the
Great
office
job
of the
moderating
presidency.
everything.
Okay,
got it,
hold
got
on.
it, got it. But
Everyone.
I'm just gonna talk.
Not
because
Everyone.
I'm tired of shills always having the platform where they're able to embrace these double standards and things like that. So I appreciate that it's just going
I
to be
resemble
to
that
hammer down
remark,
on
sir.
this one thing, right? So I'll say this: we talked about how there's not a double standard, and Trump was trying to obstruct. Hillary's team literally deleted subpoenaed evidence. Any comment on that? Was that a crime, Destiny?
There's no evidence that the deletion happened in violation of the subpoena. The order to delete was given before the subpoena was
Oh,
issued.
wow.
The FBI said the same thing. I'm sorry if that bothers you,
No,
but
it's
listen,
okay
at
when
the
she
end of
does
the
it.
day,
Let me
at
ask
the
you,
end of
Destiny.
the day, at the end of the day,
That's
if
what
you
you're
believe
saying.
that
It's okay
every
when she's
single-
done.
Let him finish.
Every single organization is corrupt, and you believe that, and you can't trust anybody,
Sum it up.
then you should fucking kill yourself, because there is literally no point in having a conversation about any of these issues. If the FBI is corrupt,
Life
if the
is
DOJ
beautiful,
is corrupt,
folks. Don't listen to that.
But by the
Please,
way,
Phil,
if
please.
all of these people are corrupt, then why didn't Trump just own them like every other president does? If the DOJ is truly
me get
working at the behest of the
I get
president,
it. I
then
get
why
the
was the
Destiny
DOJ working for
strategy.
Trump?
All
I
right.
get stuck with my hands and hyperventilate because I can't answer the question because it makes me
Wow,
look
I'm
so
not answering the
useless.
question.
So
You
let
tell
me
me the
ask you-
answer.
Again,
You're
I
trying
thought
to-
the idea was we weren't going on to. I sit here patiently. I'm trying to go have a back and forth. Let me ask you this, Destiny. When Paul Combetta, the IT person for Hillary, deleted those emails, did he know they were subpoenaed?
I don't believe so.
Well, that's not what
Oh.
he testified to the FBI. He said he was aware of the subpoena, but he had an oh shit moment
If he
that
was,
he knew
if he
that.
was, okay, then if he was aware, he had a plea of immunity, and there was the IT guy might have known he had a plea
So
of
Hillary
immunity,
should have been
but he
prosecuted.
wasn't the one being
Let him
no,
finish.
because there's no evidence that Hillary issued the order to delete emails that were subpoenaed. Correct, Rob?
Okay,
Rob,
now we get to the-
Rob, I want you to
Stop.
answer that question. Was there any evidence ever that Paul knew that Hillary told him to delete those emails that were subpoenaed? That she knew they were subpoenaed when he told him to delete the emails? Answer that question without rambling. You're going to ramble. You're not going to answer that.
I'll answer. No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Can I expound now?
go for it.
I don't have to do like Destiny and just say kill yourself
I'm
because
surprised
I
you
haven't
actually
achieved
answered
the
the
right
All
to
right.
questions.
Okay,
So
hold
I
on,
have to
hold on, hold on.
participate in the debate, but
Rob,
I really
I'm
don't
gonna
know
let
what
you
I'm
go.
talking about.
I'm going to let you go. Hold on. Everybody pause momentarily, okay? The temperature is obviously at 100. I want to get it down to a 98.6, like not fever level. So, Rob, go ahead. Dylan, are you playing with your hair or do you have your hand up?
I had my hand up earlier, but I'm always playing with my hair.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay,
So,
now I go.
So Rob, Dylan, and then Brianna, if you haven't
Yes.
lost brain cells, we'll do that. So,
I'm trying my best.
all right.
So here you can see the corruption, the double standards employed by the FBI. They're willing to accept everything Hillary's team said without subpoenaing phones, without violating attorney-client privilege. In fact, they allowed the attorneys who we know from the 302s actually lied to the FBI in Mills and Aberdeen. Both of them claimed they had no knowledge of Hillary Clinton's server and didn't even know what a server was, in the words of Cheryl Mills. But then there are emails that we have found that they were talking about the server prior to Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State. So they knew that this server existed. They directly lied to the FBI, according to Peter Strzok's 302s, but they weren't charged with this. However, what we see what the FBI did was they gave everyone immunity. They knew that crimes were committed that were literal obstruction of justice. There was destruction of subpoenaed evidence, knowingly subpoenaed evidence that was destroyed. And they just took Paul Combetta's word. After they suspected him of lying, after they knew he committed this crime, they said, well, we'll give him immunity, and then we'll see if he wants to roll on anyone. Now, that's where Destiny is going to be able to hold the ground here and say, well, we don't have evidence. Right, we don't have evidence because the FBI FBI intentionally, because of their bias, chose not to look for. And we can see that the investigation into Trump in this particular indictment proves how corrupt it was. Because what Destiny and his left-wing flacks like Pisco want to argue is that, well, this was a totally reasonable strategy to go after the low-level guys that they knew committed crimes, give them immunity and say, do you have anything you want to say about Hillary? And they said, no, I don't. Why, if that's the standard, that it's the best way to solve a case, why are they indicting Nada? Why didn't they just give Nada immunity? Why didn't they go to him and say, hey, we're going to give you total immunity about the handling of this classified information? Did Trump tell you to do it? And if Trump said, no, he didn't, they'd say, okay, case closed. No need to talk to attorneys and violate attorney-client privilege. No need to subpoena text records. No need to subpoena phone records and emails, because that's what they did in the Hillary investigation. So in the Trump investigation, we're told all of this shit was necessary because there was an idea that he may intend to obstruct justice. Now, with the Hillary case, she actually did obstruct justice, or her team did. As everyone knows, yes, her team did obstruct justice. But instead of having a super serious investigation and raiding homes and getting subpoenas, they said, we'll just give that low-level guy immunity. Why the double standard in how they're treating Nada versus how they treated Combetta?
Two things.
Destiny.
One, didn't they hand every device over to the FBI? They didn't have to subpoena everything.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. What did they not hand over? My understanding is that Hillary Clinton
destroyed cell phones.
They destroyed cell phones?
Yes, they smashed cell phones with cameras. Would you like me to read from the actual IG report? I have this pulled up. I knew you would try to spout this live.
I'm sure that's not trying to conceal
evidence.
Guys,
hold on.
Destroy evidence.
Hold on. Pause. Everybody pause. There's a real contention here that I actually feel is substantive that we can, try to get past, okay? Which is basically, we have Trump credibly accused of doing this thing. We have an alleged parallel with Hillary Clinton. Some people are saying that the timeline makes sense to the point that they were cooperating with the investigations. But this is also one of the allegations from the Durham report, is that the FBI is basically very aggressive when it comes to the Trump investigations, but they are not aggressive when it comes to the Hillary Clinton investigations. So what I want to do, because we have people waiting, I want Rob to basically give us the information. I want Destiny to chew on that for a minute. I want Dylan and Brianna to go, and then I want us to revisit. So Rob, go ahead when you're ready.
Page 82 of the IG report, quote, some witnesses told us they were concerned about certain devices the FBI was never able to locate. For example, as described above in section 2, the mid-year team was never able to locate the archive laptop, the archive thumb drive, both of which Hanley and others contained complete copy of Clinton's archives. In addition, according to the LHM, the FBI's investigation identified 13 total mobile devices associated with Clinton's Clinton.com email address. The mid-year team asked Clinton's attorneys for these devices, but they stated they were unable to locate them. According to the LHM, Cooper and Hanley told the FBI they were wiped or destroyed by Clinton's devices. One FBI analyst told us she was frustrated by the claim that Clinton's attorneys could not find her devices. However, he stated that he guessed the agency didn't have probable cause to assert the missing devices were in Clinton's home and that a search warrant could be issued, given the testimony that her old devices had been destroyed. We question whether the use of the subpoena or search warrant might have encouraged Clinton, her lawyers, and Combetta and others to search harder for the devices. Prosecutor Toole told us that the prosecutors believe Clinton's attorneys were dealing in good faith. See,
Okay,
so when it came to Hillary's
question. That's important.
Do you have any evidence that those devices were destroyed after the subpoena was issued? Or are we saying that because she didn't have her cell phone?
Wow, reaching, man.
Oh, no, it's not a
Let
reach.
him-
I'm sorry,
let him
hold
go.
on. If I were to go and
It's
search your
kind of a
house for
reach.
every cell phone you had since the year 1998, does that mean you destroyed them all?
The
because of
ones that
subpoena
the
you got in
FBI just so
2015?
happens to need to get their hands
They're
on,
asking
just
for
so
every
happen
device-
to be
they're asking
destroyed when it comes time for them to go a looking. Come
Okay,
on, man.
okay,
Even
so-
you don't believe that.
So,
Come on,
to
man.
reiterate, they had absolutely no evidence. Here is like the simplest question that I can ask that completely dismantles this entire silly argument. If the FBI is so concerned about aggressively hunting people on the right, and they're all a bunch of leftoid dipshits, why in the fuck, in the course of these Hillary email investigations, did Comey at 2 different points make potentially campaign-ending statements about Hillary Clinton's emails? One, when he came out and he gave the scathing review
Didn't charge
of her
her.
conduct, when
finish.
he said he didn't recommend charges, he gave that scathing review. And 2, publicly stating, I believe like 2 weeks before the election, that they were reopening the investigation. If the FBI is such a partisan hack organization that is only concerned with furthering leftist causes, why did they do those 2 things?
Okay,
And I want
if I may-
hold on, Rob. Nope. you
Notice
may
they
not.
didn't charge
You may
her. They
not.
charged Trump.
Phil, I want everybody to absorb the information into their bodies. I want them to meditate deeply on what Rob and Destiny have said. I want them to internalize them and digest them while we listen to other people make points. So we're going to go Dylan and then Brianna and then Turk. I did see it. You're going to be next on the list, but I'm probably going to let it flow and then I'm going to drag it over to you.
I also want to add one more quick thing to the end of my thing. 8 of the devices they sought were from her tenure from 2009 to 2013. So these cell phones were like fucking years old. Okay.
Well,
hold on. I have objections.
You have a question that will dismantle everything, and then I'm not allowed to answer it. We'll get to it in 5 people later. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dylan, go ahead.
So I was mulling over this idea of like classification. The president saying "alakabam," you can look at my nuclear documents now, and I was thinking about this process that Trump went through. The first hurdle I'm thinking of, if he knew he had this power and he believed he had this power and everybody around him believed he had this power, why did he go through a process of declassification at the end of his presidency with the office of the president? Second point I would have to make is, why did he say things like this according to one of his lawyers? This was in the indictment as well. I don't want anybody looking through my boxes. I really don't. I don't want you looking through my boxes. Well, what happens if we just don't respond at all or don't play ball with them? Wouldn't it be better if we just told them we don't have anything here? Well, isn't it better if there are no documents? If he knew that he had this power as president, just go alakabam and declassify all these documents, why did he hide them?
We've done that, Circle, so I just kind of want to let that
property?
I want to let that question marinate in the ether, so to speak, and I want Brianna to share her insights with us.
Yeah. So Destiny, you said something a bit earlier where you said you weren't really sold on this idea that we need to overhaul classified intelligence systems. I didn't understand this until I read Richard Stengel's book. He served as undersecretary of a state under Kerry, and he was talking about his like light bulb moment where he realized why Hillary Clinton had set up her own email server. It was when he went to the State Department and started using the computer systems there, which are like secure, but they are from the 1990s, and they're ultra slow. They're hard to search through. They're very non-responsive. And what he found is because of the culture of the State Department requires you to like email people back very quickly and be responsive. That forwarding stuff to the equivalent of a Gmail account was a very, very common practice. And in fact, this is a common practice across many government agencies. If you look at those pictures of like Trump at Mar-a-Lago with all these different boxes there piled to the ceiling, anyone that's ever worked with any kind of law firm knows they have a really, really secure check-in, check-out service to like have classified documents, make sure, client
Just something to keep in mind when Brianna Wu is talking about the boxes of documents. This just kind of shows like this is very low information here. The raid was over about 100 documents. Do you think that's going to fit in hundreds and hundreds of boxes? No, that was a photo op. Again, people, like it's not all that hard to manipulate folks with just a single, like it's not that hard to manipulate low resolution thinkers with a single picture.
Secrecy is kept. So there is a problem across the government where we have this agency that was set up in the 50s to classify intelligence. And as things have scaled, as we're producing so much more paper and records and things like ever before, we've not really like funded this agency to keep it up with it. So I believe that there is a big problem across government of people trying to do the right thing, trying to do their jobs, trying to respond to emails. But because we've not invested in this very core infrastructure, it's made it much more difficult to do. And I just want to make one like overarching point. And this is sincere and it's very genuine. It's really hard to sit here and listen to this. Not in the sense I begrudge my right-wing friends, like your opinions, but you don't seem to believe in any part of the country. Like you think the FBI is corrupt, you think all these officials are out to get you, you think we need to like short circuit due process in the court system and go straight to the Supreme Court. Like there's no faith you have that people in the government are trying to do the right thing.
You read the Durham report?
And my experience, because I have worked with the FBI on multiple things, My experience is you have hardworking professionals that are understaffed, under-resourced. They love this country. They can make more money in the private sector, and they're doing this because they really believe in the country. And I think it's really sad that like there's no point of view on this panel that like treats them and believes they are the professionals that they are. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
generally
They-
speaking they are.
Waco, Ruby
Well,
Ridge, great
So
example.
so Turk, all right, Turk. If you're quick, just because we've had kind of the sharing of the thoughts and the ideas. What I'm curious about, just to kind of move the conversation just a smidge. Rob asked Brianna at the end of that perspective, have you read Durham? And I feel like Durham is a place where you could point to a double standard. So I would like y'all to engage on that. But before we do that, Turk, if you want to share our thoughts, and then I would like to hear Rob and Brianna engage on Durham.
Yeah, so this goes back to Brianna. I really think the other issue where it comes to, if we were going to say that the federal bureaucracies that are in place, particularly with the FBI in this specific instance, why was the Miami field office not the one that was in charge of executing and organizing the raid on Mar-a-Lago? And it was in fact placed by the DC field office. That goes completely past standard normal operating procedures within the FBI when doing field work. Can you respond to that?
You know, in
Because
my
that's
experience,
violating the standard norm that we're supposed to trust and verify and believe everything's working well.
in my experience working with the FBI, anything that tends to be a national security issue, the national state of this was very quick to get in. I'll give you a very good example. When I was running for office, I had really let me finish what I'm saying because it does answer.
I don't want to hear the story.
When I was running for office, I had really good reason to believe that Russia had hacked my Gmail. There was very strong evidence of that. And I did report that to my local FBI field office. It was the national FBI that got back to me very quickly. Exact same thing with Gamergate when I was working with them during Gamergate. So
Thank you,
it
Ben.
would be my guess that anything that's kind of high profile politically, that the uppers like step in and kind of pass it to the most senior people there because there are political implications.
So then why is it now being prosecuted and placed in the Miami federal courts as opposed to being in the DC federal courts?
Because isn't that because you need standing in a state where a crime is being committed? Isn't that generally like an important part of like?
Why wasn't the grand jury
It's not
that did all of this?
following
Why wasn't it
standard
in Florida?
operating procedures.
Wait, hold on. The grand jury was in Florida. That's my
No,
understanding, right?
No, there was a grand jury in Florida, but when all of the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the motions about what they were allowed to get from the attorneys and what sort of documents they were allowed to subpoena, all of that occurred in DC with a DC favorable left-wing jury pool. And then they just said, oh, Florida grand jury, here's everything we found, read it. But the Florida grand jury had no say in, and that judge had no say in the violation of attorney-client privilege and all of the sort of investigative tools that the FBI was able to use.
I'm not going to be able to answer every single question, but if your answer to every single question is going to be, well, this is evidence of corruption, except for when they did this, like if they're so corrupt, then why did they go to Miami grand jury at all? Why didn't they just do everything in DC, Rob?
Because of standing. Because they would have been.
Yeah, but like, why couldn't they have said like, well, it's a federal crime and these documents were taken from DC, so we're going to charge it in DC? They probably could have argued for it. And if also remember, Rob, it's your argument that they're all so corrupt that they like if the whole FBI is bought and sold, why wouldn't they just make the argument in front of all the corrupt courts and all the corrupt DOJ and all the corrupt FBI to do this?
Again, I'll get to Brianna in a second, which way Connor wanted, but I'll answer your question that was going to solve everything. The question of these phones.
Like selective,
Real quick, these phones were going to solve everything. Just because the phones were years old, the FBI clearly thought that these phones were material that they wanted to see. And instead of subpoenaing it, they just asked. After the FBI knew that the evidence had been deleted that was subpoenaed. So the FBI, if they're really concerned about stopping potential obstruction, at that point would be like, screw that, we're not asking anymore. We're going to subpoena.
Obstruction is obstruction. If you ask me for something and I destroy it, I'm pretty sure that's obstruction just as much as if you subpoena me and I destroy it. They ask
Rob, these phones were from 2009 to 2014 for an investigation that went from 2016 to 2018. So still very much well within the line. So I'm sorry, unless we all get a burner phone every 6 months.
Remember, it's not about your feelings. It's about
I do. do.
charges. You have to prove that they were destroyed with the intent to obstruct. What?
No,
future
I
crime?
don't. I don't have to prove that. I'm not saying that. In fact, these phones were destroyed before the subpoena. That's not the argument I'm making, Destiny.
Then what is the argument you're making?
The argument I'm making is you're the FBI, right? Why did the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago? Can Brianna, you or Dylan tell me that?
The FBI raided Mar-a-Lago because they waited for months and months. It was over a year of fighting with Trump to get these documents back, and he didn't respond.
Because
And now
Donald Trump
you think-
shafted
please,
Merrick Garland out of the
please,
Supreme
now
Court
you
seat.
think-
That's
now
actually
you
why
think-
if you want to
please,
get out of the
please,
razzmatazz.
Now you think that they were trying to obstruct. That's a big deal, that Trump was trying to obstruct, right?
Wait, why do you think I think Trump was trying to obstruct?
Because what's in the indictment.
Correct.
Okay, so if the argument is that the FBI has to up their intensity if they feel that there's an attempted obstruction through an ongoing investigation, which is a serious crime itself, then they have to take more aggressive steps. They're done just asking.
No.
Yeah.
No, wait, hold on. The FBI didn't raid because of obstruction. The FBI raided because there were documents that they needed to get back that were classified that was out of government control.
In other words,
Okay,
they
so-
thought that Trump was obstructing the process of giving back those documents by
It
withholding
doesn't matter.
documents.
No, it doesn't matter if they thought he was obstructing or not. The reality was there
Bro,
were
it
documents there. and
absolutely
the
fucking
FBI
matters whether they thought he was obstructing or
the-
not.
the
Because if they didn't
documents-
think that he was, then why the fuck would they bother raiding his fucking house?
Because there were documents that they weren't getting turned back in.
And
They
so
were
that's
turned
really
in.
matters what the fuck they thought. That's the whole
something
fucking
for the
point.
Supreme Court to decide,
Yeah,
man.
so-
Not
so-
Merrick
so-
Garland, who got shafted out of a seat, who's got sour grapes over it.
It could be. We could hypothesize a world where they just didn't know, they were being lazy, they didn't fucking check anything, and eventually FBI raids to go get it back. That's not necessarily obstruction. That's just them being lazy and stupid. Now, in
Doesn't
this
matter.
case,
The term obstruction, the way I'm using it here, I don't mean the legal definition. I mean they were
then don't
afraid
say
that
obstruction. I don't know what you're
Please.
talking about then.
they were afraid, but because it is obstruction, but you're being obtuse. So they
No,
were
I'm talking
afraid.
about
Please let me finish.
We're not going to use legal
Sorry.
terms in this
Sorry.
legal discussion.
Yeah,
They
Rob,
were
one of the criminal charges in the indictment is
Holy
obstruction
shit.
of justice. So if you say obstruction,
cool,
I'm going to say
cool.
what you're talking about. But go ahead.
like destroying subpoenaed evidence, that sort of obstruction. But yes, what I'm saying is that the FBI, we're told that they had to take this unprecedented step of raiding a former president's home because they wanted documents back and they weren't getting them. They were worried they weren't going to get them back. Right
Yeah,
now, with the
correct.
Hillary side, they
God, I was
also
gonna fall
were
on our
worried
head.
they weren't going to get them back. You know how I know they were worried? Because they knew they were deleted. So at that point, you would stop asking. You would say, we're going to have some subpoenas. But for some reason, they did the opposite. And you still can't
Hold on.
answer the question.
Why did they
give
tangle with that before you
please,
get
please,
shallow? Can I just
please.
tangle with that point before you get shallow? Okay,
Oh,
hold on.
The
problem
just
with
that way, if everyone's just corrupt and blah, blah, blah.
Because you
Please,
just like to
you
like to
accuse
give
other
another
people of
rub-
exactly what you do.
doing this.
But go ahead.
Okay.
Love the energy,
Okay,
Rob.
one point at a time. Okay, you're saying. Okay, let me just try to get my mind around this. You're saying that they raided Trump's house to try to get documents back, but they didn't need to raid Hillary's email server. The Hillary's email server and the crimes and the issue we're looking at there are fundamentally different than why the FBI raided Trump's house. The FBI raided Trump's house to get classified material back. I don't know if you know how email works, but you can't take the emails back. Raiding Hillary's place and taking the emails back doesn't work. Once an email is sent, it's
You
gone.
don't know how
So
an email server works.
Please don't try. Okay, if
Dude.
when they're investigating Hillary
I think we
Clinton,
might
when
need
they're
to.
I think
investigating
he's
Hillary Clinton,
commenting on
you
your
cannot.
quality.
I don't care what kind of email server you have, you cannot unsend the email. Stop.
But
okay.
there's a physical copy on the hard drive of the document being sent
I'm
from
listening
that
to you.
machine.
That's fine, but they weren't raiding Hillary's place to try to get back physical copies on a hard drive. What they were looking
That's
for
the point.
was they were looking for the crime of whether or not she intentionally, because that's what you need.
She
You need the
intentionally
intent.
created a server that could potentially hold these types of documents, then knowingly had them erased, or
No, hold
someone
on.
under her effect had them erased.
Okay. If
No,
you wanna- if
anybody
all-
that's ever been charged with possession with intent to distribute is like, what the fuck? They don't need
This
it.
is
So
a
what the
zoo-
fuck is this bullshit
This is
intent
like
shit,
Zoom
The
man?
problem is
files
you
are
guys
in the
are
computer.
no, you guys are like you're mixing up your personal feelings about some things with like the legal statutes. There is nothing against the law about creating a personal email server and doing work out of that, even if you work for the government. Nothing about that is illegal. So
There is when you're holding classified documents like these.
when you say there is when you're doing
Correct.
this, you're agreeing with me in more words. Okay? There's nothing
No,
illegal
he's
about it's like
disagreeing
me
with
saying-
you
No, it's like
in
me
more
saying,
words.
Come on, we got places to be, and
It's like
he's
me
getting
saying-
there.
I can't. Yeah, okay. It's like saying there's nothing illegal about owning a gun, and me going, "Oh, it is illegal to own a gun if you kill somebody with it."
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so you're
Yes.
agreeing with me. There's nothing illegal
Well,
about.
that's
having
actually
a-
not
She
true.
did
That's
the
actually
legal
true.
thing. There was
That's
class.
That's actually
You
not
do
true.
the
Hold on,
killing
That's
or
not true.
having the documents,
not
you
true.
violate the rule.
Oh, you just
setting
said
up the
non-
email
non-truth
server
just got
has-
said. Nobody
has
cares.
nothing to do
CTV
with
is correct.
setting
Non-truth
up,
just got said. You have to be charged and prosecuted before it becomes illegal.
setting
right?
up an email
Oh.
server.
This is a fucking justice system
All right,
after all.
hold on. All right, pause. Well done, pause. Everybody pause. Okay.
I'm not even sure the original point was. Apparently,
so
having email servers is
don't
illegal.
worry.
Yeah.
I can summarize it. And
Thanks.
also, Dylan has been patiently waiting. I do see Dylan, so we're going to give the Dylan in a second. However, I kind of want to summarize the scenario because I feel like we escaped the orbit of Hillary Clinton's email server for about 20 minutes, and then now we're back again. What
Go
we're
figure.
really talking about is it seems like conservatives believe that there are rules for thee, but not for me. And that
we've
if
been
you're
pointed out on the left.
hold on, let me articulate this fully, and then I promise I'll let you guys do it. It seems like the conservative side of the panel are saying there's rules for thee, but not for me. That Biden and Hillary Clinton have done several things that the FBI did not investigate aggressively, even though there were some shady things going on, like the smashing of the cell phones or her pretending that, but I'm saying pretending based off my perspective, but bleaching of the server was literally physically wiping it down with cleaning product, that kind of thing. That all seems like shady bullshit to me, right? But
I don't know. I clean my desktop.
hold on. If
See,
I
it's
was
nice
to
and pretty.
if I was to articulate the progressive side, it's that Biden and Hillary Clinton seem to have tried to, in some circumstances, cooperate with the investigations, whereas based off of the indictment, we are seeing that Trump did not wish to cooperate with the people who were trying to recover the files. And so there's a material difference there. That is what I have taken away from the past 30 minutes or so. Now, Rob, I do see you. You're a beautiful rhetorician. I can't wait to hear from you. But Dylan has more beautiful hair, and so we're going to let him go first. Dylan, lead us into the fray, and then we're going to open it back up.
Luxurious head of hair.
Yeah, I just wanted to think about this for a second. So I don't know the moral intent behind everybody working at the FBI, but James Comey, 10 days before the 2016 election, reopened the probe into Hillary Clinton's email. Now, I don't know if you think it had an impact on the election. Hillary thinks it had an impact on the election. A lot of Democrats thinks it had an impact on the election. If the FBI is so corrupt towards Democrats, why would James Comey reopen a probe into her emails 10 days before a major election that had extremely close election results? Not to mention the fact in his 2018 book, which he released 2 years after the decision, he said that it may have been influenced by unconsciously. He says unconsciously. I don't know what he means by that, but I mean, I'll take him at his word. Unconsciously impacted by the fact that she could have been the next president of the United States. If the FBI is so unbelievably corrupt, why would they do that? Which obviously hurt Hillary in the 2016 election.
Answer
Rob,
this real
go
quick.
ahead.
It's something that's brought up quite a bit. So the reason is in the IG report. The reason is because Comey and them were trying to cover up the Anthony Weiner laptop. They sat on that. It's in the IG report. So I don't know. Do you want me to read it word for word? Do you want me to, Destiny? You're laughing. Do you want me to read it?
I would be
Anthony Weiner should not bring it up after.
So the reporting FBI agent's name was Sweeney, and I believe it was on September 28th, they found out that there were all of these hundreds of thousands of emails, including from Hillary Clinton's server, an email chain on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Sweeney reported this to Peter Strzok and also to James Comey around September 28th or 29th. The entire reason that we're told in the IG report that the FBI didn't get subpoenas, they weren't that like they let all this shit go. They had to give out immunity deals was because they were in a hurry. And so Sweeney was like, well, listen, if we're in such a hurry, why has it been a month and no one's looking at these emails from the FBI? So Sweeney blew the whistle and went to the outside the FBI because he kept getting in touch with the FBI saying, why aren't you doing something about this? And so he went to the Southern District of New York, and then the Southern District of New York contacted Comey. Comey then had to announce that he was reopening the investigation because, as he said in the book, as Dylan gives you part of the story, he did think it could have been implicitly influenced by the fact that he thought Hillary was going to win. In fact, I believe he said at one point, or the FBI was saying she'd win 1,000,000 to 1 or something like that. And he said he was afraid it would be an albatross around her neck in her first term, that the FBI is accused of holding back this information. So he announced the reopening, then magically was able to go through 500,000 emails in 3 days and say, okay, it's good. There's nothing to see here. That's why they waited, Dylan. That's why they announced, because they were corrupt and trying to bury it until the end of the election.
Why didn't they just bury it there
wait, to
and
be
not say
clear,
anything?
to be
Because
clear,
there was a whistleblower?
wait, what's that? Let's respond to me. So to be
Ooh,
clear, the
whistleblowers.
theory is that they waited until 10 days before the election to announce a groundbreaking story of another probe into Hillary Clinton's emails, only to shut it 3 days later to help her.
Yes.
Okay, that's stupid. I don't even know what else to say to that. That's
Right.
just-
So you disagree with the IG report? That's what you're saying? So the IG report concluded that the reasoning that Comey and the FBI gave, which was, well, we thought that we had to bide our time because of this, was counterintuitive to everything else they were saying. What I'm telling you, Dylan, is they got caught with their fucking hand in the cookie jar. They tried to bury this story because
Why
they
didn't
knew
they bury it then? They didn't bury it.
because
They
there
announced
was a
another probe.
whistleblower, Dylan, that went outside the FBI. And they were afraid that had Hillary won and that whistleblower then spoke up and said, listen, James Comey and the FBI refused to look at this before the election. They did not. They claimed that they had to announce that Hillary was innocent before the election and
How
give
was the
everyone
FBI
immunity.
the
They
FBI
intentionally sat on this evidence.
One random whistleblower was
That
able
makes
to
a lot
take
of
out
sense,
Hillary
though.
Clinton? Hold on. So you're telling me
That's
then
incredible.
whistleblowers
One
aren't killed,
whistleblower fucking
aren't
blew
hidden,
the whole fucking door open on the Iraq
so
war. On
whistleblowers
that
aren't
many
hunted down in
things.
the United States relentlessly by our intelligence agencies. A single whistleblower can literally influence the entire course of an election? Why couldn't they shut this down in federal courts? Why couldn't they tie this up with legislation? Why couldn't they have arrested the guy or kicked him out of the country or gone full fucking Edward Snowden or like there's a million or
Like,
WikiLeaks?
the idea that a whistleblower couldn't swing an election, I'm sorry, is just kind of a lack of imagination.
Can I respond here? So I think it's interesting that Dylan and Destiny aren't like, oh shit, the IG said that they didn't believe the FBI and the FBI was intentionally sitting on this evidence, but they're more concerned with, well, just because this whistleblower went to the Southern District of New York, they could have been more corrupt. They could have been more corrupt and did more. Again, Comey, the FBI, Hillary, the Democratic media, etc., all thought that Hillary had it in the bag. What they didn't want was her to be hampered, as Comey said in his book, because there would be a legitimate claim from a whistleblower saying, I repeatedly went to the FBI brass, I went to the Southern District of New York saying, why are you covering up this evidence? And they refused to acknowledge it until after the election. Therefore, the election's illegitimate, which would have sprung probably an impeachment if Hillary would have been elected and Republicans would have took the House. And James Comey didn't want that. Anyone honestly trying to argue that James Comey and the FBI were actually in the bag for Donald Trump, that's what and we were going to get to the Durham report, right? The Durham report is quite clear that the FBI intentionally went after Donald Trump, not having any evidence to justify doing so. They actually used the word of a suspected Russian spy to accuse Trump of dealing with Russian spies.
He's like, he just pivoted to like a whole other fucking topic.
To be fair, we were talking like we wanted to get to this topic about 15 minutes ago.
He's just pivoting. It's like this whole thing is like from pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot to pivot.
Exactly.
We're like a
Okay, hold on.
We're
No, and Brianna, I want to hear you address this very specifically. So probably about 15 minutes ago, we tangentially got to the FBI, and the Durham report. And if I was going to like meta-analyze this conversation, I would be summarizing the exact same thing again, which is basically conservatives are saying there's a double standard when it comes to investigation and prosecution, and the progressives are saying the investigations and prosecutions make sense. And on top of that, there's contradictory variables that show that there is not a double standard. So how do you deal with these variables? And we disagree on whether or not these variables are pertinent. So if I was to steelman the conservatives, I would basically say 10 days before a fucking election it's a little late. It's a little late in the game. A lot of people have made up their minds. So, but I don't want to inject my opinion too much. Brianna, please share your thoughts.
So I just want us to note here, we are 1 hour and 20 minutes into this, and we have spent 80 minutes dealing with the torrent of conservative rage and like a tangent of conspiracy theories here, y'all. This is why it's so hard to have any kind of discussion as a country. Because, like, I'm sorry, I don't watch Fox News or Newsmax or all of this. I read the New York Times. I read the Washington Post. I read the LA Times. I'm not up to date on the latest like storylines.
And shut up and listen.
Up here. So it is
That's a fair
so
point.
hard to like have any kind of discussion here because this is what we're talking about, Trump. And it's just like it goes into Hillary Clinton. It's like y'all are looping. Is there any point tonight where we are going to be able to actually talk about the matter at hand, which is Donald Trump, and not like relitigate this like shitstorm of bullshit
I mean,
that
that
we've
would
dealt
be a
with.
take if you were
Y'all
allergic
are
to
like
nuance.
World War II soldiers that are like still fighting the battle like 50 years later. Hillary Clinton was 2016. She's not doing anything in the party. Most of the left doesn't even like her nowadays. Like, if you want to talk about something more relevant and recent, look at the treatment of Hunter Biden. I think this is
The
very
dude threw a
instructive.
gun behind a
I think
You know,
this is very
let her finish.
instructive
Right.
of the integrity that the Biden Justice Department has shown. At its best, there should be a separation between what the Justice Department is doing and what like the president may or may not want. He has been remarkably hands off with this. And I think there's a wider sentiment on the left where if Hunter Biden goes to jail for tax evasion or any of this stuff, I don't give a shit. I don't know anyone that gives a shit on the left. We want justice to be done. So
Okay.
it's really hard
So-
as a country to move forward when
Mhm.
we've got one side of the country that wants to believe any charges against their guy, oh, it's rigged, it's the FBI, it's this, it's that. And you go into like all these alternate storylines have nothing to do with the matter at hand. We're talking about Donald Trump.
Okay, now I'm not surprised, seeing as how you watched the New York Times, that you haven't heard of the Durham report, because they chose not to
didn't
cover
say
it.
I hadn't heard of
We're
the
talking
Durham
about Trump,
report.
actually.
You didn't have to watch Newsmax or Fox News to read the report yourself. And it's always the same argument that you hear from these people that cheer for this corruption and double standard. Oh, that's in the past. Oh, okay, we were wrong about that. That was in the past. Isn't it time to move forward and ignore the double standard? The problem with your line of thinking is, I don't give a shit about Donald Trump. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. What I give a shit and think's more of a threat to our country is if we have major institutions, including the most powerful law enforcement agency in the history of the world, that is putting their thumb on the scale and is setting out, just like Chuck Schumer said, and is going to say, if you challenge us, we will take you down. And it's having investigations at the same time against Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And the investigation into Hillary, they gave everyone immunity. And the investigation into Trump, they did the exact opposite. Went after people for the exact same crimes that we know the Hillary people went with, charged the low-level people, tried to get them to flip on the higher people, etc. The Durham report outlines just how corrupt this was. And instead, you would think, as someone who worked at the FBI or worked for them, instead of just saying they're all great people, you would actually read that report and see that corruption and say, my God, these are things that need to be fixed. You and Destiny and Dylan can't defend any of this corruption.
Wait,
I'll
Rob,
finish real
all
quick.
the corruption. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
The reason
No,
for that,
he-
Durham
wait,
actually said
wait, hold on,
the reason he gave the recommendation is
I wanna
because
hear
if the people at the top of the FBI are corrupt, it doesn't matter what he recommends. What we found out from the Durham report is there's people within the FBI that place their loyalty to their politics above their loyalty to this nation. That is true treason.
Beautiful. The question was, how many if there's so much, if the Durham report, which I don't even know why you're trusting this, by the way, because apparently all of our institutions are corrupt except for when they're showing corruption in our institutions, but whatever, I'll grant you that. How many charges came out of the Durham report?
None.
Actually, there was a guilty plea.
Hold on.
There was a guilty plea.
Wait. There were three.
One conviction, three charges.
There were one conviction. There was two charges. The other two died in court almost immediately. Okay. There was one conviction.
So there was a conviction.
If there was all this corruption, then where are all the charges?
I just told you why.
I'm not.
It's like there's no inputs. It's
No,
like I just told you why.
Here's the problem with your story. Okay, is that if you go into these institutions and what you imagine is most of them are decent people trying to do their best. Some of them are undoubtedly politically biased, and that's absolutely something that can happen from the top to the bottom. For the most part, and the Durham report basically said the same thing, that people are trying to do their best, but sometimes they may be a little bit misguided. They might ignore some things because they've got a certain political bias. Okay?
No,
That
actually,
is
the
a
conclusion of the Durham report
far
said
cry.
if
That
the
is a
people at the FBI are not
far
willing to
cry.
withhold
That is a
or hold up to
far
fidelity, bravery, and integrity,
cry.
doesn't matter what I recommend.
Based. Nice job. That is a far cry from the institution is corrupted and rotted from the ground up. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
And
Hold on. Okay, listen. Rob, I know you don't like me interrupting so much, but you are a passionate fellow who occupies a healthy chunk of time. So the Mr. Turk has been patiently waiting with a very sad look on his face, like the dog from Futurama. So I'm going to let him go.
No, I was going to just provide some comic relief and say, Brianna, I'm glad we agree on the Hunter Biden thing. I 100% agree. He should be prosecuted on federal firearms charges for lying on a federal firearm purchase order, as well as for disposing of a firearm within a gun-free zone behind a school. I think we should definitely prosecute him and put him into federal prison for that.
Let him
Please.
have his day in court. I have no issue with that. I don't
So
know
why
anyone.
are we not doing that then?
Because
corruption is why.
Has anybody ever been prosecuted because of a video of a gun? For how many years old was this?
Holy shit.
It was not that long ago.
It
Well,
wasn't
what is-
just a video. He left a gun. First up, he attempted to buy a gun when he was a felon, which
Why
is
are you doing a
itself.
whole
Here we
story,
go.
Rob?
Here
We
we
don't
go
need to
again.
go into that. It's like- it's a-
Hold on. No, pause. Everybody pause. Pause. Everybody
So
shut the
make
fuck
a
up.
question.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All right, everybody shut up. Listen, I appreciate that we're going on circles. We only have to do this with each other for another 33 minutes. And at the end of that 33 minutes, I would like it if Destiny and Brianna hung out in the after, like post panel or whatever, because I have contentions with some of what you've said. But the major contention here is whether or not there's a double standard when it comes to prosecution and basically moving forward with evidence when it comes to Trump versus other political institutionalist families. And so I think it's a perfectly fair question of if somebody commits a felony and they're related to the most powerful person on the planet right now, why is that prosecution not moving forward abruptly? That is a fair question. And if you guys, I'm injecting my own opinion here, but if you guys say, oh, it was 5 years ago, that's kind of pointing to what Rob was saying earlier, where basically it's like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. And if it is a big deal, don't worry about it. It was 5 years ago. But then we
Like,
just
what-
keep
what-
moving the
what-
bar
what-
over and over
are you a
again.
fucking cop?
Yeah?
Do you know what statute of limitations is? It's not a matter. Again, this is why these conversations are frustrating. It should only be lawyers and cops or whatever arguing these things. You guys want to bring in your feelings. The question is, what is the criminal
Well, 5
statute?
years
Okay,
is within most statutes of limitation.
Hold on. We'll open it back up. I will have this conversation with you in 32 minutes. I'm going to open it back
I'll
up.
respond. I can
Sure. Well,
respond.
if there's a statute of limitation on something, or if cops don't normally prosecute material like this, like I don't know if a video shows up, if a guy's a gun, I don't know if police officers or if DAs typically take those cases because I don't know how hard those are to prove in terms of like, did this actually happen? Do you have any material evidence? We've got a video. Was it real? Because with those cases in court might be literally unwinnable. I don't know. Now you can call it bias, but the reality is, and if you're a cop, you know this. What is it like? It's less than half of all fucking homicides even get solved in the United States, let alone any other fucking type of crime. So I don't know if a video like that actually performs well in court. I don't know the answer to that.
I actually have the law right here. For non-capital crimes related to gun possession or importation, 18 USC 3282 asserts a statute of limitations of 60 months, that is 5 years. However, capital crimes and violent offenses that were committed using a firearm may be prosecuted beyond this time.
So, and here's the other thing, right?
What violent?
Judge you talk to in that
What?
instance.
Wait, what violent crime did he
No,
commit?
capital crime or violent crime. So that's
Disposing of
the
a
Capital is
firearm in
still
a
a higher
gun-free zone.
If I may, right? So this is another thing you see. Two things that I want to talk about that's going on here. One, you're operating, Brianna, at a different level than me. You're operating in a partisan way. You're saying, it's okay, take Hunter as long as they get Trump. I'm operating saying, I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't give a shit about Joe Biden. I don't give a shit about Hillary Clinton. I give a shit if the investigative body is corrupt or if they're engaged in a double standard. That is a bigger threat to our country. And you're like, yeah. Okay, if you think they should have charged Hunter Biden and that's something he should have had his day in court, why aren't you outraged that he didn't? And the other thing I'll say is when we're talking about the statute of limitations, it just so happened this indictment of Trump broke on a day when a whistleblower is talking about that the FBI has been sitting on evidence that Joe Biden himself was paid $5 billion by the founder of Burisma that he was saying was a
$5
Russian
billion?
oligarch.
$5 billion.
$5 million, right? Was paid $5 million. So what happens is, and the FBI fought tooth and nail, almost had to have a contempt of court charge because they refused to hand over documents and said that there's an ongoing investigation into Hunter Biden. So this is what happens. The FBI sits on this evidence forever, and then people like Destiny go, it was so long ago. Why should we charge that? It happened forever ago. The point is this, that there is a clear double standard in the veracity they go after these people. I go back to just talking about like the Hillary Clinton email in the sense of why did they decide to raid Mar-a-Lago but not? Let me make this as simple as possible. Allegedly, they raided Mar-a-Lago because they were afraid they weren't going to get back the material that they asked for. In Hillary Clinton's case, they knew they weren't going to get the material they asked for because some of it had been deleted. In both cases, they asked politely, can you send us the material? In both cases, they were worried we're not going to get it back. They chose to raid Trump. They chose to violate attorney-client privilege. They chose to subpoena text messages, phones. And with Hillary's team, it was the exact opposite. That is literally the case in every single investigation that's occurred with Trump's team versus Hillary's team or versus Joe Biden or versus people like McCabe, Comey, etc. For example, if you would humor me this, we know that FARA violation, I don't care about the gun thing with Hunter Biden, right? I'm more interested in the FARA violation. We know that he was getting paid by our foreign adversaries, in his words, the Chinese spy master or the spy master of China, and that he was lobbying to the United States. He didn't register as a foreign lobbyist. Now, they charged Paul Manafort for doing that in 2013. Manafort was doing that with, drumroll please, the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. With Manafort, they charged him. With Podesta, they allowed him to retroactively sign paperwork. Hillary's team had campaign finance violations in the form of they lied about the campaign finance of paying for the Steele dossier. They were allowed to get a fine.
Like
Trump,
every Raw brand is like a greatest hits. Are we gonna bring up like Uranium 1 too? Or
I'll tell you what. Let me
Well, I like how nobody's bothering to defend
Let me just say this.
Biden's
What
negligence
happens is I show evidence after evidence of the double standard, and Destiny and Dylan and Brianna just go, it's all conspiracy theory, but they can't rebut one of them. Go ahead, pick one and rebut. Go ahead, Destiny.
It's none of this is evidence of anything. All you're
It's just
saying
a
is
double
that like
standard.
they raided Mar-a-Lago, but they didn't raid Hillary Clinton cooperated in the investigation. They didn't need to raid.
Deleted
They raided
subpoenaed
Mar-a-Lago.
evidence.
They raided Mar-a-Lago. They didn't need to subpoena evidence because she was cooperating the entire time. They didn't need to subpoena anything.
Is deleting subpoenaed evidence a crime?
The fact that they even knew it was deleted was because of the cooperation. It's not like they were trying
I
to
just
hide
want to
it.
be
And
clear.
No, that's not answering his question.
that's why
Is
there was
deleting
no
subpoenaed evidence a crime? It's a
That's
Not
why
yes or
before
no.
you're
there's
subpoenaed. Not before it's subpoenaed.
There was no evidence that
deleted
the deletion,
afterwards.
there was no evidence
No,
that
actually, it was deleted.
there
after.
was no evidence that Hillary Clinton ordered the deletion. You admitted it
That's as
yourself.
far as
So
you
that line of inquiry is dead. The FBI themselves said that there was no evidence. You agree that there's no evidence. So I don't know why you're still asking the fucking question.
Okay.
Why do
There
you
were
keep saying like
classified
this?
documents. Oh, I'm not
Now,
allowed to
Rob,
respond.
you've done
You
an
asked me to respond. I'm
amazing
not allowed to
job.
respond. Okay, so
Oh, go ahead.
there was no evidence of that. Now, why did they raid Mar-a-Lago? Because classified documents were held in an area where people with unsecure access were able to come in. Donald Trump was showing these things to people, and Donald Trump was not cooperating. That's
How
why
did they
raid
know
was
that?
necessary.
How did they know that Trump was showing those things to people?
I don't know. Apparently, they were getting testimony from people claiming as much.
Okay, so here's the problem, right? You can see the willful ignorance because the FBI engages in this double standard and who to investigate. And this has always been the case with Trump. It's why they're going after him with the bullshit Stormy Daniels thing. It's why they did the bullshit Russiagate investigation. The argument is this.
Wait, what
Let
does
me ask
Stormy
you this
Daniels
real
have to
quick.
do with the
Real
FBI?
quick, if
Wait,
I can,
what?
I promise I'll keep this rant
That's
to
New
under a
York
minute.
State,
But can I
right?
ask
New
you a
York
question
State
She
real quick?
probably
Everybody's
suffers
correct.
too. So
Can I ask a question to the panel real quick? Would you think this is a fair statement that if we rated every lawyer for every major politician in Washington and cooked open all their books, that 90% of them would have committed some crime?
Committed some
the
crime is a
idea
far
of
cry from
Attorney-client
intentionally
privilege
showing-
being destroyed is like one
intentionally-
thing that might destroy the nation.
Intentionally, no, it wouldn't. It is intentionally
Oh,
showing
fuck.
That's not the
classified
question
material
I
to
had,
people that aren't
Destiny.
supposed to see it.
That's
Well,
not the
some
question I
crime,
had.
what? Did they have unpaid speeding tickets? Did somebody might be
Perhaps.
driving on a suspended license? Yeah, sure,
Perhaps.
probably. But that's not what we're upset
How
about.
about
Trump
more?
for.
How about that? How about more serious crimes like campaign finance or insider trading and things like that?
That they're
Would you say-
knowingly violating it to the level Trump is? No, I don't think so. No.
It doesn't matter to the level because the point I'm making is this, right? The reason that we don't have this evidence for Hillary Clinton and other people that you keep talking about is because, and the reason we have evidence is Trump is because the initial decision in how the FBI decides to approach this. And I always knew, I assumed that a billionaire like Trump committed some sort of serious fucking financial crime, if nothing else. And so if your argument
You're
is,
lying.
there's,
Stop lying.
please
You're
let me finish. Please let me finish. And so if the argument is that we're allowed to say, there's the man, we don't like him. Let's make fraudulent excuses to investigate him, double standards to investigate them. And then eventually we'll find something and say, see, look how bad that is. And then when it comes to the other side that are doing the same sorts of crimes, we'll say, well, we're not going to investigate. We'll just ask them to voluntarily consent.
Except they
We won't
did
subpoena
investigate.
records.
There were investigations. There were panels. There were fucking Republican House
They
committees.
did-
There were
they gave everyone in the
How
room
many
a-
indictments were there again?
They investigated it out the
How many
fucking ass, and they
indictments
found
were there
nothing.
again,
Also,
though?
you keep saying that they
For
were
destroying
investigating
subpoenaed
Trump for
evidence?
financial crimes. You keep saying they were investigating Trump for crimes. Trump's
Oh, wait,
crimes
that's
had
right,
nothing to
yeah.
do with his finances at all.
That's
I don't
what
know
I
why you
said.
bring up the fact that he's a billionaire. That had to do with nothing here had to do with him being a billionaire. It had to do with him lying, cheating. That had to do with him obstructing justice. It had to do with him showing classified materials. With the crimes that he committed, any politician could have committed. It had nothing to do with his money at all.
Yeah, answer
Okay.
this.
Hold
Can
up.
you-
Wait, Rob, hold up. Dylan has been patiently waiting for a few minutes in order to get in, so I want to let Dylan in.
I wouldn't say it's about his money that it is about his money though, because he's the only person that's up there in their elite class is pushing back against them. And then, but go ahead, Dylan.
Thank you, Dylan. Dylan.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about the $5 million Joe Biden got while, I don't know, playing poker, whatever he did in Ukraine. The first thing I wanted to ask is if this is, evidence of a Biden administration cover up of his horrid corruption, why is it that this tip was originally given to the FBI by Rudy Giuliani during the Trump administration and his IG, his legal system, his administration did nothing about it because it was unverified?
Did you read the Durham report and see what the FBI, even under Trump, thought of Donald Trump and how they treated him?
So it's corruption during the Trump administration, corruption
Yes.
during the Biden administration.
Yes, corruption
that this
from the
unverified, this
Corruption
unverified
undisputedly.
okay, let me finish.
Yes,
That this
objectively and measurably.
okay, K.O.E, shut the fuck up. This
I don't
FD
think I can, though. It
1023.
might kill me.
Yeah, I think it might. I think the FD 1023 form, which is containing unverified testimony from a private discussion that happened during the Trump administration that his FBI had access to, that William Barr had access to. They didn't go after it then. They didn't go after it in the last 5 years. Nothing has been kicked up from it, and it's still unverified. The FBI confirms it's still unverified, and your answer to that is, well, it's just all corruption. But it wasn't
My
the whole
answer to
point of the
that is
Durham.
yes.
Wait, one last thing.
And
One
I
last thing. One last thing. Wasn't the whole point of the Durham report that Republicans were angry was that it was a whole investigation into something that was unconfirmed and working off of unverifiable information anyway? The same thing that this 1023 document was?
No, the difference is this. The Durham report was the FBI. What it shows is the FBI never even attempted to confirm the things before they got a FISA warrant to spy on the presidential campaign and then president of the United States. In fact, the entire investigation was on the premise that Trump was colluding to get dirt on Hillary with Russians. And the FBI sought to prove that by taking information they knew Hillary Clinton paid for that came from a Russian spy and then using that to spy on Trump.
Where did this document come from? Who did it come from? Who gave it to the FBI?
A whistleblower.
Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, gave the document to the FBI during the Trump administration.
So what? And?
So wait, your problem is it came from a biased source. That's why you're angry about the Durham report and the Russia investigation. But it coming from Rudy Giuliani, Trump's personal lawyer, that can't possibly be a biased source.
It certainly could be biased. I'm not saying that Joe Biden should be arrested on the spot for it. I'm saying that this is something that the FBI has sat on, and they even refuse. If it's such a big deal, why did Comer have to threaten Wray with contempt of court to be able to get access to the documents? If it's nothing there, why did Bill Raskin come out and say, "Oh, the FBI closed that down," and Bill Barr came out and said that's not true? Why didn't Ray just say?
Do you or do you not trust Bill Barr?
No, I don't trust him at all.
Of course.
Okay,
not,
so
not
why
anymore.
are you using his testimony as evidence or truth?
Well,
People
'cause if
that
he
say
testified
people that
things
you
when
don't
it
trust
agrees
can
with
say
them.
things that are verifiably true.
Ah, got you. Okay,
It's
so
so
Bill,
true.
Bill,
Watch
wait,
Still
to be
Right
clear,
twice a day.
Do you trust Bill?
we can trust Bill Barr now, but we couldn't trust Bill Barr, Trump's appointee during the Trump administration, to go after this unverified
I don't
information
know.
of
That's
Joe
like
Biden.
a disingenuous
So let
way
me.
to kind of frame it.
This would be
Hold
like
on,
saying,
Rob,
you
Rob,
don't
Rob.
trust
Yeah,
Fox
actually-
News. Well,
actually,
Fox
we-
News says the GDP
Let's
was
CTV
2.3.
cook.
Yeah, I was about to say we haven't heard from CTV in quite a bit, so if he has something to add, I want to let him add. I promise to reopen it.
Yeah, Dylan, like you can't I trust you to a certain
Mhm.
point, just like you trust me to a certain point, right?
With
What
my
that po-
life, yes.
That point though, right? You didn't get there just because the first time that I showed up on the show, which was like forever ago, right? And you said, "Oh yeah, I'm going to trust that guy all my life," right? No, you built that over time. So whenever you're commenting on whether or not that you can trust an official, if there's verifiable ways to say that they did a thing, or like you're not necessarily trusting that person, you're trusting the information over here, and the person just happens to be the arbiter.
Well, my problem with this specifically is that the allegation was a cover-up, not that this could possibly lead to something. Maybe this unverified document that was given to the FBI by Rudy Giuliani and hasn't been looked in either during the Trump administration or the Biden administration, maybe it could lead to something. Probably not, but maybe it could have. My problem is that there was an allegation of a cover-up while it wasn't covered up there was nothing done about it during the Trump administration. There was nothing done about it by Trump appointees, and there was nothing done about it during the first 3 years of the Biden administration, when again, this is all unverified information. And we have done a lot of crazy things based off unverified information, like invading Iraq. So it just saying that it's a cover-up before we even know if it's true or not is kind of, I don't know, bogus. Definitely says it happened during Trump administration too.
Hey, Vince, real quick, if it turns out that this payment occurred, right, that Joe Biden did get this money, will you admit it was a cover-up?
Well, no, that still wouldn't prove it was a cover up.
But wait a minute. If this happened, why would Trump's FBI not look into it?
I mean, I because maybe they didn't think there was anything to it, and then maybe more evidence
Oh.
come forward, and there is something to it.
Wait,
This
how, do
happens
we,
all the
how
time.
do we know that they haven't? Hold on. How do we know that they haven't looked into it at all? Do we even know that?
Well, they said that there's a. We don't know, right?
Wait, then
They
why
may
are you saying
have.
that
So how
like
is it a
it's true? Why are
cover-up?
you saying that like
Let
it's
me
true then?
explain.
He
Let me
just posed
explain.
the
Right?
question.
What we know is that there are
All of
verifiable
Trump's
facts
laundry's
that
done
suggest
in the public in the sunlight,
Please.
and Biden's
What we know
always
is
done in
that
the
there. What we know is there's verifiable facts that have been deemed worthy of investigation when it comes to Trump, and that we know absolutely happened with Joe Biden. For example, we know Joe Biden gave a quid pro quo. We know that his son was on the board of a director of a company that they said was a corrupt oligarch. We know that Hunter Biden was receiving this money. We know that his business partners shared emails that showed that Hunter Biden was getting paid this money. We know that those emails said 10% was going for the big guy, and we know the business partners said, and this is all verified, but we know the business partner said the big guy is Joe Biden. If there is now another source saying it looks like Joe Biden personally got money, and we can see that there were these shell corporations set up, like 13 of them, that was slushing money around the entire Biden family, it seems that this would be worthy investigation. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Dylan, right? Because if this is true, that it was all nothing, the FBI looked into it, there was nothing to see there, why did Christopher Wray drag his feet and say that he couldn't show this document to Republicans because it was an ongoing investigation?
Look,
Christopher Wray, who, by the way, is Trump's own appointee, right?
I don't give a shit about that. Trump was an idiot appointing people. He also appointed John Bolton.
wait.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
so
This is true.
if there is
his
evidence
next
to this,
administration, he won't make the same mistake.
Of course.
yeah,
He
no,
ain't gonna
no,
win
he would totally won't. He would never make the same mistake again. He doesn't have a
Because he's
record of
gonna
doing
go
that.
Oh, that's
jail
going to be
for the
like the
current
equivalent
issue
of
we're
a
talking
bull in a
about right
china
now.
shop. That's going to be the biggest middle finger to the American political establishment in 2024 is casting a ballot for Donald J. Trump. If you got a better one, I'd like to
Yeah,
fucking hear it.
the guy appointed Rex Tillerson and John Bolton's going to take on the establishment. I really believe it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I ain't hearing no names. That's what I
God,
thought.
Dylan.
Crickets.
I don't-
Crickets.
wait,
crickets.
I don't even know what he said. I don't
He's asking
even.
who a better leader would be. I mean, Biden, obviously.
Who would
Oh,
be
yeah, Joe Biden,
that
of course.
would actually have a reasonable chance of winning the election? Who would be a bigger middle finger to the American political establishment other than casting your ballot for Donald J. Trump?
Some
Can
Is
people
you
that how
name
you- is that
anyone
how you
that would be a
vote?
bigger
Wait,
middle
is that how
finger
you-
to the American political? I'm not saying
Wait,
that's how
is
I'm
that how
voting,
you
but I am
vote?
saying that's how
That's
tens
stupid.
of millions are going to. Like it or not, you don't have to. And it's
That-
because the American political establishment at this point, they threw us overboard 40 fucking years ago. So yeah, they might kind of deserve
Wait,
a bull in a china
okay.
shop.
So if I was to vote for, like, I don't know, like any terrible, horrible, like
None of them
fascistic
have
or
a chance.
anyone politician,
have a
that could be a
chance.
middle finger to the establishment. If I
But
wrote
none
in
of them
Big
have a
Bird,
chance.
that would be a middle finger to
That's
the
throwing your
establishment.
vote
Just
away.
because. well,
Please
yeah,
do,
well,
by the way. I
okay,
don't
can
think
you-
you're going to vote for the Republican candidates. So
I
please
can't.
do.
I
He
can't.
said
I
one
can't
that
talk
has
to
a reasonable
K.O.E.
chance of winning.
He
But I
has
get what
no
you're
off
saying,
switch.
Dylan.
He has
He
no
said
off
one
switch.
that has a reasonable chance of winning. But let's.
I'm like
Are
a
you
shit.
guys-
The
didn't
point
even
is,
talk.
How upset are you guys going to be when DeSantis wins the nomination? That's what I'm curious about.
Not at all.
I'm probably preferring DeSantis, so I would not be upset
Oh,
at all.
damn.
I
Wasn't I
think
asked a
Trump-
question by?
Yeah,
CPD?
Dylan's been trying to get some words in, and he's a polite gentleman. Go ahead.
So if this is all true, there should be bank statements to back it up. There should be more information once the digging starts, because I assume now, whether or not there's anything to it, people are going to do digging, as happens with anything like this comes to public. And if there's bank documents that can back it up, then they can start to build a case. Now, until there's any verified information that comes forward, this is all unverified allegations that the Trump administration didn't treat seriously, and up to this point, the Biden administration didn't treat seriously. Maybe it was, Trump's appointees weren't serving his best interest, whether it be John Bolton, whether it be Rex Tillerson, whether it be William Barr, or anybody he chooses. We'll just have to wait and see and wait to find out. But as of right now, the claim that Rob made that this was a cover-up, there's just no proof of that.
Well, it's a cover up in this sense that the disparate treatment and how we treated these things, there was no evidence whatsoever.
So it's a
as the
cover-up in a
Durham
different
report-
sense, not in the way
Please.
anybody else said that word. Okay.
Right. Well, I was talking about it in this sense, and that the
Well,
Durham
I mean,
report
the
showed us
fact
that
that
there
Hunter
was,
and
Please,
Joe
Phil.
have a joint, just give me 10 seconds.
10
The fact
seconds,
that
man.
Hunter and
10
Joe
seconds.
have a joint checking account that still hasn't been subpoenaed yet. And actually, Hunter Biden admitted this publicly in 2019 that him and President Joe Biden share a joint checking account. So the idea that what Hunter does has no relation to Joe Biden is a bald-faced fucking lie. Take it, Rob.
Wait, who said that?
No, you can look it up for yourself. The audience will find
No,
everything. I
no,
just
no.
said
You
is
said it
quite
was a lie.
verifiable.
Who
No,
lied?
Hunter Biden and Joe
Who said
Biden
that? Who are you even
have a
responding
joint
to?
checking account.
He's saying that
No.
there are banking statements. Is
I
what
But no,
like
he
how
said
you
somebody
guys
lied.
assume-
Who
I like how
lied?
you guys assume that like Biden, like Hunter and Joe Biden are like breaking U.S. law and like being the most corrupt motherfuckers in the world with like a joint.
We
like,
already
Wells
have an
Fargo-
example of Hunter doing
Wells-
so.
with a Wells
we already
Fargo
know he's
joint checking
compromised.
account. That's fucking hilarious. Okay.
That's how you can move the money.
It has nothing to do with just the joint checking account. In fact, if the testimony's true, and we'll have to see that it's the Republicans are talking about that whistleblowers from the FBI are alleging that the FBI sat on this evidence, show that there are shell corporations, like 13 or 20 different banking accounts that came from the Biden administration. So it's not just that they set up one account. Secondly, that what I'm talking about is why was it when there was allegations that were never substantiated, that weren't even attempted to substantiate, that we knew came from Russian spies, that we knew were paid for by Hillary Clinton, that the FBI decided to launch one of the biggest investigations they ever have, which the media took and ran for 4 years, accusing Trump of being a puppet for Vladimir Putin, spying on a president for the first time that we know of in history, using a FISA warrant to spy on a president. But then when we actually have documents that we know that there are verifiable smoke there, unlike with the Trump Russia shit, there's verifiable smoke. There's not. So we don't know that Hunter Biden was receiving this money and was
there is no verifiable smoke with this 1023 document. There is none.
Please,
No.
let me finish. Is this true? Was Hunter Biden working for a foreign company in Burisma?
Yes.
Was he being paid?
Yes.
Was he lobbying his father to meet with the people in Burisma while they were under investigation?
Yes.
Yes, but I don't think that meeting happened.
Hold on.
Okay, it did happen. That meeting did happen. As Connor knows, we talked about this.
And he lied about it.
What was the meeting? What was the meeting? Talk about
The
that.
meeting. Now, let me refresh your memory. This was the meeting you said.
No.
Well, maybe they.
No. Tell me.
I am going to tell you the meeting.
Don't be weird. Just
Destiny,
tell
let
me
him
the meeting.
cook.
I'll start with it and then I'll say what your interpretation. The meeting was that once the assets were frozen of Burisma, their lawyers reached out to the Obama State Department and Biden's office and said, "Hey, Hunter Biden works here. We'd like to have a meeting." Then when they showed up, they said, the email or the transcript that we have said, "Hey, we think this is all big misunderstanding. There shouldn't be an investigation. We're not corrupt. Hunter Biden works here, by the way." You said, "Well, for all we know, that meeting was just them saying, this is how you spell Burisma." That's what you said.
Okay, so my understanding of what this meeting, I don't know why you're wasting time going over. So from what I've read, if you have something that points different, I'd be interested to see it. Was the meeting was literally, I think Biden and a couple other people in DC were having lunch, and I think his dad, Joe Biden, stepped in, saw one of the guys who worked for Burisma, shook his hand, and left.
No, that's not what we're talking. That's not what we're talking
And
about.
why did he have to lie about it if that's all it was?
Probably because he didn't remember
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking specifically about Biden's team meeting with lawyers for Burisma that were under criminal investigation that the Obama and Biden administration said was
Biden's team.
I don't know if Biden was at the meeting. I think that his team
get me
was
the
there.
fuck out of here. Jesus
But,
Christ.
if you would listen, if you would listen,
I thought we were talking about Joe Biden. Now you're changing it to
if
somebody
you
else.
would listen, we're talking about, did Hunter Biden lobby for a foreign company? Yes or no? That's what we're talking about. Destiny, answer. Did he lobby for a foreign company?
I don't believe there's any proof of that. No.
You don't believe that that's proof?
I don't believe there's any proof of that. No.
Well, I guess the emails disagree. That he was talking to his father and was talking to people. We actually have emails.
Maybe if we just need one more Republican committee to investigate. One more.
There we go. There we go. If no one was charged, nothing could have happened. So we know Dylan already admitted that he was lobbying. Okay, that's a crime that we could prove. A crime that was serious enough to go after Trump's campaign manager. So why aren't we going after Joe Biden's son?
We just need one more Republican committee, one more special counsel.
That's what I thought.
We'll find it. One more, we'll get it.
And everyone watching can see this. Destiny can't keep up on any of the facts of these double standards, so he just constantly says it's all conspiracy theory. Oh, it's all bullshit, and just if no one got arrested. Oh, that's all he could do. Every single person you debate on this, that's all they could do.
We're not going to talk about anything else because that was the end of the 2 hours. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do outros. We're ending it approximately 10 minutes early, but that's so everybody can have time in order to shout themselves out, say their final thoughts on what they believed, et cetera, et cetera. Then what we do, which I would appreciate taking the temperature down by, I said we were at 100, we need to get down to 98.6. I want to be at like a solid 62 degrees, the way my wife likes to keep the air conditioning in my house. So just like frigid, put on a blanket, get some hot cocoa, and we can just walk through this instead of yelling at each
How
other.
do you even
If
have
anybody,
time to stream counterpoints? I don't understand. Because if you're 62
Mhm.
degrees in your house in Central Florida, bro, you got to have like a couple extra generators. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, basically my power bill is insane. But anyways, the point being, we're going to take the temperature way down. We're going to try to walk through perspectives, et cetera, rather than the panel meta. So we're gonna that's where we're going next. If you have some place to be, shout yourself out, disconnect, no hard feelings. We were only really committing to the 2 hours of the show. Anybody who wants to dip can dip. Anybody who wants to stay can stay. So I think I'm gonna go. Actually, no, you know what? Just because I think Destiny and Rob did the most passionate parts of it, I'm gonna let them go last. But I'm gonna go reverse order besides that. So, Turk, please share your thoughts with us and where people can find you.
Yeah, so again, I think Destiny completely misrepresented my points from the beginning of this entire discussion. I do think that the stuff that's being held against Trump is completely bad for him, and I think he probably will have a really hard case to defend against, because he likely did, if what Dylan was saying was true and not CTV's alternate reality of story, he was showing classified documents that he wasn't allowed to have and hadn't declassified. So, depending on the different statutes in the Espionage Act and all the other things, he likely will be prosecuted. And depending on if the jury finds him guilty, he's going to be in a hard state. Because any other conclusion than that is a lot of cope. Sorry, K.O.E. and Rob, but like going through that indictment is pretty rough. So, what I wanted to talk about more was how the actual process goes through and what the world looks like after we've prosecuted a former president, and like what are we going to do as Republicans going forward. But anyways, we could talk about that later. I'm Turk. I stream science and tech. I do PC hardware, computers, Steam Deck stuff here on YouTube, and I love doing it. So if y'all like that kind of stuff, follow me over on YouTube at the Turk. And then Destiny, like email servers, once you have an email that like resides on the server, you are actively holding classified information, and you have to comply with DoD stuff, man. Come on.
All right, Phil.
Well, thank you, sir, for having me on this evening. It was quite unexpected and it was fun with all you beautiful people. But to be frank, at the beginning of this particular topic, I said, if you want me to even entertain, or you want any serious thinker to entertain the idea that Trump broke any laws, you need to prove the idea that either the president does not have the power of executive order, or the president is not the commander in chief. No one even bothered to even come close. And as I said, what resulted was a lot of I don't like Trump gum flappery, unfortunately. But it was fun nonetheless. It was great getting to interact with all of you beautiful people. There's one thing that I didn't touch on, and that was the question that you raised originally, Connor, and is this going to help Trump? I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Republican primary is over, and unless he has a major health episode, its winner is Donald J. Trump. The primary's over on the Republican side. We already know who the nominee is going to be, unless he has some major health episode. And we all see this for the political side quest, the politically motivated nonsense that it is. And so, folks, keep in mind that this is the first time in American history that we are having a president that is being brought, a former sitting president that's running for office against a president that's running for re-election, and being brought to charges against him for things we know not even what. This is Kafkaesque in the most extreme degree, folks. This is terribly bad. Make do with the time you have left. But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you all. Connor, again, thank you. Every last one of you. Brianna Wu, CT, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. CTV, Destiny, Dylan, Rob, Turk, it's great to see you all again. I hope all of you, I hope God blesses every last one of you in amazing ways. Accept Jesus into your life and amazing things will come to you as well, folks. God bless every last one of you, and I hope all of you will join me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Yes, that's K as in King, O as in oh my God. You can find K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. E is an extremely happy to know you can find K.O.E Nation at YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. Folks, God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves, and I hope all of you make it back to this show happy, healthy, much the wiser. And folks, these lips of mine, they can speak no evil. And with that, I yield back to you beautiful people.
Oh,
Launcha. All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have the same opinion of this case that Trump's now resigned lawyers do. I think it does not look great for him. I don't think that he has a good case here, but it's not only here. He has a lot of legal problems coming with him. There's still a development that's happening in Georgia. There's, of course, the New York DA's case. There's, of course, now this case. He just had a settlement get finished where he has been found liable for sexual assault. Whether or not this is going to help his chances while in a Republican primary, I think that's going to rile up the base and get them angry that the fact that Trump's going through all of these legal kerfluffles. But I think in the general, having all of these legal openings about you and your career and what you've done while in the White House and while not in the White House is probably not going to help you with independence. And all the polling seems to indicate that. So while this might help Trump in a general, in the primary, I think it will really, really hurt him in the general and might be the thing that ends up stopping him from becoming president again. And a lot of Republican strategists that I know seem to be very, very worried about that fact, that it's going to be very hard to tell independents, don't worry, the 2 to 3 separate cases opened into him means nothing. It's all a conspiracy. Don't worry about it. Just like the 2020 election was a conspiracy. It's a really tough case for Trump. I do not believe that he can just magic alakablam, make anything a declassified document while outside of the White House. He has to do that while he's in the White House. He needs to go with the office of the presidency to do it through the correct manners. This would be extremely dangerous if any president could grab any document from the White House, run home, hold on to it for a year, and just randomly post it on Twitter. There's a reason why that's not the process. It would be because it would be an unbelievably dangerous. K.O.E is right about one thing, though. The primary is over. Go to chrischristie.com and support the real anti-establishment candidate who's going to change this country for the better. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube, Dylan Burns Live on YouTube, and Dylan Burns TV on Twitch. I'm going to be going to Kherson today to be filming the recovery efforts and the damage from the flooding. So if you guys want to follow me on Twitter and see any pictures I post, anything like that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Be safe, sir.
Yeah, and I just wanted to take a moment and say, Dylan, I really admire you risking your ass in order to go cover the war. We talk a lot of shit in these spaces, but very few of the times do we risk our asses actually getting shot in order to talk about the things that we talk about. So I appreciate you doing the work that you do. CTV, go ahead, please.
well,
That says it all, doesn't it?
it's been an interesting conversation to be sure. One thing that I feel like nobody's really presented any kind of solutions. We both pointed, everybody seems to be pointing out corruption in the FBI on both sides. One side being held accountable, one side not. I'm actually for, dissolving the entire FBI, right? The ATF, all these big federal agencies, because frankly, let's get back to the Constitution, right? If you want to talk about accountability in our republic, that's how you get there. So at the earliest convenience for these politicians, right, start listening to the people between all the states, and let's call an Article 5 convention, and let's talk about the Constitution. Let's talk about it, right? Because I don't think anybody really fucking reads it or understands it. And from that point, there's just always trying to find a justification to do a thing rather than hold it to a principle, right? That's what the left is. No principles. We want to do a thing. How can we justify it? And if we can't justify it, then how can we manipulate it in order to make it happen? That's what I continue to see on the left for damn sure. And I've seen it on instances and the right. So politics in general is just fucking corrupt. Everybody needs to understand that. And if you really think these politicians give a fuck about you, then you haven't been paying attention. Now, the worst thing that they could actually do would be to continue on with this indictment of Trump. Like I said at the beginning, it gives him nothing but political sway in the media, and everybody gets to see him, and everybody's talking about him, and this and that. And then you're going to have people going, well, if this was so fucking bad, why isn't there more? And then you're going to have other people saying, well, this is enough. So why aren't we doing something about it? But the fact of the matter is that all these people are just playing games with us, almost like a damn reality TV show in a circus, right? And there's some people that are so far bought into it that they're going to watch the narrative. Their guy gets arrested. He starts some media coverage, and then say he does end up in jail. Oh my God. If you thought that there was a possibility of some real shit that went down on January 6th as being the worst that could happen, you hadn't been paying attention. So setting a precedent for, like, from where I'm sitting, what it in fact is a the fault of the government for not collecting all of the classified material that it had placed in someone else's possession at the end of their term of office. They should have already came in there, sent the trucks in. Hey, we're collecting up all this stuff. You're not the president. We respect you, da da da. But this is all the government's property, and we need to take it back. You know, like fucking, like they did. Well, any other time that they did. So that's it. And it was nice to get a chance to talk to everybody. You could find me typically just in my Discord server. I'm actually trying to figure out which platform is the platform to move to, because apparently Twitch is not the one for political debate from what I've been saying. So if any of you guys got ideas, let me know. And with that, CTV's out.
Appreciate you. And then, so I'm going to give it to Brianna to do an outro, but I also want to bring up a meme that was suggested from our buddy iCow Rich. What if, as people have suggested, Donald Trump declassified everything that he took home with him the second before he left office? But then what if Biden, the second he was inaugurated, classified everything in his brain without doing a memorandum? How do we resolve the psychic battles between two octogenarians, psychically classifying and unclassifying documents? Which I actually think is an interesting brain exercise. But Brianna Wu, please.
A lot of the indictment was actually the legal analysis of the indictment. If you look at it, they actually strategically worked around that, and the majority of it is like based on obstruction of justice. But it's too bad we didn't get a chance to talk about the actual indictment tonight. Y'all, this was a really clarifying debate for me personally. My work right now is trying to unify the left to stop,
Yeah, nobody cares. I just wanted to answer Iko Rich's question, which is actually a good question. It was one of the few good questions that came up all night, but I never had a chance to respond to it. So, you know what would be the answer to this? The Supreme Court deciding that. They're the ones who call the balls and fouls, and definitely should be doing so before anybody's fucking door gets kicked in by the FBI. Okay, if there was any question about, well, we need these documents, they should have said, Supreme Court, we need you to say what are the limits here before any action is taken. So there should have been challenges in courts to the point where the Supreme Court decided it before anyone should have ever knocked on Donald J. Trump's door. So the answer to your question, Iko, is sounds like the Supreme Court should probably decide that.
Arguing about all this stuff that does not ultimately matter, and to really think about the things that we really share together and get out there and vote. This is so clarifying. Like before tonight, like prepping for this, I'm reading pages of the indictment. I'm reading legal theory about this and why I needed to be.
And also, Bennett, let's see if Pied Piper strategy 2.0 fails again. Somehow I doubt it. But yeah, this was an interesting discussion, I will say.
Fucking studying was like the last 20 years of Republican conspiracy theories and like the anger against Hillary Clinton, because that's all we could talk about. It was like a DDoS attack on our democracy. This is our future if we don't get out there and win. You have one party that is serious about government and institutions and trying to solve the problems that the American people face.
And then there's the Democrats.
Another side that increasingly there's this lunatic fringe in the media that treats this like a show. and they have non-serious like proposals that they're bringing forward, like dismantling the FBI, as if like a country as big as the United States does not need a like federal law enforcement apparatus. It's just nuts. And if we're not serious about winning, it's going to be 4 more years of the circus, and our country is going to end up weaker
Finger
and
wagging, folks.
stupider
A lot of
and
finger wagging
less
here.
able to
Not
deal
a lot
with
of arguments, just a lot of
anything that's a real
finger
problem.
wagging.
All
And
over
let
again,
you need to
exactly like
think
it
the
was
way
with
I
Trump.
think.
Yeah, there's a bigger
Not a lot
problem
here.
that we have in this country. Our democracy is weak right now because we cannot talk to each other. And you
And
know,
you can't
Destiny,
make
something
common
I
knowledge a
appreciate about
secret.
your mission objective right now is you
Oh, now I
are
remember what I was going to say a little earlier. Trump's birthday is in 13 minutes. Well, when midnight hits, I do actually have a video of Donald J. Trump birthday toast, so I will probably get to that at one point. Once it is declassified, you can't reclassify. Yeah, Bandit, which is kind of the gimmick that they're using to charge him. They retroactively said, well, we don't think you can classify this. And so that's how they got there. So yeah, they basically used a gimmick to charge him.
able to
Ridiculous.
go into these spaces and have conversations that's frequently fruitful. I want to do that too, but it's so hard when you have to like read up on all this fanfic, and it's impossible to even have your anything you say heard. At the very beginning of tonight, I started talking about how I didn't want Trump. I did want Trump to win the nomination, and how this is like, it makes my job harder for 2024. On this panel tonight, I was repeatedly had people tell me that no, I just wanted Trump to go away for crimes, like as if that benefits me. I want the rule of law to work here. And it's frustrating
Winky
because
face.
even when you try to engage in good faith and honestly, the
How do you feel
temperature
like
gets
starting,
turned
Brianna?
up so high, it's impossible to have an adult conversation. I know there are smarter Republicans out there. I met them here in Massachusetts. Connor, I think respectfully, you're one of them. There are plenty of thoughtful people out there.
You
that are
don't think
serious
that
about
was
the
maybe
country and
a passive aggressive comment towards my, like, like, I don't get, like, Brianna brought nothing to this particular, like, after the first 15 minutes, Brianna didn't really bring anything to this particular discussion. So like, oh, by the way, it's a new Higo no Kami knife. I'm gonna review this soon. Just a little stiff right now, so I'm trying to unstiffen the joint here. But other than that, yeah, Brianna was like, I didn't appreciate the insults because I've always said if you had better arguments, you wouldn't need the insults. So I just thought that was interesting that that's where this immediately went in the
conservatism.
opening and
I
closing
just
statement.
wish we could have had more of them here tonight.
We'll work on
Oh.
it. Destiny.
Grow the farm up. Destiny is a
It
blue-haired.
sucks because I am
You can
not
read,
the
folks.
progressive warrior that a lot of people on the right think I am. I am probably like center left, far left, depending on where I'm at.
You know, it's funny. Like the people on the left treat Destiny like he's fucking Dick Cheney. It's the funniest thing when he couldn't be. And grow the farm up. You and Destiny are just best friends, BFFs. Like honestly, like your comments were so appreciated throughout the evening. Grow the farm up that they had to give you special extra attention. So yeah, but it was, and this is the closing statements, but there was still some more discussion, and there was at least two more. Like one, I dunked on Destiny hard. I'm shocked he even uploaded it on his channel, but it was pretty awesome. So there's still at least one more hard Destiny dunk coming, folks, and it's there's a couple more pretty good little jabs that we get in there. But yes, grow the farm up. Just Destiny's BFF. Blatantly a YouTube KUK in his marriage open this weekend or this month. How does that work? Just asking. Grow the farm up. Oh, okay. Now I get what you're saying. Oh my. Yeah, grow the farm up. So apparently Grow the Farm Up was asking what are the rules and how does an open marriage work? Yeah, that now apparently that was seen as a personal attack. But again, Grow the Farm Up was just asking. Like I that's one of those I could see how some folks could see it that way, but I can also understand your argument, Grow the Farm Up. Bennett, if Wu didn't want him to have the nomination, leave him. Like, yeah. I mean, they are doing everything they can to put as much sympathy on this man, Hulk Hogan style. And it's working perfectly because Hogan knew you needed the sympathy to start hulking up again. You got to start taking the beating before you hulk up, and then Hulk is hulking up again. And that's exactly what they're doing with Trump all over again, because now the right will vote for no one but him.
That I do believe that a strong Republican Party is needed for democracy to flourish. I think it is important to have people on the other side of issues in order to keep the left grounded. But I think that we're probably about to see like 2 to 4 years of the Republican Party having to massively reshuffle itself. But I think it's earned. I think the Republicans made a deal with the devil when they brought Trump in. I think that Trump ended up being worse for the country, the Republican Party, and for himself than even the most deranged lunatic lefty could have ever thought. This indictment is like a series of statements that are like comically, cartoonishly villainous. It is so stupidly clear how obvious he laid out all of his crimes, how explicitly brazen he was about violating how to handle classified information. And I don't see him being able to walk away from this. And that's just these. That's leaving alone the Georgia stuff. That's leaving alone however the New York stuff is going to turn out. And God knows what else is being investigated on him right now. So I think the Republican, but regardless of all of this, and you've seen it on this panel, I think for most of the people here, like most Republicans will literally walk off a cliff following Donald Trump, literally to the pits of hell. But like I said, I don't really have any I don't really feel bad for the Republican Party. I think they kind of earned it. This is the deal they've made. This is the lot they've cast, and we're going to see them, now they're finally starting to pay dividends on that horrible investment, and they will continue to pay dividends on it over the next few years as they figure out like what the party even stands for. Because right now it's Trump and trans issues.
Okay. Appreciate you. And then I'm assuming most people can find you. So I'm sure they can just type
On
in Destiny
Twitch.
into YouTube or Twitch. Wait, can they? Son of a bitch. So, all right. So, again, everybody's invited to stay at the end. So if you need a dip. If you don't need a dip, don't dip. And then also, me and money, a lot of money right now. I'm like a 3-legged dog in India. Give me your money to the people in chat. So appreciate you.
Did Rob get to give his final statement?
Nope, he hasn't. We're going to do that now. Mr. Rob.
Thank you, Destiny, for sticking up for me.
I got to hear the greatest hits one more time.
One more time.
I didn't know we were going to get back to Podesta too.
You should
Sorry,
listen. You should listen, right? Everyone could see that what's happening. Here's the problem, right? Even Destiny, Brianna, Dylan, right? You can see what they're focusing on here, particularly Brianna and Destiny. They talk about specifically whether or not this is good for Trump or, people walking. I'm not a Trump sycophant. I criticize him all the time. I probably would like someone like Vivek or DeSantis more, though. I will admit, like everyone else, that I think we can acknowledge that if you're a Republican, these selective prosecutions make me more likely to want to vote for Trump in the primary. But there's certainly a lot to criticize him about. His terrible appointments and things.
Grow the Farm Up says Destiny, and that person I shall not name have no morals, ethics, values, or principles I respect. Their conclusions are comically wrong. So, oh God. Bandit, the irony is Trump makes a GOP stronger whether you like him or not. That's the funny irony of it all. But yeah, it gets more fun, folks.
At the end of the past, the bombing of Syria, massive spending bills, and a lot of other shit. And let's be honest, if these statements are accurate that he made, it's dumb as fucking shit. Even if you don't think they're criminal, Trump has to understand that he will be perpetually gone after the rest of his life. Everyone surrounding him will be gone after the rest of their life, trying to get people to flip on him, trying to jeopardize him in any legal situation whatsoever. And so if he really did say this shit, that's really fucking stupid of him to say. However, as we've seen with lies from the DOJ, FBI, and other places before.
Grow the Farm Up says, show the K.O.E. owns Kalinske when you're that comes. That will come eventually. That's a spoiler alert. But no, not this evening. Not this evening. But
and we've seen the willful lies from Democrats, like saying he literally went on TV and told Russia to hack Hillary's emails when he was clearly telling a joke. We'll see what happens when the other side gets to respond to this. My issue is that it's more important not to look at individuals that are running for political parties like Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or Donald Trump. The process itself and the institution itself and whether or not there's a double standard is more important. And you can see that people like Brianna and Destiny just don't get it. They're incapable of keeping up in that. They just shout conspiracy theory and say, well, if it was as as bad as you say it would be even worse. It's abject nonsense. The double standards are clear. It's not just me. You could read it from the Durham report. Every single time we talk on any specific one of these issues, whether it be me talking about the Burisma Hunter Biden connection the last time with Destiny, where he just got his ass handed to him, or whether it be talking about the differences, just look at FAR violations. Manafort gets charged with the FAR violation. The Mueller report says he worked with the Podesta group. Podesta group gets allowed to retroactively file. Or campaign finance. Hillary team's allowed to just pay a small fine. Trump's team gets indicted 2 years after the statute of limitations. I noticed Destiny talked about statute of limitations, but didn't seem to have a problem with that Bragg situation there. So that's the problem. And the way to look at this is this. I assume that Trump's committed even more crimes than this alleged one, whether you think it's a crime or not. If you say, we don't like this guy, as Chuck Schumer said, and so the intel agencies will take him down, and all of these institutions get on board with that, eventually that leads to a system where you allow that corruption to pick winners and losers. Our system should be one where the voters get to decide whether or not they like Trump or they like someone else, not the FBI falsely accusing them of being a Russian puppet, spying on them, leaking that information to the press, et cetera, going from one investigation to the next. Just to respond to a couple of things that was said there, Dylan gives the game away when he says, quote, this might be the thing that stops Trump from winning the general election. Right, just like Rachel Maddow said the other day, that's exactly what the purpose of this is. And then he gives a laundry list of investigations, including the one in New York that is clearly bullshit. It's clearly bullshit, and that's the whole point. Just find something. Please stop him from having the chance to win. Now, it is true that people like Brianna and the Democrats, this is exactly the plan. They know that this will help Trump in the primary, but they know that it'll most likely hurt him in the general election. So this is the play. Just like in 2016, we could see the documents that showed Hillary Clinton's team wanted Trump to win the primary. That's why he got favorable coverage from press groups until the primary was over, and then they went in the bag for Hillary Clinton. So that's what's going on. Brianna says, conspiracy theory, that's code for I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and I can't keep up, so I just accuse the other person of being conspiracy theorist. She could take any one of the double standards that I've talked about, focus on it for the next 3 hours. I'll talk to her and she could prove how I'm just spreading bullshit conspiracy theories, and we'll go through any one of them she wants and I'll show that it's true. She says that she's worried that we'll get 4 more years. Yeah, Comey said this the other day. Wouldn't it be terrible if we get 4 years of a politician, a president that's going after his political opponents with lawfare? Oh, you mean like the 4 years that was gone against Trump and that Biden's doing now? I hope that Trump wins. If he did, if he's the nominee, I hope that he wins, and I hope that he investigates every fucking Democrat for all kinds of crazy shit. I hope that he pays for opposition research and then orders his FBI to spy on his opponents, then leaks it to the press. I hope that he goes after every one of them for FARA violations and for campaign finance violations that almost every politician commits. I hope he does that so we can hear Brianna and them, instead of just saying, well, trust the system. We have to trust the good people in politics. All of a sudden, they'll have a problem and say that it's biased. She said that it was that she just wants the rule of law, yet she hasn't read the bare minimum of things like the Durham report. And anytime people brings up, even Connor, who's not anytime, like, he'll tell you that there were shady things in the Durham report. She doesn't give a shit. She cares about the rule of law, but she hand waves. That's just conspiracy theory. Now, and lastly, she says that the temp was so high that she was trying to have a reasonable conversation. In her fucking opening statement, she called us children. She condescended from the opening, which I don't mind rolling around in the mud with pigs. And Brianna, you're certainly that. But please don't take the high road here. Like, I don't mean physically. I didn't mean that. I mean, she's fucking getting dirty and being dirty about things. So, like, yeah, fine. I'm not. That's better. Look at me. I'm not insulting anyone's physical appearance, for fuck's sake. But yeah, you don't get to be a shithead and then complain about it. And just lastly, I'll just say this: that the reason that they're able to find these things that we're even able to talk about the things that we see here about how bad it looks for Trump is because they did thorough investigations, violated attorney-client privilege, they subpoenaed text message, emails, etc. They refused to do any of that, even when there was clear obstruction of justice. I'll leave you with this. Everybody here knows, the Democrats all know, all of them, Destiny knows, Dylan knows, Brianna knows, that the way you do investigations like this is you go after low-level people, you charge them with crimes, and then you try to get them to flip. That's exactly what they're doing with Nada. That makes sense. That's what you do. The fact that they did the exact opposite in the Hillary Clinton investigation, where they said, instead, we'll just give immunity, and then ask him, oh, did anybody tell you to do this? No, I did it myself. Imagine if that's how the task they would have taken, the equal standard here. Just give Nada immunity and said, did Trump tell you to do stuff? And he said, no, I did it all on my own. we wouldn't be having this conversation. So you're always able to focus in on these details when you have a double standard that investigates one team as hard as possible, goes after them for process crimes, and turns the screws on them, but gives the other side immunity or refuses to investigate. Rob Noerr, find me wherever.
Okay, very cool. So this officially ends the debate segment of this. What I would like to do for anybody who wants to engage is basically just have a conversation. We can move it wherever we want to. We can talk about the Trump indictment. We can talk about the Durham report. We can talk about our family lives. We can do whatever. Typically, I run this for like the last hour, the first 2 hours of the debate, and then the last hour is just us kind of vibing. We're all creators. We're all contenders. We all throw elbows. We all talk shit. We all roll in the mud. So wouldn't it be cool to kind of have a more chill conversation about it? So the Destiny brings up a question, or brought up a question about 30 minutes ago, basically saying like, "Hey Connor, weren't you a cop? Don't you understand that there's statute of limitations when it comes to investigations?" If I worked in a city and the mayor's son was posting to social media how he was like banging prostitutes, smoking crack, working for a local business and taking thousands of dollars, all that kind of shit. Like I see Dylan nodding his head and the lefties like to fucking meme on it or whatever. It would probably be bad for my career, but I would see that as somebody that in a just world would be thoroughly investigated. So the pistol shit isn't necessarily what I care about. It's the fact that it seems like I think I'll wrap it up. I've been patiently listening to y'all for 2 hours, so if you indulge some of my rants, I would be appreciative.
Please.
But
I can add to this conversation too.
Yeah, if 5 years from now I bring up Hunter Biden about how the FBI and the DOJ and local law enforcement investigated Hunter Biden and nothing ever came of it, and then you tell me, well, that's 5 years ago, you're fucking boring, shut the fuck up, I'm gonna be a little annoyed.
Yeah, so a bunch of the statute of limitations thing, it's like, yes, when the incident happened with Hunter Biden, it was 5 years ago. But you know what was happening 5 years ago? The not reporting of what was actually going on. And they were doing these investigations. Connor, I sent you the Politico article that covers all this. Well within statute of limitations. It was in like the year of it occurring, and it just never went forward. So it's like, why couldn't we prosecute these federal firearms charges then? Why? Because there was no political capital in going after it.
I mean, look.
Yeah, sorry, you go first.
I just want to say, I think if liberals were being intellectually honest here, I think that if we really wanted to stand for issues like, how can I say this? Something I saw when I ran for office is it doesn't matter who you are, right, left, you all believe there's corruption in Washington. And I think what happened with Hunter Biden is pretty clearly an example of nepotism, right? Like he's given a cushy job because of his dad. Like this is pay for play access with the rich and powerful. To a lesser extent, we saw this with Nancy Pelosi, her daughter, who seems to be one of the key people, like basically caretaking Feinstein right now as she's trying to do her job in the Senate. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that our side doesn't do that too. It exists on the right and the left, the powerful, like they do with Hunter Biden.
But the problem
if he
is hold on, double standard.
Yeah, let's let people finish as much as possible.
We're in the chill time, man.
I do not. I think that there's an overall problem in Washington with corruption and nepotism. Right. I genuinely do believe that in these cases, I think the FBI and law enforcement probably looks at these situations and they're very hesitant to prosecute because it's going to be a shit show for everyone involved. So I think everyone involved generally gets like the light version of justice here. Something I believe, but I don't think it's right versus left. I think it's powerful versus non-powerful.
And
right?
Rob, if you'll indulge me just for a second, this is the thing where I see so one of the things that y'all were kind of talking about during the debate was, Trump appointed these judges, he appointed Barr, he appointed this person, so why didn't they side with Trump? And for me, I think DC, probably just like Hollywood and just like the Twitch and YouTube political space, it works off of name recognition. So if somebody was like, oh well, John Bolton, he worked for XYZ, administration, he's a little bit hawkish, people think he's a little bit too strong, and then Trump, because he's Trump, he's just like, I like strong people, get him on the team. And that's probably like the total amount of thought that went into like some of his appointees. And then what you really have is a battle between institutionalists, people who have already been a part of the system for a really long time, versus people who are trying to, I would say Donald Trump is maybe alone in this, from like his electoral standpoint, trying to break the system or shake it up. And so when I see the FBI not investigating aggressively Hillary Clinton, the Biden family, et cetera, and I do see them aggressively investigating Trump, I say it's because he's relatively an outsider.
Right, and then, like if I can real quick, just to piggyback off that, I agree with you. It's not just right left, as Connor said. It's more establishment versus people that are seen as a threat or an outsider to that establishment, regardless if they really are or not.
True.
And the problem is, like, you gave the game away. You said, yeah, there's nepotism, and that's true. Mitch McConnell doesn't want Hunter Biden prosecuted because then maybe someone in his family gets prosecuted. They don't want Nancy Pelosi to go down for insider trading because then maybe Lindsey Graham goes down for insider trading. But Trump is seen as outside that. He's seen as a bull in a china shop, and they don't like that. He threatens the establishment order. So that's why you saw prominent Republicans like Jeff Flake, John McCain. They were public with it, and many Republicans like Mitch McConnell and others privately didn't want Donald Trump. And the problem is, you're right, they're very light-handed when it comes to many of these violations. For example, FARA violations. You said you worked with the FBI. One of the worst kept secrets in this country is that foreign lobbying occurs all the time. And it's very rarely registered properly. You could probably get thousands of lawyers in this country under the FARA Act if you wanted it. They chose to go after Donald Trump's campaign manager for FARA. So they're saying, okay, now we're taking it serious. I'm okay with that. Just like I'm okay with Trump going to jail for mishandling classified information. I just want equal standards. And so when you see that Mueller sent Manafort to jail in part for failing to register as a foreign lobbyist, and the indictment literally says he worked with the Podesta Group, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, and they allow them to do what they always do, just pay a small fine or retroactively file paperwork. So when you say that they're light in this, that's exactly the point. That they're only heavy-handed when it comes to people connected to outsiders like Donald Trump. Can you explain to me one time in history of the United States that we've used the FISA application to spy on a president of the United States?
Well, and just to set the tone, we're having a conversation, not a debate.
Yes. I feel, respectfully, I feel like we spent 2 hours going through the Republican conspiracy stuff, or let me put that more neutrally, your objections to the way Hillary Clinton was treated. I feel talked out of that. If you have a separate conversation sometime, I might be up for that. I think, in my view, what has happened with Trump is, I think in your heart of hearts, he's a crook. He is uniquely reckless and stupid in the way that he goes about things. And I think.
Let's see. Grow the Farm Up says, Destiny begged me to shill his channel on Grow the Farm Up, but I have integrity. I don't know if that's true, folks. Somehow I don't think Destiny and Grow the Farm Up talk all that much because, Grow the Farm Up said, Destiny and I are not friends. In fact, I believe Grow the Farm Up would have some choice words for Destiny if they were ever on the same screen. But it'd be entertaining nonetheless, folks.
He has committed these crimes in such a way that the FBI is really forced, or the Department of Justice to be more specific, they're really forced to deal with it. If you read this, you're going to see he had every single opportunity to step back from the brink, just turn over what they're asking for, and we would not be in this situation here. So I think you're dealing with someone who feels like he's unlimited. I know it's not a satisfactory answer, but it's the simplest one, and I think it's true.
Look,
the funniest thing is, just on that last thing, the funniest thing is that if after a fucking year of requests, if Trump would have turned in those documents, not a single one of the Trump fans would be saying wow, what an example of blatant partisanship. If I worked for the CIA and I took a document home, I wouldn't get a whole year and multiple requests from the archive department and from the FBI to turn it in. But of course, they don't even think that for a second.
Well, hold on. I want to defend some of the vet bros because basically this was my talking point when it came to the Clinton server. Like, I was like, if I set up a private server and was having private communications using a Gmail account about top secret shit or secret shit, I would get curb stomped into the ground.
Yeah.
As a
No, at
DoD
the worst, you would get
employee.
fired from your job. That's what would happen.
Well, when you're a military person and you get an other than honorable or a dishonorable, conduct discharge, and then you have your top secret clearance revoked or your secret clearance revoked, that is a big deal.
I'm not
No,
saying
actually,
it's a big deal.
no.
I'm not saying it's a big
Counter and I were
deal.
talking to Falinor last night, who's actually worked
798.
in intelligence, has actually worked at classified material. And if you even take a flash drive with a README file out into your car, you can go to jail.
No,
That's
you
how
can't.
tight
That's
they are
not
with
true.
that.
That is
Well,
not
no,
true.
that's just
US
according to
Code
people who work in that
18798.
I'm
area.
going according to the U.S. Criminal Code. I don't know which friends you've talked to, what political affiliations.
No,
they have.
actually, me and Connor actually talked to him last night. His name's Falinor,
That's
and he said
very
it live
criminal.
on air.
Hold on. Wait. Are you saying you can't?
Furnishes, transmits, or otherwise makes available to unauthorized persons or publishes or in any manner, blah, 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 blah. U.S. Code 18798.
The
If you
knowingly
set up
part
a
there.
server
the
and you
knowingly part.
knowingly have that information there,
Yep.
you will be you can be prosecuted under federal law, dude.
Correct. The important part there is knowingly, and that's what was never proved during any of the investigations into Hillary Clinton, and that's why she wasn't charged.
And it goes into what Rob was trying. You and Rob kept going back and forth on it. It's like, yes, she had the documents on there. Well, we're not going to keep going for it because they're not there anymore. It's like, all right, well, you had them there though, right? Yeah, well, they're not there anymore. It's like, okay, chicken and the egg. At what point did Hillary Clinton violate that code? And why are we not prosecuting it? Well,
The
probably 'cause
violation
there's
would have
no
been heard.
evidence that it's still there.
No, it
You
has
would have
nothing
to
to do with
find
it.
the evidence that it was there. And
No, it doesn't even matter if it was there. We know it was there. We know she had documents on that server that she wasn't supposed to. But the point is proving that she knew about it. That's what makes it a criminal
They
matter.
show right,
Hold on,
and the
hold on,
point
hold on,
is,
hold on. Sorry, Rob, go ahead, but I want to make a point.
I'll be quick. The point is, instead of using the tools to find out what she
You've already
knew,
done these talking points. I'm not even going to
Yeah,
respond.
but
You can
I,
make your thing
I,
about,
I
like, why did
understand
they
that
subpoena
because
her?
you
Oh,
can't
come
deal.
on.
You
Just-
can't deal
just
with
at least
it.
let
No,
him
I've already
finish
dealt
his
with it. I already
sentence.
told you. She cooperated with the investigation. They turned over everything they needed to. There were no
She
other
did not.
tools they needed to do.
She did
There
not
was nothing else they
cooperate.
could have done. What could they have done
No, she
otherwise?
Okay.
They could have issued
Not
stuff
set
with
up
the
I would like
devices. They could have
to-
They already
raided her
got the
home.
devices. They got all
Hold
the devices they
on,
wanted.
guys.
Can I
We
respond
don't.
to this in
We
20
don't.
seconds?
Can I finish?
Sure, go ahead. Have 20
All right.
seconds, but I do
I-
think Brianna addressed this like an hour ago.
Okay, I read from the IG report that FBI agents literally wanted to issue subpoenas and to get devices, and they were frustrated because the FBI leadership just took her word. They were smashed, and they said we find that to be ridiculous.
Okay,
That's what the IG report said.
So
Why didn't the
so
GOP subpoena them at the time? If they didn't they control all of
Uh,
Congress at that point? Like,
okay.
the
So
devices. You think there's? Sorry, I don't want to loop on Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
Because the
Yeah,
Trump
so,
administration
no,
was actually
Phil?
good and forward thinking and wasn't going to look back. But-
all right,
Which, yeah, that's an exact quote from Rush Limbaugh. It's like when Trump took office, it's like, well, Trump's not going to look back. He's going to look forward. Grow the Farm Up. Destiny is probably the most overrated they, them on YouTube. Bandit, you don't get just I don't know if those are what he calls himself, but you don't get just fired when it comes to classified documents. Very true. Grow the Farm Up. Destiny and Steve Klein spent 3 special nights together in Sandals Resort, Bahamas. It's been reported. That's according to Grow the Farm Up. Oh, Lord Almighty. I don't know if any of that's true, folks.
Phil, let's
Not
just
forward
use
thinking enough to
everybody
not
chill. We're
strengthen
getting
the
back into
law
the
he's
panel.
being
I don't want to get into the
prosecuted
panel.
against.
I want to say
Yeah. We're
I wanna
fine.
say-
Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful phrase, folks.
it is. It is. Okay. And I have not taken marijuana. I'm just hanging out with the baby and I'm trying to have positive communication. We
Positive
gave
vibes.
I got jokes. We gave the people their blood. Okay, we did that. We did that for the last 2 hours. They love the blood. They love people screaming at each other, calling each other stupid, calling each other names, all that kind of stuff. Right now, we're trying to have like the serious adult conversation that Brianna was looking for. Okay, so what I think Brianna said that is plausible,
Now
and
what?
I wanted blood 5 years ago, was that State Department folks wanted the ability to do email communications on the move. The truth is that like having completely and totally secure communications within like an NMCI internet thing wasn't always the available way to do it. So realistically, they should have gone like with like BlackBerry or some shit with like some like 80-bit encryption thing at least. but then instead they went with Gmail, which I think has more leaks in it than the Iraqi fucking Navy. And
What? Has Gmail ever been compromised ever? I'm sorry, were there ever like 0-day exploits to hack email inbox or whatever?
No, there's never been zero click, but I'm pretty sure I'm talking about like phishing, man. Like, relax.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can phish an 80-bit encryption, whatever. If somebody gives you the fucking password, unless you're using like two-factor, that doesn't matter either. But sorry.
All right, so
unless you're like Linus Tech Tips and you get the cookie exploit where the person has the cookie information from the PDF you downloaded and clicked. Doesn't matter if you have two-factor authentication on there, you can still get into the YouTube.
True, but
Destiny, we could talk about this tech kind of stuff anytime you want.
I was
man.
about to say,
Sure,
y'all be fucking lab coats because that's not even my point.
Like,
All
my
right, go ahead.
contention. I mean, like, if you're gonna download and run and execute.
Hang on, I gotta address this. Bandit, is that the H3 guy? Grow the farm up. It's been reported, K.O.E. That's the CNN tuberculosis D standard. Bandit, tuberculosis. Okay. All right. So now we get to it. This is the tuberculosis D CNN. It's been reported somewhere standard, which that satisfies everyone's journalistic integrity, I believe. Winky face. Oh, God damn. That's funny. That's funny, Grow the Farm Up. Again, I don't know if any of this is true. It's been reported. That's all you gotta say. It's been reported. But again, actually, what's funny is when I said it actually has been revealed that that the tape that everybody's talking about with Donald Trump was actually edited. So, but we continue onward and upward.
Executable. Then
that exploit was just in a PDF.
No, I don't believe
it was.
so. The Linus Tech
Go
Tips
watch
thing,
the Linus Tech Tips
I
video.
watched the entire video. My understanding was it was a file that looked like a PDF, but it was
Yep.
actually an executable that was ran on the system.
It
But it was
looked
using
like-
an old. Yeah, it looked like. That means it wasn't. If it looks like one, then it's not one. It was a PDF.scr file, and the SCR
Looks
file
like
is a type
it,
of executable that can be run on a computer. And if you can run an executable on somebody's computer, you can basically do whatever the fuck you want. Two-factor, whatever, is not going to help you.
Okay,
I thought if it looked
my
like a duck
actual
and quacked
point.
like a duck, it was a duck.
Hold on, you fucking autists. Jesus Christ, this isn't even the fucking point. The point
Sorry.
is that the
God,
Department of
Max,
We're gonna
State
keep moving
wanted more
forward, Bandit. But
flexibility,
what?
and they thought it would
Just
be better
type
to
in the
ask for
comments what you
forgiveness
think
rather
that
than
was,
permission.
and I'll definitely read
I
it.
think at that time that was probably something that I would have, morally indicted her for, because if a Lance Corporal did that shit, he would have been fucking fired, and his
Hold on,
TS clearance would have been.
can you understand this one thing, that as long as there was no classified information on the server, there was no problem doing what she did. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that. Let me articulate why, though. The reason why I disagree with that is because if I had TS clearance or whatever. If I'm talking about TS shit, it doesn't matter whether or not I actually have like a TS file linked in.
Let's see. Bandit says, Wu said earlier in the evening that he learned about hacking when his Gmail account was hacked. Okay. Interesting.
My fucking email.
Hold-
If I'm
hold on,
talking
you
about
just- you
TS
just
shit,
you just changed what we're saying. If they're
not
not
changing
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
classified stuff, then there's
Uh-huh.
nothing wrong with it.
sure, I'm pretty sure the beef was that they were talking about classified stuff.
Yes, but to make it a criminal matter, they had to know that classified stuff was being
If-
talked about.
if I-
Of the tens of thousands, Rob, shut the fuck up before Podesta comes up again. Of the tens of thousands of emails that were on that server, it was like 100 of them had vague, non-standard classified markings. Nobody knew. Well, the contention is, and no one's been proven otherwise, and it doesn't seem likely otherwise. Nobody knew that they were actually talking about, or that classified materials being mishandled on that server. That's why there was no criminal matter there.
I would say that again, it's asking for forgiveness instead of permission.
That's
I
not
think
what
that
that
this.
means, but if you want to say that, that's fine.
I think they probably knew that they were flirting with the line of what they were allowed to talk about in email, but they were like, hey, we got shit to do. We can't fucking wait in order to have everything be.
The FBI report where they said that when they were talking about matters that were classified, people usually used like coded language so that they weren't in violation of whatever was marked as TS or classified. That wasn't the case. If
Okay,
it was the case, then wouldn't they
this-
have had thousands of classified emails or tens of thousands of classified? Why was it like 100 out of
Okay.
like however many tens of thousands of emails? Sorry.
So do you think the standard should be you can talk about top secret shit as long as you use coded language and you're slightly vague about it?
hold on. I'm talking about the law. Yes. If somebody says, like, let's say there's classified stuff going on tomorrow or whatever, and you're not allowed, and you ask somebody like, hey, the thing we're talking about tomorrow, I need to bring like preparation for that. If you're more discreet about that, or if you clarify, then that could be a violation. But if you're not, then if you're being vague, then no, it's not a violation of breaking the classifications. That's correct. That's how that works.
And
Okay,
that's why that kind of information needs to go towards investigations and potentially be litigated, and people need to actually go and argue their case, because like you said, it's intent, right? Or knowing that they have the information. If you're knowingly using coded language and you're knowingly sending this information out on a unsecured medium, that needs to be
I was about to say this excuse might work from like a legal, like getting prosecuted when you're a part of like Hillary Clinton's shop, but I'm pretty sure if I used this excuse as a DOD employee, my testicles would have been on a fucking grill by the afternoon.
I don't know why you guys keep saying that. No, that's not true.
It's not true that if I started a private email server, and then if I started communicating with people about top secret shit, but I used coded language about it, and they were also employees, they would not take, like, the government wouldn't take issue with that.
No, if you're not talking about anything that has a classification mark, and then you're fine.
Okay, have you read the emails?
No, I'm reading the FBI summary of the emails and why they believe there was no violation. Hold on. Also, let me be clear with what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're engaging with what I'm saying in good faith.
The FBI that we now know is biased against folks like Trump.
Yes, except for when there are investigations
we can move
of the
to in a
FBI
second.
or other people that aren't corrupt. I'm not saying that when I say coded language, I don't mean that they were saying like, hey, tomorrow, you know that General HY is going to be invading country XZ. I don't mean that kind of coded language. What I meant is that when people were talking about sensitive things, they were being vague enough that nothing sensitive was ever being transmitted. That was the determination by the FBI. It wasn't that they were using coded language to like purposely get around secret or top secret stuff. It's like my ex used to work for Lockheed Martin, and she would tell me, oh, I do things with satellites. That's coded language because she wasn't allowed specifically to say what she did for a job. But she's not like revealing secrets there.
If I could jump in. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just don't want to keep looping on this one. I think if I could try to turn this to a more productive like point of view here, or a more productive question, what, to my right-wing friends out there, what would it take for you to, like, I think there's this sense that all of us have that the government like serves the rich and the powerful first. What would it take for you to like feel faith in the system again? Because what I see Biden doing from my point of view is I think he's been relatively hands-off with this attorney general. I think the FBI is having conversations about how to do their work best in a highly charged, politicized environment, which is the entire impetus for that report y'all kept quoting. What would it take for you to like feel less paranoid about the institutions of this country? Because I think
give me just like 20 seconds here, Rob. I know you're
Sure.
but like when you're asking how do we get faith again in what is ostensibly, and now thanks to the Durham report, we now know provably, objectively, measurably, a weaponized law enforcement where people who run the FBI, even according to the Durham report, there's people who aren't even holding up to the FBI's own motto of fidelity. What's the point of me even trying to do anything? So if we have a weaponized law enforcement, how exactly do you, like, honestly, the thing that would have to happen is Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's joint checking account would have to be subpoenaed and made public. The Republican House would have to be given full investigation power without any and none of that's going to happen. None of that's going to fucking happen. We all know that. And we can all even kind of chuckle like, yeah, wouldn't that be the day the Bidens actually brought to some sort of transparency, even 1/4 of the level of Donald Trump, who, as we've now seen over the last 7 years, one of the most investigated human beings in God's creation. And all they can come up with is things that you have to invent second and third causes where, well, you see, if he's got this and then he does the thing, it might lead to and so that's as much as they could do out of everything from the IRS to the FBI to two investigations, 2 impeachments. That's as close as you could get. So to be frank, when you're asking what's it going to take to come back from that, like, how do you come back from a relationship when your significant other has cheated on you?
I don't think that report says what you're contending that it does.
Well,
I think
it's the same question.
Hold on. I politely listened to you. So I don't share that appraisal of that. If you're telling me your conclusion is I am so wronged, I get to burn the whole country down, that just doesn't sound very productive to me.
Not what I said.
We've got to find.
That sounds like the Democrats.
I keep looking
Yeah.
at the right wing, and I grew up in an extremely right wing family. My father was a military officer, and we talked a lot about service to the country. Like, I just don't know like what the point is where y'all start going like, how do we build this country together? How do we like find ways to
Now, hang on here. We got Grow the Farm Up. Does the moderator have a lot of subs? Hey, he's got a decent. He actually got it to 40K, 400 or 40,000 because he's a big fan of Warhammer 40K. So he got there. The moderator should not talk this much. He loves the sound of his own farts. Grow the Farm Up. Silver Key, Benefits of Nebraska. Chris Giannunzio, Phil is my hero. That was longer than, yes, I might have monopolized time there for a little bit. God bless, Chris. Great to fucking hear from you again. But yes, strangely enough, on Destiny's stream, this particular debate has been seen 230,000 times, and the post show has been seen about 40,000 times. He put them on two different channels. So about well over a quarter million people have now seen this debate by now. So I'm late to the party, but I'm very, very happy with how it turned out. So it was a fun time with some interesting folks I would never meet otherwise. Yeah, Brianna Wu, the one who's talking right now, she got the ball rolling on one of the investigations into Trump. It was the one Jean Carroll, I think her name is. That it was that one. So I was thinking, wow, this is interesting. But Chris, great to hear from you. God bless, man.
fix these institutions both of us agree are flawed. Like, I think we need to be investing in like the professionalism of the FBI and investing in the professionalism of the Justice Department. I think those are steps that make sense. Tapping into like this resentment, like tsunami, it doesn't seem like a way for our country to go anywhere.
So
It's
from the
funny to me.
FBI's
It's funny to me because I've watched for 4 years Democrats scream at the sky and want any sort of investigation, impeachment, spying on the president, going after anyone remotely connected to him. Right? We watched that. They were willing to destroy this country because Orange Man bad. They were absolutely willing to do it, and now they're so magnanimous. Just like, by the way, this is very similar to COVID, right? Where it's, we need a COVID amnesty now. Sorry, we said that all of you should lose your jobs and shouldn't be allowed to go to work and had to be locked
Yeah.
up. Now it's an amnesty. Now
we're hold on. We're trying. Okay, so I want to take the temperature back down because we're heating back up.
That's just what
I
Tabasco
answered.
said, by the way.
Nice.
You
I
get it, Destiny.
answered.
Mean your
I
way through
answered the
it.
question. Okay. I answered the question, which was basically, I would like to see a major political figure, preferably from both parties, prosecuted for some level of corruption, and then I would have faith that the system wasn't just straight up covering for this class of people. And that's the thing is, like, I think that the Durham report, say what you want to say about it, that Durham guy could be biased, but I think that the most aggressive thing about the Durham report is the fact that, who was it? It was like Brennan or whatever, like the CIA director. He briefs Obama and Biden on the fact that like Hillary Clinton is going to do opposition research trying to tie Donald Trump to Russia and Putin. They know this. They don't brief. I think the FBI head was in the room, but they don't brief the FBI agents. They use the Steele dossier, which was paid for by Fusion GPS, which was somebody hired by the Clinton campaign, in order to start the Trump campaign or the Trump investigation. Then what's alleged in the Durham report, of course, like, I'm not FBI, I don't know their exact investigative and reporting procedures, but what's alleged in the Durham report is that they received exculpatory evidence in one of their like recordings of one of the people that they were targeting. And it's typical procedure that if they receive exculpatory evidence during their investigations, they would report it to their chain of command as a part of like the ongoing warrant applications process. They omitted the exculpatory evidence in order to continue the investigation. Then a lawyer for the Clinton campaign, who did not disclose that they were a lawyer for the Clinton campaign, went to the FBI with allegedly inappropriate financial transactions between Trump and Russian people. The FBI said, hey, this isn't showing what you say it's showing, so therefore we're not going to look into it further. And then that same lawyer called the press leaked to the press that Russia was, or like the FBI was doing investigations of Russia and Trump, and then called the FBI back and said, hey, the press is about to leak this. You should probably go talk to them. And then the FBI went and talked to the press in de facto confirming that they were conducting the investigation. So, so for me, that might not be enough. I'm actually sad that Destiny's not here. That might not be illegal. Like, it might not be illegal to be a lawyer and not disclose your ties to a political campaign in order to manipulate them to give a rival political campaign bad press. But it is, at minimum, immoral. And one of the things about and I'm sure this kind of shit happens in DC all the time, by the way. And then the other thing about the Durham report is they said that one of the agents that they had conducting the Trump investigation, when they shared that the Steele dossier was paid for by Fusion GPS, and when they shared that they had basically been played by Clinton for this part of the investigation, they basically came back in 2 hours later from their interview and they said, listen, I had no fucking idea, and I'm actually kind of pissed that I wasn't briefed that I was receiving biased information during the conduct of this investigation. So I'm not saying it's illegal, but I am saying it's actually pretty fucked up and unethical.
It is illegal.
So if I can have just a couple of seconds to respond to that, because this is excellent. This is the conversation we should have had tonight. So for your first point that we need to see more prosecutions of figures across the board, we have a new governor here in Massachusetts, Maura Healey. One of the ways she made her name was going after corruption here in Massachusetts. She her office prosecuted people on the right and the left. She went after a lot of white collar crime. She is amazingly popular here in Commonwealth because of that. So I agree with you. Like, focusing as the Department of Justice on those kinds of cases, I want to see more corruption cases brought across the board. I think that's really important to restore public faith. I think where we would probably, how can I say this? Where I think you're not giving the FBI credit with the report is they came to the same conclusions that you have, that they needed to return to their older principles. They needed to double down on impartiality. They needed to be very, very skeptical about the way that they handled these things, and they needed to depoliticize the process and really make sure they got it right going forward.
They did. That's the opposite.
Well, Rob, if I could address this,
Sure.
I am skeptical. So that this is something that happened with the Twitter files, because I came in a little hot into Destiny's community. Was when I look at the CIA doing the Bay of Pigs, or the FBI investigating Martin Luther King Jr. and did they investigate JFK? I know for a fact they tried to blackmail Martin Luther King Jr. into committing suicide. COINTEL, like domestic intelligence operations, like all this kind of stuff. When I see these things, I'm presuming, because these things all have some level of like moral justification. Martin Luther King did social, we kind of valorize him, but he was sympathetic to socialism. And this was during the time, like immediately after the Red Scare. When we're talking about the Bay of Pigs, the nuclear threat that Cuba posed if Russia sent, nuclear ICBMs to Cuba was a big deal. So if we had a Cuban or an American sympathetic Cuba, that would actually be a huge boon to us. And if we had militias do that at a very cheap cost, this is all justifiable. So for me, when I see the Durham report, what I see is institutionalists who prefer other institutionalists against outside people. And so while there might not be anything specifically illegal, I can understand the rage of people who believe that they're in like a representative democracy, where what's effectively being like happening is people people come out, they say their speech. I'm going to give you, naps during nap time. We're going to get extra nap time. I'm going to give you pizza on Fridays and ice cream every lunch. And then we just longer recess. We all vote for the school body president. But when they find out that institutions are putting their thumbs on the scale, they get fucking, I think, justifiably pissed. Now, the point, just to wrap this up, I do think it's been this way forever. I just think that social media and news has exposed this.
It's certainly, I agree that it's been like it's a big club, right? And it's certainly used.
Big club, and you're not in it.
Yeah, right. And they've used that to keep people that were potential outsiders. By the way, they did the same thing. They accused Jill Stein of being a Russian agent. There were claims of Bernie Sanders possibly having connections to Russia. So this is a playbook that they'll go to people on the right or the left that they think are somehow outside the establishment club of, you know, the corporatist Democrats, the corporatist Republicans, right? I disagree with Connor, though, that it would be enough to arrest Hunter Biden. I think that there needs to be transparency. Anyone who's remotely at the top of the FBI needs to be disbanded. The entire FBI should be disbanded, but at the bare minimum, the leadership of the FBI needs to be taken out, never be allowed to have a job again, and needs to be under criminal investigation immediately.
But this
You know
brings up a
what? Wait,
point.
wait, wait, wait. Let me give
go,
some
Dylan.
let me give some compassion. I agree. I think Joe Biden should do a complete rework of the FBI. I think he'll do a great job of redesigning it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
cool.
okay, hold on. So this is
Still
one of the
wouldn't be any
frustrations.
worse off than we are now.
No, so I don't think that chopping heads off at the top is going to do anything, because it basically, like, this is actually one of my frustrations with Dylan, Brianna, and Destiny, or liberals and progressives at you know, when they're like, oh, you appointed the head of the institute.
This, like, when you suddenly go, what? Like, I don't think chopping off heads at the top of the institution is going to, like, that's the only thing you can do to bring about the most striking change in any organization. It doesn't matter which one. Is you have to start the change at the top. So, like, I don't even know what that's supposed to be. What that's supposed to even argue. The idea that that's not going to change anything. Like, that one kind of left me gobsmacked, to be frank.
Institution, why didn't the institution do exactly what you wanted them to do, like snap to like fucking robots in order to do it? And you have to understand, like, these places have institutional momentum. The people who are like,
but you guys make the same accusation of Biden. You say Biden, like, how many of you guys believe that Biden controls the entire DOJ?
No one.
Wait, then what are all these? So
His handlers probably
I think
do.
Biden has dementia and doesn't know where he's at most of the
wait,
time.
okay, wait. So then you think
But
all
his
of these people are
handlers-
acting in a coordinated manner to attack Trump because he's just an outsider?
Yeah. In
Okay,
general.
that's
Why do
existential
any
threat
and
to their
why
way
do
of
any
life.
of these why do any of these special counsel investigations, or why do any of these like House committee things get power to investigate any of this? Why don't they all just get blackballed, or why don't they all just get stonewalled?
Because there's
they're
enough
held by
populist
Congress and
momentum
that's
that
not
could
got
see.
their thumb by the president, man.
Okay, so
And-
so I'm familiar with these arguments before, and then Rob, you can do your whole spiel because I know you're about to podesta everybody here again. Okay, this is the frustration I have when I argue with
nice.
Yep. This is the argument I have when I talk with my mom all the
Like,
time.
all
It's so
night, folks on the
frustrating.
left have been like insulting and trying to label people's arguments, but haven't really been addressing the arguments. Like, it's
True.
trying to get Potesta, this is a conspiracy theory, but not a lot of addressing of arguments. Maybe just address the arguments without the insults. If you had
Yeah.
better arguments, maybe you wouldn't need the insults.
I
So
like
the frustrating the frustrating part is that you are concocting an all-powerful conspiracy where all of these organizations can work in the background to systematically disenfranchise and be unfair towards certain people, except when they're not. But then when they're not, it's because there's so much populist momentum that they just
Like, the idea that there's not a government conspiracy to disenfranchise the electoral outcomes of certain groups of people. We had to pass a civil rights act in the United States because there was actually an active conspiracy by elements of our government to suppress electoral outcomes of certain groups within this country. It's happened before. So the idea that Destiny's just going to pretend to be so, like, I'm just so flabbergasted, gobsmacked, and just perish be the thought. Like, to me, that's like, I think it's disingenuous in the extreme.
couldn't stop them
To be
that one
kind.
time. This is like when I asked my mom about like elections, and she's like, "All the elections are rigged, and the government and the Democrats are able to rig it." And well, then how did Trump win? Well, because that time enough good people showed up to stop them. And it's like, if that's what you want to go by, I mean, like, you can have that argument.
Well,
but like,
no,
you
we
have to
had to
understand,
actually
you literally are
pass a civil rights
unfalsifiable.
act
Nobody can
because
ever
there was
do
a government
anything to argue against
conspiracy
you
to disenfranchise people.
So
We've
nobody
done
can
that in the
ever-
past with
nobody
the
can
Civil
ever
Rights
argue against
Act.
any of the points you
Okay.
bring up because you are completely and totally like unassailable.
Okay,
And
if I may.
that's-
Now, did you hear what Destiny just said? No one can ever bring up any counter. Like, okay, like, I know I said we were gonna move forward, but I'm gonna move it back here just a little bit because Destiny says no one can challenge any of the arguments I ever make because I'm completely
is that
unassailable.
You are
just
concocting an
means
all-powerful conspiracy where all
nobody
of
can
these
counter what I
organizations
gotta
can work
say.
in the background
Beautiful.
to systematically disenfranchise and be unfair towards certain people, except when they're not. But then when they're not, it's because there's so much populist momentum that they
Oh,
just
you
couldn't
hated
stop
my
them that one
response here.
time. This is like when I asked my mom about like elections, and she's like, "All the elections are rigged, and the government and the Democrats are able to rig it." And well, then how did Trump win? Well, because that time enough good people showed up to stop them. And it's like, if that's what you want to go by, I mean, like you can have that argument.
Well,
but, like, you
no,
have
we
to
had to
understand,
actually
you literally are
pass a Civil Rights
unfalsifiable.
Act
Nobody can
because
ever
there was
do
a government
anything to argue against
conspiracy
you
to
because-
disenfranchise
yeah,
people.
So
We've
nobody
done
can
that in the
ever-
past with
Nobody
the
can
Civil
ever
Rights
argue
Act.
against any of the points you
Okay.
bring up because you are completely and totally like unassailable.
Destiny just said no one can ever argue against any of the arguments I bring up, which is true. Like no argument can ever counter. And I think I hit another slam dunk here.
Okay,
And
if I
that's
may.
the
I-
first
No,
thing
that's
to
just a
argue.
nice
Connor,
way of saying
please.
I'm right and you can't disprove my arguments. I'm sorry,
If I
Destiny.
may, first, Destiny, your mom sounds based. I'd love to talk to her. Secondly, right, like there's a simple way. Each individual's example I give of a two-tiered system, you could argue how that's not the case. You're incapable of doing it. Instead, you
Yeah,
name your
so
way through.
basically-
For example, you keep talking about Podesta.
It's just a nice way of Destiny saying I can't disprove your arguments. And I'm sorry, I admit defeat. You are the great one, Phil K.O.E. And so I'm like, now, Destiny, all you need to do, sir, is just accept Jesus into your life, take on a more trad lifestyle, and it will all, like, everything will flow from there and amazing things will happen in your life, sir. I don't know if he's going to take that advice, but I was able to tell his audience to accept Jesus into your life. So, hey, mission accomplished.
Okay. Can you explain that situation? Why the double standard there? You keep memeing about
I
it.
don't know. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of every single. If you want to talk about, like, for instance, like Hillary Clinton versus Biden, we can do that. But I think you're just wrong there. But obviously we disagree because you're claiming that, like, well, the reason why they didn't use subpoenas there was because of some
Rob.
corruption. Whereas I would say, like, oh, well, they probably just cooperated and they gave the device that they had, and then whatever they didn't, they didn't. But you're going to say there's like some deeper, like, fucking
Rob.
thing there.
Rob, I have an example from tonight I want to use. So, and I think this would apply to the Twitter files as well, by the way. So I think that whoever was it, Brennan, who was the FBI director at the time? Comey, was it Comey?
Comey.
Comey.
Brennan was CIA.
Brennan was CIA, right? Okay, so with Comey, I think that a healthy chunk of the population and the pundit class and the news media class was predicting a Hillary Clinton win, and at that time, and so he was worried. By the way, this is my frustration with the Hunter Biden story as well. He was worried that he never disclosed that they were reopening the server thing because they felt compelled because somebody came back with like additional information, that it would haunt Hillary Clinton's presidency. So they announced it 10 days. Hold on, I'm almost done. 10 days before the election. No, thank you. You're an intelligent fella. I'm a relatively intelligent fella. You know.
Sure. Can you just, as you're explaining this, can you just explain this one thing? I can understand everything you're saying about reopening the investigation. Why did they have to announce it?
I
That's
was
the
literally
damaging
just
part.
getting
Yeah, go
there.
for it.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
literally
go
just
ahead.
getting there because at that time it was probably a cost benefit risk calculus where he thought that she was going to win anyways.
Yep.
It was too late. Most people had already made their fucking minds up. He didn't think that it was going to cost her the election. He just thought it was going to be a factor. So in order to say we were actually fair and impartial, I'm actually going to announce this. And this
Why does he have to announce it though? That nothing you
Why
just
does
said
he
made
have
any
to-
sense.
okay, well,
The
okay,
FBI doesn't
so
normally announce investigations. They don't do that. They don't comment on ongoing investigations.
If I may, Connor, I'll answer.
Go
No,
ahead.
no. Wait, I want Connor to answer it before. I
Okay.
don't want to hear about it again. I'm curious what Connor thinks.
okay,
Because
You
what
don't want to
I
hear from me
think
because you know what happens when.
okay,
No,
so
because I know that
what
the
I
reason why
think
was probably the reason why. Sorry. go ahead.
what I
Me neither.
think is that if somebody came out after the fact, and this almost happened with Hunter Biden as well. If somebody came out after the fact and said, "Hey, they sat on a story that could have been damaging to Clinton's campaign, and they didn't do anything with it, so the FBI is biased towards Clinton," then that would have carried a lot more weight if there was an unannounced reopened investigation.
The FBI doesn't announce their investigations. I just don't understand why. Like everything that you're saying, I could buy, and actually even sounds true in terms of them doing the investigation and wanting to make sure everything is proper and wanting to make blah blah blah. But them announcing it—that's so unprecedented. And the idea that they would announce it so
Let's look it up.
people that people would believe it, like. People, if you really think the investigation was a sham, like, would you really think announcing it is going to be the difference between whether or not people believe it actually happened or not? Like, Rob doesn't believe that investigation was legitimate, so it seems like
Sometimes
that.
it's posturing, man.
I want to deal with one question, or sorry, Rob, I'll let you go.
Okay.
But I want to deal with one statement,
5
which you are saying that the FBI does not announce investigations of public interest. I have no idea whether or not that's true. So I'm just going to Google that while other people
Yeah, go
talk.
for it.
I was
No,
about to say,
I
just
will-
give me
let me
5
defend
seconds.
it, if I can get a second here, I'll defend some of what Destiny's saying here. It was very unusual. Forget about the 10 days before, but when Comey came out and said, we're not charging her, but here's all the facts, that actually was very unusual. Because most of the time, if the FBI decides not to charge someone, they don't announce, well, here's all the shady shit they did, but we're not charging them. So Destiny has a point there, but he's talking specifically about the reopening of the investigation and why they announced it. And the problem is, what you're saying, Destiny, is counterfactual to the FBI's rationale to the IG as to why there were so many ham-fisted things that occurred in the investigation into Trump and into Hillary before the election. The reason that they gave immunity, the reason that they didn't pressure to get all these devices and stuff, they kept saying, because we had to finish the investigation before the election, because the American people deserved to know whether or not these crimes were committed before the election. And so, if that was the rationale that they gave, and we gave people immunity because we were on a time scale, and then it turned out afterwards, they never reopened the investigation, and this whistleblower comes forward after the election and Hillary wins and says, listen, they kept saying they had to give immunity because they were on a time crunch, but they intentionally waited over a month until the election was over to look at this evidence that was classified evidence. And the worry, and James Comey admits this in his book, he thought that that would impugn the FBI and impugn Hillary Clinton. And so the reason the announcing part of it was the crucial part, because he thought Hillary's got this wrapped up. So he needed to let the American people know, look, there's this thing out there. Trust us. There was nothing there. We closed it. We're good. That was the important part, the announcing of it. If he didn't announce it, then it wouldn't have had that effect, because people would have said, you intentionally hid that evidence until after the election.
Yeah, so looking up
good.
the information that I said I needed to look up or whatever. So they basically said the FBI, generally speaking, does not announce investigations into anybody unless like there's like a public interest. And so that would be my answer, is that this is an issue of public interest, because people already knew about the investigation. The investigation was already ongoing. They closed it. They said it wasn't ongoing. Then there was, let's just say, some, I think, healthy doubts about the quality of the investigation, considering you have people basically like smashing stuff and Hillary Clinton saying that, like bleaching a server is just when you clean it, right? Like, dude, I've gotten my hand caught in the fucking cookie jar. Like that sounds like somebody who got their hand caught in the fucking cookie jar. Like I don't know how that's disputable.
But here's the thing.
Grow the farm up with a couple comments. Destiny's problem is that he has accepted too many rods in both ends. Oh my. Grow the farm up. Destiny is calling and texting me now. LOL. Why are you so worried about what I'm chatting? Just jump in the K.O.E chat, Destiny. No need for cloak and dagger. Oh, brutal. Grow the farm up. Okay, is Dylan Burns just on these panels for ESG scores from BlackRock? Come on, he adds nothing. Well, you got to realize, Grow the farm up, he realized he was on a panel with Phil K.O.E. And he decided that is far more than I can possibly handle. That's too much for me. I can't do it. I can't take it. I'm not even going to attempt to take over and take on the great Phil K.O.E. Like,
if I could be quite honest,
why is this
I actually
leftist
don't
on the
think Hillary
panel?
Clinton should have been charged with a crime for the server. I don't. I think that an investigation was probably warranted, and she should have had a finger wagged. But the only problem I have was the actual destroying of subpoenaed evidence. To me, that was the bigger deal. And maybe Hillary had nothing to do with it. That could be true. But someone should have been charged with that federal crime, particularly when we see how much of a big deal anyone connected to Trump with obstruction of justice is. So if we're going to take that crime seriously, that's clear cut. Right. And we could have found out, if they would have pressured instead of giving immunity, we could have found out, well, did Cheryl Mills? Because remember, here's part of the story, too. Paul Combetta claims he had this oh shit moment, knew that there was a subpoena, but remembered 6 months ago he was supposed to delete this stuff. But 2 days before the deletion, he met in private with Cheryl Mills. When the FBI
Rob,
asked,
can I offer you? Can I interrupt and offer you some some rhetorical feedback from my perspective? It's like what happens when you walk through a story that even ones that I'm familiar with, I track you on like the people and the places and what they're doing and why it's wrong and all that kind of stuff. But oftentimes that's because like I've read it before And what's really going on is like the minutia, right? Or excuse me, you're getting into the minutia of who did what wrong, when, where, why, which I think is like that's worthwhile information of public interest and all that kind of stuff. But oftentimes, what we're talking about, or at least what I'm talking about, is broad strokes. What did these people do that was fucked up, and what is the standard that we're comparing it to? And so, if I was to summarize the same story that you were kind of getting into, it would be like a bunch of people from the Clinton campaign did stuff they knew they weren't supposed to do. The FBI caught them doing stuff they knew they weren't supposed to do. And then the FBI, instead of being aggressive, played footsie with the Clinton campaign, whereas they were playing fucking hardball with the Trump campaign since day one. And then if somebody was like, "Hey, well, what's your evidence for that?" Then I would kind of launch into details. That's just media.
The problem is,
Hold
and
on,
I'll
hold
be
on, hold
real
on.
quick.
This will
the
take
problem-
10 seconds, I promise. I really agree with that, Connor. I've listened to 3 hours of this. I'm maxed out. I'm heading to bed, y'all. So
No.
thank you very much for
Please.
having me.
No, good night. Thank you
would
for
love
hanging
to do
out.
this again. I really appreciated this version of the conversation where the temperature was a lot lower. I think this was more productive. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right,
Don't
have a
call
great night.
people childish in your opening if you want a more productive conversation. Jesus.
Well, it is
Connor,
a
the,
channel.
the pushback I would have against that is
Mhm.
that would be fine if that's the way the conversation was going. It's not, because Destiny's argument has continually been, was there any evidence that Hillary ordered? Was there any evidence? And that's always going to be, we're talking about the FBI. We're claiming or that it's corrupt or that there's a double standard, however far you want to go with that. And we're saying because of that, they intentionally didn't look. Right? They were like, well, we'll let you cooperate. But with the other side, they're like, no, we're looking at everything. We're going to charge low-level people with crimes. And so when we're talking specifically, the reason I bring up Gambetta, I just wanted to bring up this point. Gambetta personally talked to Hillary's lawyer 2 days before these deletions. And the FBI, who at that point said, we think Gambetta's lying, after they gave him immunity, they said, what did you talk to her about? He said, I don't remember. Now,
Right.
That's why I bring that story up, because Destiny's like, but there's no proof. Of course, if that happened, Nada, by the way, part of what he's being indicted for is saying, I don't know where those boxes were. I don't know. Right. And so we see, and this is what I'm so frustrated about. Like, anyone with a remote application of the law understands this point. If you want the big dog, you find a little person in their group, find a crime that you could prove, and then get them to flip. But they did the exact opposite. And it's frustrating to me then to hear Destiny or Brianna or Dylan say, but there's no proof, there's no evidence. Right. I'm not talking about taking down Hillary Clinton. I'm talking about, why did the FBI not look? That's the problem.
Okay, yeah. And so here's Destiny brought up my previous like law enforcement experience. Here's the thing. Sometimes as a cop, you don't want to fucking know what's actually going on. You don't want the bigger details, because if you find out the bigger details, you're going to have to start yanking on some threads. There were couples who were fighting, and basically it's mandated by law in the state of Florida that if you have evidence of domestic violence where somebody puts hands on somebody else, it's fucking over. One of y'all is going to jail for the night. Which like so basically, like, I would, if couples seemed like they were pissed off at each other, but it was just a fight, I would ask them the questions like, hey, what's going on tonight? Are you guys okay? Is anybody hurt? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. And if they kind of gave me like a low temperature answer where they're like, yeah, we're sorry. We didn't want to call you, but we just got really pissed off. We smashed some stuff around the house, et cetera, et cetera. I wouldn't necessarily be like, did he hit you? 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 That kind of thing, where you're trying to dig for the crime in order to fuck people over. That's typically what you do when you're trying to investigate somebody aggressively. Whereas if I did have somebody where there's physical evidence of like hitting, there's bruise marks or lacerations or cuts or anything like that, yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more aggressive with my questioning. So pretending that like law enforcement officers don't make moral judgments about the people that they're investigating and then tempo their investigations based off of the desired outcome, it's just like, it's not in touch with what people actually do.
But if you knew that couple,
Dylan, you don't have to raise your hand. You can fucking
I just wanted to check out. That's all. I wanted to head out. It's like,
no,
I've been here for 3 hours.
It's midnight.
Mhm.
It's we got places to go, things to do.
Yeah,
Please be
it's
safe,
like it's
Dylan.
7 a.m. for me actually.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
Be
Well,
safe, man.
Well, I want
I
to
appreciate
say I'm probably going to wrap up as well. So I wanted to say, this is Counterpoints. This is Heated Hippie. We're trying to be the spiritual successor to the great Dylan Burns. Unfortunately, he has large shoes to fill. It's hard to do, but we do our best. And then Dylan, thank you for what you're doing. I know not everybody supports you supporting Ukraine or whatever, but I do think it takes serious cojones to believe in something and risk your ass for something that you believe in and are passionate about. So 07's in chat to Dylan Burns.
Thank
You
you for
walk your
the
walk, sir.
thank you for the lovely comments. Let me just burn any positive implication of me in your audience's mind very quickly. Hunter Biden should be awarded the Presidential Medal of Honor for bravely fighting his addiction and his amazing business sense, making tons of money at gas companies he didn't even have the experience for. That shows that he can grind. Not
And
to
he's an
mention,
artist.
not to mention his stunning contributions to the art world and generous
Yeah,
financial
some
contributions
comedian,
to
I
downtrodden
can't remember
sex
the name, had that
workers.
joke.
Hero is spelled
He's like, no, we
H-U-N.
need to vote for Hunter Biden in 2024 because, yeah, his whole bit was he supported Biden, but not Joe Hunter. Because, dude, this guy has so much experience in oil companies. He's an artist. I mean, like, it was actually pretty good.
TER and Republicans and these corrupt, evil prosecutors and investigators are digging into this brave patriot for just
Oh my God, you don't know? Okay, grow the farm up. Dylan Burns is over in Ukraine now. He's been there for months. I think pretty much since the damn near the beginning of this war. Like he got over there pretty quick. And he's been like reporting on the war in Ukraine. He's been letting folks know what's going on. He's on a train to Kherson. When this debate got over, it was really something. Like he is very pro Ukraine, which is why I say when he's done with this and he comes back to the United States when he turns 35 years old, he is going to run for office. I don't care what anybody says. He's just going to find, like people say, well, the stuff he says is too lefty and loony. Not for the right Democratic district. He'll find himself a nice, comfy little district where people will cozy right up to his politics. So, excuse me. But Bandit goes, yeah, he's been there for like a year. He might have come back for Christmas. He might have come back for Christmas. Yeah, I think I did hear him coming back for Christmas, maybe, but that was about it. But yeah, so he's been over there reporting for a while. So I don't agree with the whole stance on the war in Ukraine, but got to give the guy credit. He's put his time and his effort into this.
Seen his Second Amendment rights. Okay, that's it. Anyway, I love you guys. You can find me at Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. Dylan Burns
on a
live.
federal form.
What's really lying? Okay, he was honest
Love
with God, and that's
America.
all that really matters.
Dude, there's no God in the
Background,
the
Dylan, I
federal
think I saw
background
shit.
check
There's no God. There's this anti-Christian agenda from the right once again. Anyway, you can find me Dylan
Real
Burns
quick,
live on
what did he-
YouTube.
Wait, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What did he line that from about?
On
About
the
how much he gave to charity, of course. He gave
No,
$2
the-
billion instead of the $1 billion stated.
No,
that he
on
was
the 4473
Yes.
Yeah.
What did he
Yeah.
lie about?
drug consumption.
He was not using drugs at that time.
Wait, that's seriously what we're going by on the he should be prosecuted for it?
That's lying on a federal form, man.
Well, he also disposed of it.
Hold on, you know that 4473 asks if you've like smoked marijuana too, right?
Yeah, if you're under the influence and if you're using drugs.
I'm
He's using
pretty-
crack.
I think it
not
asks
marijuana.
if you have used it. It doesn't matter if you're using
Oh,
marijuana or crack. I'm pretty sure marijuana is a Schedule 1 drug in the United
We
States.
could debate it another
So
time.
your
if you
argument
want,
is-
man.
I'm not debating it. I literally
We'll
just
see,
filled out one of
Dylan.
these forms like 2 weeks ago. On a 4473, it asks you if you do illegal drugs. Marijuana is one of those illegal drugs. I think it even calls it out on the 4473. I'm just saying, he was saying like you need to be prosecuted for that. Every single person that ever bought a firearm that smokes weed also needs to be prosecuted for it.
Now, what interesting here? Girl the Farm Mom says Zelensky is a war criminal, kidnapping and conscripting males aged 13 to 70 into the Ukraine meat grinder. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know there was kids that like I haven't heard anything about that, but I'll look into it. Is Dylan really this out of touch? He on the ground, he has become a true believer. Beware. Yeah, that's one thing to keep my like I was what kind of got me on this panel was the previous night I was on a panel with Connor and Tiberius D actually showed up too. And I asked, what was your limiting principle to this Ukraine war? What are you willing to sacrifice? And Connor gave a reasonable answer. Tiberius and Twisted Aviator gave an insane answer. They said they were willing to bet the whole farm, all the chips. They're willing to sacrifice all 7 billion lives on planet Earth to win this war. If we lose this war, then we just drop the nukes and sacrifice all life. And I was like, that is insane. You're insane. Anything you say should not be taken seriously from here going forward. Grown-ups should not have such a childish position. I was quite appalled by what I heard that night. And Connor at least agreed that American blood is too much. That's when we've sacrificed too much for this war. But Tiberius is literally willing to sacrifice. Literally, there's some people that love this war so much they're willing to burn all the earth to fucking cinder if only they can stand upon the ash and declare themselves, I think I was right, which is monstrous, truly monstrous.
If bodily autonomy applies to vaccines, it also applies to crack. See you guys later. Bye-bye.
But it didn't apply for
Nice. Thanks for dropping that grenade in this discussion. God bless.
We'll
All right. Does anybody have any saved rounds before I myself dip out?
No, I was going to answer Destiny, but if you want to leave, or if we all want to leave, that's fine.
No, I'll listen to the response, and maybe the response to the response, and then the response to the response to the response, and then I'll probably leave.
I actually think the gun thing's not that important, right? I think that it shows the hypocrisy from the Biden administration that has this big war on guns, and we have to have laws about guns when they're basically okay with his
war on guns. Isn't Trump the guy that passed anti-gun legislation?
And
No, so
many of
he
his supporters
pushed
hated it.
forward a federal rule from the ATF to ban bump stocks.
Yeah. So
and many of his supporters
And that's
that
not
were
even a law.
massively
That's just a rule.
He did
from
give
a
us 3
bureaucratic
Supreme Court
organization.
justices that saved the Second
Why is that
Amendment.
relevant, Destiny?
Well, I'm
Why-
just
why is
saying,
that relevant?
Can be forgiven.
I'm pretty sure that Trump stepping back on gun rights is one of the reasons why people in Georgia fucking hated him so much.
I agree, but the point is clearly the Biden administration and Democrats are talking about the severity of gun crimes and saying that we need additional laws. And one of the problems with additional laws is we don't enforce the laws on the books. So when people talk about the importance of gun laws and then their son is violating these gun laws, but to me that just shows hypocrisy. I'm more interested in the crimes that Hunter committed that his father's implicated in. So the FARA, the lobbying and thing, I don't give a shit that Hunter smoked crack. I don't care that he illegally bought hookers. I really don't give a shit. I don't. I care about what was he doing where he was getting all this money from our foreign adversaries, right? And then money was going all around the Biden family. And meanwhile, his father was issuing policies that were beneficial to some of the very corrupt areas, such as in Ukraine. That's the real problem. I don't give a shit about the gun thing.
The big man.
Guns are
Beautiful.
important, Rob.
All
I
right.
don't disagree.
Guns are based.
Parasocial love to you and yours. I look forward to yelling at each and every one of you on different occasions about different political subjects. I wish you all a beautiful night, and I'm looking forward to the next one. So have a good one, guys.
I love you guys. Peace out.
Peace.
All right, ladies
And I
and
got a
germs,
piece in
I
there.
should capitalize on the
Now, we're going to move on to something a little different here, folks, because Bandit pointed out that this is, in fact, the birthday of one Donald J. Trump. So there is a video that I have. It became one of my most popular videos quite quickly, quite suddenly. And within just a day or two, it had
for a great certified
3,200 views. And to this day, I'm shocked by this particular video. So, but I'm looking for, so before we get into that, we got Bandit say, I disagree with Rob for his own reason. How can you be against corruption and discount said corruption? Interesting. But now, as Bandit pointed out, it is the birthday of one Donald J. Trump today. I'm going to double check and fact check that. Trump birthday. Yep, it is today, folks. Donald Trump's birthday is in fact today. And so this is one of my most popular videos that I ever came out with. So let's get right into it. birthday, President Trump. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for the continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Today, we raise our glass of Trump wine to President Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. So, whenever you make a video about modern day presidents, you always have to be careful because there's always going to be controversy. You're always going to have half of your audience is going to be really pissed off and the other half is going to be like, hooray. And so for this one, I'm just going to give down the line. This is our birthday tribute to one Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. His term was quite the ride, wasn't it, folks? Boy, it was a time. It was an era, and it's one that we're gonna look back on and tell future generations about. We were there. But yes, Donald J. Trump, one of the only presidents that I know of that appointed 3 Supreme Court justices in one term. And his other big accomplishments, he had a tax cut that was able to pass through the House and Senate, and he got signed. And also, to his credit, love him or hate him, the first president since Harding to not get us into any new wars. So that alone. So folks, wherever you're at, whatever you're drinking, this evening I am going to be drinking in toast a bottle of Trump wine from Trump Vineyard, their Meritage release from Monticello, the 2017. So this was actually, the grapes were grown, harvested, pressed. There we go. They were grown, harvested, and pressed, then fermented, then bottled, then stored, and then brought to market, all while Donald J. Trump served in the White House as the president of these United States. So, folks, every last one of you, raise a glass to the 45th president of these United States, one Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, there's a lot more coming down the pike from the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Be sure to stay right here at K.O.E. Nation, YouTube and Twitch to find it all. But we will get to those on their day. Today is President Trump's Day. Raise your glass one more time, folks, to Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Excellent stuff. You need to give it a shot sometime. Their Meritage release from Trump Vineyards. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And what the hey, it's my show. Raise your glass one more time to President Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks. What a handsome man to give that particular breakdown. Yes. But folks, we are at that time of the evening where I'm going to play something a little special now. Full disclosure, I went somewhere Sunday morning. It will soon be revealed here. Let's see. There we go. I'm going to get it all set up perfect.
That's okay. We welcome all of our friends that aren't with us today. For all Philip followers, we have Philip in our possession today, and we plan on keeping him. To Philip's mom, to Philip's aunt, to Philip's followers, our doors are always open. To our brothers and sisters in Cuba, our prayers go out. Our prayers go out to you. This morning, we go to a message called The Legacy. The legacy. And it's the legacy of Jesus Christ. I'd like to read you the verses, 18 through 24, and then we will pray. John chapter 14, 18 through 24, and I'll be reading out of the ESV. I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you. Yet a little while, and the world will see me no more. But you will see me, because I live. You also live. In that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. Whoever has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by the Father, and I will love him and manifest myself to him. Judas, not Iscariot, said to him, Lord, how is it that you will manifest yourself to us and not to the world? Jesus answered him, if anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. Whoever does not love me does not keep my words. And the word that you hear is not mine, but my Father's who sent me. Thus ends the reading of God's holy word. Let us bow in prayer. Oh, Heavenly Father, we thank you for these words that your Apostle John wrote to us about your magnificent Son. Jesus, what a privilege it is to come this morning as a group of believers to open up your hallowed scripture. And by your power, we ask you, Holy Spirit, to reveal unto each and every one of us your message today about the legacy that Jesus has left us, about how we can better serve you with our actions, with our words, and with our lives. We thank you for this opportunity to come as a group and to learn and hear the message. Let it be yours, Holy Spirit. Let it be yours, Jesus, to each and every one of us. The living word of God revealed to us. In the name of Jesus, in the power of that name, we pray. Amen. In 6 years of preaching, this is the farthest I've ever seen Brent and Randy sit apart. They're on the couch back there. I'm glad you're here this morning. This morning we're going to talk about the legacy of Jesus Christ. What does the word legacy mean? I asked 2 or 3 of you today, not today, but in this last week. And, you know, I think the world looks at it, a legacy is what'd you leave behind for the kids? What's your legacy? A piece of land, a car, a lawnmower, whatever it is. Here's how the dictionary defines the word legacy. The first meaning, money or property left to you in a will. Here's the second meaning, and this lines up a lot more with what we're going to be talking about today, the legacy of Jesus Christ. And that is this. A long-lasting impact of particular events, of actions, etc., that took place in the past or of a person's life. What is Jesus saying today that we can describe as his legacy for us? What can Shirley and I both see in these words? The setup is this. We're still in the upper room, but people, we are within an hour or two of them leaving. They will sing a song. They will go to the Garden of Gethsemane, and I think we all know what happens after that. Jesus is encapsulating it one more time. This is what is important to you disciples, and this is what is important to you, Jack Softly, this morning, and to Al, and to Jay. Let's take a look. Verse 18, here we go. I will not leave you as orphans, I will come to you. Well, that's pretty easy. The correct pronunciation or verbiage in today's English would be more like, I would not leave you as if you were an orphan, Al. I wouldn't leave you. I'm not going to abandon you like some orphan child on the street. But what am I going to do? I will come to you. There's 11 disciples left. Judas has already went to do his bad thing. And he says to them, again, I'm not going to leave you like an orphan. I'm going to come to you. Well, we know what that means. But for us today, looking at the legacy that Jesus is leaving, what is the first thing that jumps out to you and me in that verse? What is he showing? Compassion, Philip. Your Jesus, above everything else, with his love, cares about you, has compassion that you have never tasted like this before. I'm not going to abandon you. I will be there. I'm going to support you. I'm going to counsel you. I will be there. Never forget this. He's not only telling his disciples that, but he's telling you and me that. I will never leave you. I will never forsake you. I will be there. You will never be abandoned. And that's one thing that Satan always wants to do. He always wants to slice and dice that one. He's compassionate. Legacy number 1. Verse 19. Now look what he says. Yet a little while and the world will see me no more, but you will see me. Let's just stop right there. Yet a little while and the world will see me no more, but you will see me. I love when I learn something in Scripture. Almost every time I pick up the book. Okay? By the way, Randy is now sitting closer to Brent. Back to it. Maybe you knew this. Okay? Look at verse 19 again with me. Yet a little while and the world will see me no more. Yet you will see me. Did you ever think about this? I never did. After Jesus' resurrection, where did he go? Did he go back to Bethany and word get out and he leave a triumphant return like Palm Sunday? Was he down at the temple in Jerusalem after the resurrection? No. Who did he appear to? Those who loved him, his disciples, his followers. Around 500 people is all that ever saw him. Well, that's kind of deceitful, isn't it? No! Those who believed in him, he showed himself unto them. But here's what I learned. I never thought of it that way. He could have went all over Judea in those 40 days. Found him a good donkey and made a lot of time. But his main concern was for his disciples. Why? What was their command? Go ye therefore and what? Teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. He wanted them to get it. Your job promoting my name, what we learned about last week, a greater work because it's going to be all over the world, is upon you. That's what's important. Jesus' legacy was not to become, let every person know, but the ministry we all have to share the name above all names. Have you been embarrassed yet by sharing the name of Jesus Christ? Think about it. Has somebody said something or done something because you shared the gospel of Jesus Christ with them? Why would you ask me that, Pastor? Think about it. His legacy is to provide us the opportunity that he has become resurrected. In a little while, they will never see me again. Think of those who do not believe in Jesus yet. How much of their life is concerned with Jesus Christ? Maybe a Christmas card, but those don't even give Jesus the name anymore. But think of it this way. When he died on that cross, how many people ever saw him again? Let's get lenient here and say 600 people in the whole world. And someday, how many people will see Jesus? Everyone. You're exactly right. But by then, it'll be too late for a lot of people. But you will see me. How does that help Clark Gibbs? But you will see me. Why? Because I live, Debbie Verheg lives. Do you see that? To the majority of the human beings, they never saw him again. Never became. Oh, him? Yeah, he was some pro. He's gone. And to our world today, to the majority of them, he's gone. And unfortunately, maybe somebody sitting in here, he still isn't part of your life. I don't know. But he has revealed himself to you that believe in him. You know he was here. You know he died. You know he lives in you. Why? Because the Spirit of God lives in you. When you do something wrong, the conviction of the Holy Spirit. The power of Jesus' legacy is he not only has compassion on you, but he does what? Never leaves you. You haven't been abandoned. He is there for you, wanting you more and more. But do you? But you will see me because I live. You will also live. In that, verse 20, in that day you will know that I am in my Father. A better word would probably be, you will know that I am into my Father. Now we're going to talk Trinity here. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. That three-sided triangle. In that day you see me, you will know. When you see me resurrected and glorified, you will know that I am God. You will know the Father is in me. You will know. Let me read you a verse. Think of the disciples now, of what they're about to see. Here's, let me pick one. Acts 15. Verse 30b through 31. Acts chapter 15. The end of 30 and the beginning of 31. But now he commands all people everywhere to repent. Verse 31. Because he has fixed a day on which he will judge the world in righteousness by a man whom he appointed. And of this he has given assurance to all. Assurance to all by what? By the rising of the dead. Jesus arose. Jesus arose. And I don't want to belabor the point, but we have to get that this morning for those disciples. Again, verse 20. In that day you will know that I am in my Father, and you are into me, and I am into you. It is the best association you will ever have. Forget the Glee Club, forget the 4-H Club, forget the honorary Rotarian or whatever your biggest thing is. You are in the club. One more, Romans 1, 3, and 4. Let me read it to you. Romans 1, 3, and 4. The good, and now this is coming out of, I believe, the New Century Version. I like that. The good news is about God's Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. As a man, he was born from the family of David. But through the Spirit of holiness, he was declared to be God's Son with great power by rising from the dead. The door is closed. There's 10 of you there. All of you are there except for Thomas. That famous line. Jesus walks through the door and says what? Peace, be still. He just walked through the door. They'd never seen him. 2 times he did that. The second time, remember, was with Thomas was there. Thomas, you don't believe me? Look at my hands. Look at the hole in my side. Blessed are those who do not see and believe. That's you. But I want to spend a little bit of time here with the power of the resurrection. This man you spend all this time with, that you now know, you see him. Okay? You spend all this time, he's the Son of God, and you think so, and he keeps talking about going away, but then sometimes he mentions coming back and nothing, and all of a sudden, there he is. He's back. And you saw him die. Now, what is often overlooked is what came right before that. We skip over verse 20 a lot. Okay? In that day you will know that I am in my Father. I am God. But what also? And you are in me, and I in you. People, that is the most prestigious thing, surely, you will ever have in your life. You are one with God. We're not equal with God, but we are with God. We are in God, and he is in us. People, never underestimate that. You're never alone. You always have the ability, by praying to God, to do the right thing. Does it happen 100% of the time? No. But that union, I want to tell you a story. When I was preaching this yesterday, it came to me. When I was about that tall, I was in about, I don't know, it was 1965. I was born in 56. I was 9 years old. Geneva, Noerr, Philip. And I remember a man named Bob Craddock. Oh, it's another Bob Craddock story. Yeah, when you're a 9-year-old boy, you got to have a hero, and he was that. He was 6'4", 230 pounds. And they played a song. I almost put it on there, and I didn't. And it was Hail Varsity. Da, 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 da. Okay. It meant a lot to a 9-year-old boy. But I would go down in the bleachers, and out they would come. Bob Craddock, he was already All-State. He was averaging 28 points a game. The University of Nebraska was already there watching him play. From my town, our town. And then you had Danny Peterson, who played at Westland. You had P.R. Farmer, who played at Westland. And I remember when they ran out, there were, okay, I'm kind of getting into it. There were purple warm-ups with white things that said Wildcats. And that 9-year-old boy was so proud. They looked like grown men that hadn't shaved. And here on the other side was like Hebron or Sutton had Mike Merrick at the time. Okay? They beat every team that year but one. They went all the way to the state tournament. They beat Ralston by 1 point. And they played Madison to win the state championship. But here's the point. How are you going to get Bob Craddock into here? He was a very humble guy. And I remembered my dad taking him. We saw him play freshman. Okay, at the university, we saw him as a sophomore. He started as a junior. He wasn't any good, according to the coach, and the senior, and Bob never gave up. But here's where I'm going with this. The greatest part of my childhood probably was sitting there or standing on the sidelines and going, that's my team. That's my team. That's Geneva. There was a bond. There was a love. There was a pride. People, that isn't a grain of sand on the beach compared to what we should have with Jesus Christ, Betty. That's why I told you that story. Don't you dare ho-hum. Jesus is in you, and you are in him, and he is in the Father, and you are in the Father. It blows, forgive me, Bob, it blows Bob Grad up out of the water because it's God. When those disciples saw Jesus, it brought power unto his name. It brought life unto his name. The legacy of Jesus Christ is not only his compassion, is not only his dying and being resurrected again, but it is in the power that that resurrection brings and how it draws you, what? Unto myself. Nothing. Please don't be offended by my basketball story. I can see a couple of you going, no. You are in the right family. God's family. Never be ashamed of that. Verse 21. Whoever has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me. We've heard that before, haven't we? Verse 15. Now, your actions, do they show obedience to Jesus Christ? And if you're smugly sitting there going, yeah, let me throw this one at you. All the time, Frank? All the time, Bill, Jay, Norris? We don't have to prove it to God. We should want to show it to him because of what he has done. And I'm not picking on anybody. But we all can do better. He's in the room. And when you see me, you'll see that I'm in my Father, and you're in me, and I'm in you. Whoever has my commandments and keeps them, he it is who loves me. And he who loves me will be loved by the Father. There's that union again. And I will love him, and I will manifest myself to him. Preacher mistake 104-475674 for Bill. First time I read this, you know who I thought he was manifesting himself to? His Father. That's dead wrong. Notice the small h. He's talking about you. And before we go too far along, what does the word manifest mean? Some of your Bibles may say it. I will reveal myself to him. Don't tell me you don't know about Jesus Christ, Randy. You see what he's saying? It's not complicated. Jesus' legacy is this. Your obedience to me, your lifestyle, your life will show that you love me, Tara. And he who loves me will be what? Will be loved by God the Father, the creator of all things. It's not a what if. It's not a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's a done deal. Get excited about that. And I will love him and reveal and know myself to them. If you don't know Jesus the way you should know Jesus, is it his fault? Whoever has my commandments and keep them, he it is who loves me, loved by the Father. So Judas, the other Judas, says to him, Lord, how is it that you'll reveal yourself and not to the world? How are you going to show us and not the world? Okay? And Jesus answers him like my Father sometimes answers me. He doesn't answer him at all. He just goes right on. Okay? He's not snubbing him, but look what Jesus says. Well, how are you going to reveal yourself to us and not the world? I don't get it, Judas says. And Jesus says this. It's not a snub, because look what he says. If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. Let's go from back to front on this. Make our home with him. Okay? RVs, I have heard, are now finally starting to drop in price. Okay? Rebecca and I and Buddy and her dog were in Lovewell 2 years ago. And we were just bringing the boat in. It was about 1 o'clock. It's kind of where you camp sometimes, Debbie, right to the west of the bathrooms there. And here came these big honking campers. I don't know what they cost. It doesn't matter because I could never afford one. And they pulled them big babies in. And we went out and fishing. We came back. We brought Rebecca's dog back. And when we drove out, they had them all set up. You've never seen a setup like this before in your life. They had like AstroTurf, only it was like blue and white checkerboard. They must have been Kentucky fans. It's almost as big as our sanctuary here. Then they had the picnic table, the patio set, with the umbrella, one of them one things. They had patio chairs over. It had to take them half the afternoon to set it up. And there were 3 of them like that. And by the way, they were too good to be with the rest of us. They were out by themselves. That is their home, away from home. I would have loved to set up an old tent with me and Buddy sleeping beside them. Or, woo, 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 woo. I can still do his bark. The reason I'm telling you that is, where's your RV? You think about buying one someday, or do you think about the real one that never runs out of gas, that has this wonderful pilot that you've never met yet for real, and he's waiting for you? If anyone loves me, he will keep my word, and my Father will love him and will come to him. And we will come to him and make our home with him. Is Jesus your home right now or not? Let's go back to the word. I know sometimes people get confused. The Gospel of John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Explain that in a 4-part essay and bring it to church next week. It's a joke, a little joke there, once you hear, except for the Gibbses who will be in Wisconsin Dells. What is that? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Think of it this way. Look at it in our verse today. If anyone loves me, he will keep my word. When you think of the Jews in the Old Testament, what was their law? Where did it come from? But the Word. The Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. Okay? The Word was God for them. The Word is where all the prophecies were. The Word was God. El had Habakkuk. Clark had Job. We had the Word of God was God himself. The tabernacle was used for sacrifices. They didn't have weekly, well, I shouldn't say that, but that's why it's called the Word. The power of God was in the Word, and the Jews knew this. And that's why Jesus says, I am the Word. I am the way, the truth, the life. But that's what we mean by the Word. In the beginning was the Word. That's Jesus. Why? Because he's prophesied. Wednesday night, we're going to talk about Genesis 3:15, the first time Jesus really is mentioned in the Bible. You see it now? His legacy is If you love me, you will keep my word. That one only you can answer. I'll tell you a quick story about R.C. Sproul, a very famous Reformed theologian. I was reading, and he was visiting a Westminster, I just gave it away. He was visiting a seminary on the West Coast. And the president of the seminary said to him, R.C., why do you get so, paraphrase here, bent out of shape about the scripture? Man, it's just scripture this, scripture that, scripture this, scripture this. Man, you stand firm. And he said, very simply, it's this way. The Word and Jesus Christ are inseparable. You can't say to me, I believe 90% of the Bible or 98% of the Bible is true, but that Noah thing in there is there's no way. How do we get Chinaman? Hello? 1 Peter 3:8, what does it say? How many people entered the ark? 8. But this president said, but they're not the same. One is Almighty God and one is words of God. You cannot separate. You know, your pastor asks you, are you in the Word, Philip? Are you in the Word, Michael? Herb, are you in the Word? It's not to be nosy. Well, for most of us. But why? Because the Word is what? It's God. We know it's the Word of God. I'll never forget down in Kansas City with Georgia when that pastor goes, oh, you believe the Word literally. Well, yeah. Listen to what Jesus is saying. He has told us twice, if you love me, you will obey me. Now he says, if you love me, you will obey my commandments, which are in the Word. He makes the two together one. Your love for the Scriptures should be powerful. Quickly, before Rebecca, I was going to 2 churches in Omaha once in a while, right across the street from each other, 156th and Dodge. Okay? And the second one is Westside Baptist Church. And I don't know if he's still there or not, but it was Dr. Curtis Dodd. And he's a good old boy from Texas. He's the one that said he was driving down the interstate with his father, and his father, a firefly hit the windshield. And his father said, you know, you're a lot like this bug. And he said, what do you mean, Daddy? He was 11 years old. And his dad said, because the bug has no guts, and neither do you. I'll never forget that. It took him 10 years to forgive his dad for that one. We hurt each other so much. Anyway, the point of the story is this. I love to hear that man if you've ever heard a Southern preacher read the Word of God, think of Billy Graham, even reading the King James. You hear somebody read the Word of God. And I've got a recruit, I think, to read the Word of God for you. It has power because it's God's Word. It has power because it's what's Danielle or Dora Lynn to hear. Because nothing's like it. I can read a commentary on the Bible. I can read study notes on the Bible, but it's not the same. That's what Jesus is saying. Let's finish up. Verse 24. Now he reverts it. Look at this. It's just the opposite. Whoever does not love me does not keep my words. And the word that you hear is not mine, but the Father's who sent me. So we have two things. First part, whoever does not love me does not keep my words. Don't tell me you love me. Don't tell me you believe in me if you're not keeping my commandments. Look at your life. Does that show Jesus Christ? Well, I'm working on that. Well, I hope you get it figured out before he comes back. We all fall short of the glory of God. We know this. But know when we're talking about the legacy of Jesus Christ, what's important to him, that he cares for you, that he wants you to go out in his name, that you are in the union with him. And that if all these three are true, the fourth is a positive. You're keeping my word. You're obeying me. I know you love me because you obey me. And then he throws the opposite in, who, if you don't love me, you don't keep my words. Well, it's pretty plain and simple. And then the last one. And the word that you hear is not mine, but the Father's who sent me. Jesus' legacy is very importantly tied to who? God the Father. Why? He was here to do whose will? His Father's will. He died on the cross to satisfy whom? His Father's wrath against sin in us. Everything he did was for his Father. Let that be a legacy to all of us. Love your Bible more. Well, I don't understand it, or I read it, I don't even know what I've read. Then read less, more times a day, whatever. Treasure this. He cares for you. He's coming to get you. You know him because he knew you first. The Bible tells us this. He plucked you out, Shirley. Linda. You're in the mix. You're in the group. You should hear Hail Varsity every day. His word is him. Love them both. Jesus Christ and obeying him should always be an act of love. Always be an act of love. Should never be a have to. Should always be a want to. Amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this message about the legacy that was taught in that room and in this church today. Oh, Jesus, we thank you for all you have done, for your words. We thank you for John writing all this down for us, and we thank you most of all for your love. Give each and every one of us ability by the power of your Holy Spirit to seek you more, to be more in tune for what you want for our lives. You have a purpose for each one of our lives. Let us seek it and do it more and more and more. And not be offended by the world we live in. But think of one thing every day. How may I show my Jesus my love for him with my life today? Amen.
Amen indeed. All righty. Well, that was a little hint as to my whereabouts on Sunday morning. So after I got done with my panel, I went to church. Yeah. Yeah. Just figured, why not? Thank the Lord for all the opportunities I'd been given, all the interesting people I got to talk to, all the people I got to reach. It's literally, Bandit, if you're still here, you'll love this. Before that particular, like literally as I was going into the room, I looked up to the sky and I said the prayer that Oliver Cromwell said at the Battle of Naseby. So there's cannon fire going all around him. And he takes a moment and he wrote in his journal later that what he said was, God, thou must know how busy I am this day. If I forget thee, no, if I forget ye, please do not thou forget me. And so, yeah, that was the one where I was like, all right, armor of God, let's go. And it went spectacularly. It went marvelously. I was very, very satisfied with the results of that particular debate. Now, and I talked to the pastor afterwards and told him about, like, yeah, this was yeah, but like, let me just say that again because I slipped up, but I want to get it proper. The prayer. Let me just hang on. Let me get all my stuff properfied in case I want to use this again. I mean, when would I ever do such a thing? I know what you're thinking, but I'm never above shameless self promotion. But as I remember, it was God, thou must know how busy I am this day. If I forget ye, please do not thou forget me. Amen. Cromwell's prayer at the Battle of Naseby. So yeah, that was there. Got it right. Got it right. Took a second take, but I got there. But now folks, it sort of is getting to that time, but I've got a couple of things I actually want to share with you before we get to that time. Well, actually, hang on. Let me just find it. There we go. I actually, on second thought, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us this evening for this very special edition of the KOE Nation. Now, folks, if you will excuse me, I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here, and you will also subscribe KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and also follow me on Twitter. Folks, I am gonna go watch some South Park with the kiddo. It's gonna be awesome. So folks, God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Folks, invite Jesus into your life. God bless you. Travel well. How we doing, all y'all? This is another poem of the week by the great Mario Vitale. This one is called The Prison of the Mind That's Out of Bounds. Out of a temporal high, take us so long just to get by, a reason to believe that Jesus is Lord, caught up with the wolves of grace, the prison of the mind. Share with each other to the heavenly lie, scorched with inner flames beyond, the prison of the mind. We are covered by the blood of Christ. Another chance to roll the dice. Helps came across the liturgy to think about things twice. There is a flock of seagulls throwing rice among the wedding bells. Through heaven and earth, hope to question the newest birth. A badge of courage left behind the river. Further, there is a question among men trying to get a tan. The prison of the mind, a slight built stream, living in the land of mean, nestled among the human luggage that's out of bounds, nestled through the windows open among men. The prison of the mind. Corporate greed is a tool of the government. No time to question the Lord that's out of bounds. A stiff-necked lawyer through an open drawer. In comes Casanova. Why trip to record? Through a valiant word, tripped over the hill embrace. Help among performance, the saving grace. Further, you are damned straight among the briars. We hope to claim the positive question. Their help is king, a selfish maverick thirsty for more. There lies questions about the Lord. That's out of bounds, a dream sequence of heaven above. Through a tunnel with love, above the blade we question out of love. Building bridges caught on fire, burning up with hidden desire. Chase back those tears from my eyes. Editorial note. Back in the day, we used to pray among its sweet figment display, foreign figures left to question those main pillars within. And that, folks, was The Prison of Our Mind That's Out of Bounds by Mario Vitale. So, folks, if there's a poem you'd like me to read or you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know down in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful poetry. And, folks, I can't wait to see you back here again for this poem of the week. God bless. Travel well.